Well, good morning from the Seat Unique Stadium. Welcome to Bristol, where at 5 to 11 on a morning in August we have floodlights on. Perhaps a little surprising. It is quite grey, but the covers are just being taken off the match pitch, and we're going to get underway here by the looks of things promptly at 11 o'clock. After all the heat recently, it's really nice that it is a little bit cooler, and the key news, Dan, under these conditions is the toss, because you'd have to think that you'd like to have a bowl.
Yeah, and Leicestershire have done that. They've won the toss and elected to bowl. And it's going to be a tough morning for the batsmen, I think. I think the overheads will come into it, the floodlights will come into it, and I'm expecting this ball to hoop around a little bit. And Ben Charlesworth's come in for Chris Dent. Well, I'll tell you what, you go through the Gloucestershire team, and you know the team.
Well, you know the team as well, Dan, but okay, yeah. Thank you for giving me the honour. Yeah, there are two changes from the side that won that high-scoring game at Durham, more than 700 runs in the day. So Jared Warner comes in for Josh Shaw, and as Dan said, no Chris Dent today. Injured himself yesterday during practice. Not available for today, so Ben Charlesworth, who hasn't played in the first team since he had a couple of games in the Championship back in April, comes in for his first match in this tournament. Of course, he got a 99 not out against Hampshire in this tournament last year. He's been waiting for an opportunity, and today he gets it. Arguably, he'd have liked a nice sunny day, but what he's got is effectively, as Dan said, a morning where the people like Chris Wright in particular, very experienced seam bowler for Leicestershire, might be able to get the ball to do a bit, particularly in the air. So the Gloucestershire side: Charlesworth, Wells, Harris, Bracey, Ollie Price, Jack Taylor, Zafar Gahar, Tom Smith, Tom Price, Paul Van Meekeren, and Jared Warner. It's a tight old group, this. I think Gloucestershire win today, they're definitely still in contention. If Leicestershire lose, they're probably not out of it, but it won't do their position any harm. The other way round, Leicestershire right in the mix, and Gloucestershire can probably kiss goodbye to chances of a top three.
Yeah, I think so. Leicestershire look like they're going to be Lewis Hill, Nick Welsh, Rishi Patel, Tom Scriven, Chris Wright, Louis Kimber, Vian Mulder, who's the danger man for Gloucestershire fans. One to watch there. Harry Swindles will keep wicket. Aaron Lilly, Buren Hendricks and Ed Barnes. And Chris Wright's going to take us away for the first over of the day, and he's going to be bowling to Ben Charlesworth, who's going to open up, left-hander.
Yeah, Lilly and Kimber are the fielders in the slips. So starting with two slips. I mean, he's been around the block, Chris Wright, hasn't he?
Here we go. Right in first ball, and starts off with a Yorker, which Charlesworth digs out. Pair of bends opening for Gloucestershire.
And these are Wright's conditions, aren't they? You know, he's not express pace, but he wobbles the ball about. He knows his role in the side, and he might, in these conditions, he might have quite a long spell, I'd have thought.
Yeah, he's got a good background to him. Chris Wright. Here he comes from the pavilion end, and Charlesworth gets that away, and that's going to be the first runs of the morning. Outfield's not as quick as it has been here in Bristol, but they're going to get 4 runs, and that's a rather pleasant square drive. Rishi Patel can't quite drag that one back, but pleasant square drive to get off the mark. A little bit outside edgish, but the outfield's still quick enough.
Yeah, it won't be quite like the plate of glass it's been for the last month.
No, it's been absolutely rapid, hasn't it? He's right. Ian Charlesworth leaves that one alone, goes through to the gloves of Harry Swindles. So Chris Wright was nearly lost to the game. He was originally at Essex, and I think he went to Middlesex for a while, and he was sort of almost lost the game. And it wasn't until Pop Welsh at Warwickshire actually
Graham
Welsh. Yeah. right in. Pleasant drive, but can only find the man just in front of cover there.
You see, you're so well connected. You know him as Pop. You see.
Well, he's a great bowler in his time, wasn't he, Graham Welsh, Pop Welsh? But he's a very good bowling coach. He's now at Hampshire, and he took a chance on Chris Wright, and Wright rewarded him with 62 wickets in Warwickshire's championship winning season in 2012. That's just left alone there by Charlesworth. I think Ricky Clark had a very good year, and Jeetan Patel, and the Bears won the county championship, and he came to Leicestershire. Well, he's been there a few years now. I think 2018 was his first year. So, but he's from Chipping Norton, same as the Taylor brothers. Yeah, so here he comes in, and that's driven firmly, and that's misfielded there by Lewis Hill, the skipper, and they get through for a couple. And Gloucestershire are up and running. 6 for none off the first over, all 6 runs to Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah, that's we've seen some players this season who are very heavily leg side, notably Dom Sibley with his 100 for Warwickshire at Cheltenham in the opening match in this tournament. Charlesworth is very much an offside player, isn't he? And the 2 shots in that opening over just epitomise where he can score heavily, but he's got to watch the start here. And that Hampshire game last year I referred to, where he got 99 not out, he actually did play very slowly at the beginning and then accelerated later. So we're going to see Buren Hendricks, the South African test player, to bowl from this Ashley Down Road. And only played the 1 test match, but he's still got that against his name. Left arm over the wicket, and Ben Wells will take strike. And Ben Wells just pushes at that outside the off stump, and he goes through to Harry Swindles. Swindles played in that. I haven't got the card in front of me. I want to try and look that up. The game here at the beginning actually of last season, where Gloucestershire had that big chase, where they were set north of 340, might even in 360 to win in the final innings in the 4-day game, and actually got there. Here is Hendricks again. Oh, good bounce there.
Good carry.
Yeah.
He was timed at over 140 clicks, as they say in South Africa, which is to you and I 140 kilometres an hour, which is reasonably rapid. And Swindles looks like he's back a long way there. I wouldn't put him in the pace of the 2 quickest we've seen this season, or I'd say is Nassim Shah or Harris Ralph at Yorkshire, but he's certainly getting some good carry.
Yeah, 348 in fact was the Gloucestershire successful chase in that game here last year in the championship. Oh, that's a lovely angle. If Wells is forced to play at that, it's just gone away with the arm a little bit. And nice angle across, whereas David Payne would swing the ball into a right-hander. Hendricks, here's a second look at this. He's trying to push it across Wells, and that's gone past the outside edge by moving away. Yes, Leicestershire were a bowler short in that chase. Of course, in the end, there was a bit of kamikaze cricket in their second innings. And then...
Oh, dropped.
Edged.
Dropped. Second slip. Tough chance.
That's Lewis Kimber there. How close should he have been to taking this? Let's have another look. Top left corner of your picture. And Wells trying to take the bat away, but it definitely carried.
Is he Lewis or Louis Kimber?
Should we agree that he's one or the other? Here is Hendricks in, hits Wells on the pad. This is
if he was American, he would be Louis, wouldn't he? He'd be Louis, but
Probably called him Lou. Lace 97 and Ian Cobain 117 in that chase. 348 in 79 overs, Gloucestershire. Just look at that. I mean, that Gloucestershire side, interesting. Obviously, people in it. A couple no longer at the club. Craig Brathwaite was the overseas at the time. George Hankins obviously left at the end of last season. Hendricks short and cut but straight to the man at extra cover, who is Ed Barnes, I think, fielded tidily. End of Hendricks' over, and that's a maiden for him. Start of this innings. The Gloucestershire side in that game: Craig Brathwaite, Chris Dent, James Bracey, Tom Lacey, Ian Cobain, Ryan Higgins, George Hankins, Tom Smith, Dan Worrell, Josh Shaw, and Don Goodman. So obviously the overseas isn't here now. George Hankins has already left the club, and Higgins and Cobain, we know, are going to leave at the end of the season. No Dan Worrell either. Here's a second look, I think, at that chance from the wider angle. Oh,
tough.
Yes,
it was tough.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a very good one-handed take, and I just, what that doesn't tell you is the speed it's going at.
Defended there by Charlesworth.
And see the Leicestershire side of that. Quite different actually. So Marcus Harris played in that game. So Patel, Hill, Swindles and Wright are the only four in the Leicestershire team in that championship game who are playing today. So quite a different sort of squad for them.
Yeah, morning Glos fans, if you're listening in. Hope you're enjoying the stream as Wright comes in, and that's a flash from Charlesworth. Extravagant, swishing the blade like Zorro in his heyday, but not connecting, going through. And good morning to Leicestershire fans as well joining us, and feel free to drop us a line. There's a replay. Feel free to drop us a line. It's commentators@glossccc.co.uk. You'll see it up there as Wright comes in. Charlesworth doesn't connect. You'll see it up in the top right hand corner of your set in a minute. There we go. There's our email address. Get in touch with us. Let us know your thoughts.
Here's one from Adrian Webb, which is actually right before start of play today. I don't suppose you realise this, but Tom Price was born on the 2nd of January 2000, and on the day of the Durham match was 22 years 222 days old.
Right in, Charlesworth drives. They take a quick single, and that's perilously close there. They took on Lewis Hill at mid-off, and he had a shy at the stumps, but they've got through for a single.
Adrian says, therefore, it was no surprise that he lasted 2 balls at the bat and took 2 wickets. That's a good start, that.
Excellent.
Also has a view about players leaving the club. Obviously, Gloucester have announced that Ian Cobain and Ryan Higgins and Benny Howell, obviously all going. 2 of whom you might argue have been single format players in recent years. Right,
bustling into the crease. First ball that Wells has faced off Chris Wright.
And Adrian says, I don't understand single format cricketers. Either you have it or you haven't. That's a fairly...
I can see where he's coming from, because there's been this case with Middlesex for years about Sam Robson, and Sam Robson is a 4-day cricketer. You put him into that list A side and he's scoring runs for fun at the top of that order. And I agree, if you got the basic technique and the basic talent, then you should be able to do it in all formats of cricket. He's right, and that's just whipped around the corner. They think about a second, but no run. Yeah, morning to everyone listening in from Leicester, from Colville, from Market Harborough, and if you're listening in Melton Mowbray, grab yourself a pork pie and tune in to us.
Yeah, and just one other email, which I think actually it started a couple of talking points today. This is from Mark Baker. He says, a little challenge for you in the next match. How about a best uncapped English 11 drawn from English experienced players on the county circuit? You have to assume that these players are at their peak, and it's an interesting 11 because a couple of them have announced that they are leaving their teams at the end of the season. Here is Hendricks. Start of his second overall. It's a big flash at that from Wells, and it goes through to Harry Swindle. So his team is Chris Dent, Luke Wells, Sam Northeast, Stephen Croft, James Hildreth, obviously now retiring, Darren Stevens, obviously leaving Kent but not retiring, Ben Brown, Keith Barker, Luke Fletcher, Chris Rosworth and Steve Patterson, who we think also is retiring. Could this be bettered, he says? That's not a bad team.
Now, you've got to be English qualified, are they?
That's what it says, yeah. An uncapped English 11, drawn from experienced players among current county teams. Here is Hendricks again to Wells, who is bowled.
That's nipped back a long way.
Wells throws his bat in the air in disgust, but that's beaten everything. And you can see where the off stump is.
Through the gate here.
Second look at this. Oh, there's a massive gap there. It has straightened, but Wells is not impressed by that. There was a big gap for the ball to get through, and a first wicket for Leicestershire. Gloucestershire are 8 for 1, and that will probably signal the arrival, I'm almost sure, of Marcus Harris. Yeah, Ben Wells has obviously started this tournament with an impressive score in the match against Warwickshire. Good runs there. Hasn't quite got bat to ball in the same way since. He got 40 odd at Durham, I think. That was clearly a really good pitch. But beaten by a good one there from Hendricks. But I mean, if he'd have been only looking to defend, he should have been able to do that, but he didn't pick it right.
Yeah, it was an extravagant shot, wasn't it? Umpires today, Billy Taylor and Paul Nichols. Match referee, the man known in his playing days as Lurker.
Dean Koska?
Dean Koska.
Hendricks' sort of white ball record, not too bad. He's got 119 wickets at 31 in 89 games. So that's respectable enough. Not earth-shattering, but there'll be days in there where he's taken 3 or 4 in a spell, and these conditions are certainly, you would think, set up to bowl first. The toss. When you and I arrived, I think we both said win the toss and bowl. So it was no surprise that Leicester did that. Yeah,
a little bit of dampness in the air, but I think it's going to be damp all day.
Yeah, the forecast hopefully is that we can dodge any rain that is in the area. Hendricks to Harris. He's got a man at short fine leg there who stops that going away to the boundary. So just the 2 boundary riders out at the moment. He's got a man out at third man and a deep backward square leg, so fairly orthodox field. Big gap on the leg side. Hendricks has got a backward point, pretty square cover, and a mid-off as long as the 2 slips. Got a bright kit, this Leicestershire kit.
Oh yeah,
certainly spot it. Hendricks, and again to Harris, lets that go again. That just wobbled a little bit in the air after it passed the bat. The other thing that so there's one thought for you about the experienced county 11. You could debate what experienced means, but I think you got from Mark Baker's steer there. I mean, all those players would have played, I would say, north of 100 first-class games, or very close to it, I would think.
Yeah, I'd have John Simpson as my wicket-keeper in there. I know he played for England in the COVID one-day internationals.
Hendricks again to Harris. And he's away, steered it past Chris Wright, who is up at short fine leg, and that will go all the way for 4. Just got his angles right there. And the applause you can hear from the stands down below us. We're at the Ashley Down Road end of the ground, and those seats, you couldn't sit in those seats during the last couple of home matches. It was just so hot. Yeah. And as a result today, people who generally sit there are back in their normal vantage point.
Is this a test 11, Ian? Is this a 4-day game or a 5-day game?
Well, I think I'll come back to that after this ball from Hendricks. Ooh, Harris didn't know where that had gone. That squeezes out on the offside. There's a chase out there for Nick Welsh, and they'll come back for 2. Welsh gets the return in. Harris did not know where that had gone. He got turned right round there. It's an uncapped English 11, so I think we're looking at a team to play in a first-class game, not a limited overs game.
Okay.
You wouldn't play Rushworth in a limited overs game, I don't think, really,
no.
if Chris was honest about it.
Or Patterson, probably.
No, and actually there isn't really a spinner in there. That's the other thing you'd say. You know, Luke Wells would be your one spin option.
Yeah. Right, I have John Simpson keeping wicket ahead of Ben Brown.
You might have to be a little bit careful in the field with a couple of those too.
Yeah.
It's quite an old team, actually.
Right. Ian Charlesworth plays that firmly. Good work running around there from mid-off by Lewis Hill. Awful throw, though, to Swindles, but...
He got lined up on the wrong pitch there.
Yeah.
And the other thought I'd had was something, again, when you drive to grounds, as you and I do, you've got thinking time and such like, and there's all this debate at the moment about the structure for next year. And I did actually send a note on social media to one quite high-profile reporter.
Right. In, and Charlesworth perilously close there. Cutting.
Sorry, somebody told Ben it's not a 20-over game, because he's gone for the big shots very early here, surprisingly.
He certainly has. So this note to the reporter.
Yeah, so, and they were gracious enough to send me a note back, which was very good of them.
Okay.
And said that, to their knowledge...
As Wright approaches the crease, and Charlesworth again tries to pull this one. Doesn't connect.
They said, to their knowledge, there are no proposals yet from the discussions that are being had, and in his opinion they were leaving it very late. Now that's been backed up because Paul Downton has done a Q&A for the Kent website, which has said exactly the same thing.
Okay.
And obviously, as we know, 12 of the 18 counties have to say yes for it to get through.
Yeah. Right in, and that's a bit airy-fairy there from Charlesworth, but it was in the air for quite a while in between the slips and gullies, but he's got away with it, and he's got one run. Just needs to just get his head down here, Charlesworth. He's got a long time to bat.
It's a 50-over game, Ben. Yeah. It's not a Whipple game. So 12 of the 18 have to vote it through. What you can see happening, I think, is that there will be some proposals. Some people will say they don't like them, and I think some time during the winter will be taken discussing them and putting them in place, such that. And the biggest thing for me is that some people will probably argue they can't apply until 2024, so that at least the teams start next season knowing what they're playing for.
Right in. Pleasant shot from Harris.
That to me is the most likely stumbling block, because how can you reach this stage of the season and not know whether 6th in the First Division is any good or 7th is any good?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. And Leicestershire have got a very forward-thinking CEO and a chap called Sean Jarvis, who is a man who's really impressed me with his commitment to the fans there, as Harris defends that one back down the pitch. And he dropped prices for T20 games, didn't he? And they were very well attended. And he's thinking about the future. He's thinking about the next generation, and I think it's fantastic what Sean Jarvis is doing at Leicestershire. And I think counties like Leicestershire, are much maligned when people talk about the counties who should be culled, as they say, wrongly, in my opinion. Leicestershire are always one of those names mentioned, and what they do for the game. I mean, did Stuart Broad start at Nottinghamshire? No. Would we have had a David Gower back in 1975 when he made his debut for Leicestershire? No.
So Hendricks from this Ashley Down road end into Charlesworth, who plays a more circumspect shot this time and just rotates the strike with a single out onto the offside, fielded by Nick Welsh. I'm talking of Leicestershire. Chris and Diane Walker have been in touch. He said, "Good morning from Burton. Is there something wrong with my TV, or is the grass really that green? We were at Grace Road on Sunday. It looked like it was covered in straw. All the very best." It is surprisingly green, actually. And we did have, I don't actually live in Bristol, but I'm told there was about 2 hours rain in Bristol yesterday. And here is Hendricks this time to Marcus Harris. Ooh, lets that go outside the off stump. Coming in a little bit wide though, and Harris will be, I think he might be quite fired up to get some runs today, just bearing in mind that, former Leicestershire player last year, obviously. He'll know a few of these boys, not all of them. He'll know a few of them. And having had a pretty lean time himself.
Yeah, won some runs here.
I think he's got a couple of 50s in this tournament. Hendricks in. Harris lets that go.
But thanks for your email, Chris and Diane. And
that may have contributed to the fact that the outfield is as it is. Harris this season.
The floodlights are on as well, by the way, so that you have to take in, and do not turn down the colour on your TV, Chris and Diane. But welcome to the Gloucestershire stream, and hope you're enjoying yourself from up in the brewing town of Burton-on-Trent.
Yeah, home of, I say, beer and Marmite, chiefly, and Pirelli. Other tyres are available. But I was there the other day. If I'd have known, I'd have dropped in for a cuppa.
What, Burton-on-Trent?
I was.
Where?
Yeah.
At the Pirelli Stadium?
I was at the Pirelli Stadium.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, like I say, Marcus Harris has got 2 half centuries in this tournament so far. But more runs needed here with the early loss of Ben Wells. Hendricks again to bowl to him. That's nicely placed. He's got that between point and extra cover. There will be a chase out to what is quite a long boundary on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, but Rishi Patel won't be able to haul it in, and it will go away for 4.
Rishi Patel, I'm sure his mother Rashmi's listening in. Welcome, Rashmi. And Rishi Patel plays his club cricket at Potter's Bar in the Hertfordshire Cricket League, where George Scott of this parish was brought up, and Tillan Walalawita at Middlesex as well.
20 for 1. Hendricks again, and Harris thinks about a single. He could be trouble here for Charlesworth, and if he'd have hit, he'd have been gone.
Oh, Harris barbecued him there.
That was a poor call. Charlesworth answered it, and you'll see Welsh here.
He slipped as well.
Coming in. Did the right thing, underarmed it. Narrowly missed. I think Charlesworth is a goner if it's a direct hit.
I do.
End of the over, 20 for 1. I'm just looking at the balance of the Leicestershire side today. Given the conditions, they do only have really Aaron Lilly as a frontline spinner. So I'm interested to see how the balance of their attack copes, and the balance of the Gloucestershire attack, which obviously has Zafar Gahar and Tom Smith and Jack Taylor and Ollie Price, all of whom could bowl spin if necessary.
Yeah, and Bristol's been an absolute bunsen, hasn't it, during this Royal London campaign?
Yeah, this is we should also say, for particularly for the benefit of you listening in the watching in the East Midlands, this is what they know as the international pitch here at Bristol. It's slap bang in the middle of the ground.
Here's Chris Wright And Charlesworth plays that out into the covers where Aaron Lilly does the fielding.
So it would be used for the main international matches that Gloucestershire host.
Yeah.
The boundaries are a long way back, so square of the wicket, the boundaries are very long, straight, rather shorter. That's where Gloucestershire tend to attack, particularly later on in the innings.
Pleasant shot there again.
Leicestershire are quite right here. They're prepared to let Charlesworth drive, aren't they? They're not going anything short.
Yeah.
They're saying, okay, if you want to drive us, that's fine.
The covers are slightly staggered there, so Aaron Lilly is he's not quite in the ring, is he? He's a little bit closer, maybe looking for that one that stops in the pitch a little bit, sticks in the pitch, and Charlesworth hits it in the air to him. Right in, that's a lovely shot there. Charlesworth scampers through for a single. I watched Charlesworth in the game against Wiltshire at Cheltenham, and he impressed me greatly. Some of his driving down the ground is really good to watch, and he's a pretty batsman. He's good to watch. Timing's lovely, and I really like the look of him. I haven't seen too much of him this season. Obviously, he broke his foot first game of the season in the county championship opener against Northamptonshire. Got a stress fracture of the foot, and we've hardly seen him. Here's Chris Wright. Harris just plays that one to point, where Rishi Patel does the fielding, backward point them. Yeah, I still believe he can't bowl, can he, Charlesworth?
No, well that was the impression that Dave Bartlett gave us, the physio, and we had him on the stream at Cheltenham, was that Charlesworth would not bowl for the rest of the season. And in fact, there was a conversation that came to me.
Right. Harris just lets that one come to him, opens the face, runs it down to third for a single.
I forget where I heard it. But it was a conversation with his younger brother, Luke, about sort of Ben's sort of long-term prognosis bowling-wise. And I think Luke said, there may come a point where he decides he actually just doesn't. Because if you look at his injury issues tend to have been around his bowling.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that. Nice shot there by Charlesworth. Again, he's a little bit of a miscommunication between these two in the running department.
If he was somebody who, let's say, was a bowling all-rounder, that's a much bigger decision as to whether you actually stop or not. If you've got real injury problems, you think, well, can I get enough runs to get in the team for batting alone? Well, actually, for him, I think he was probably always going to be a batting all-rounder who bowled a bit. Now, okay, then if you're losing your weaker suit, if I can call it that, then that just means you just concentrate on the other one. And there, some might say the school of thought that James Bracey should just bat and not keep wicket under the same kind of stance. Hendricks with the wicket so far, comes into bowler Harris. That's just pushed at that a little bit. Again, he's bowled a good line so far, Hendricks.
He has, yeah. It's one of those things that's up for debate, isn't it? And it's food for thought, and no doubt discussed in the pubs of Bristol over a pint of cider or three. But
England are batting in the Test match. Now they are 15 for 1 at Lords.
Who's gone?
Well, I'll tell you that in a minute. Honestly, always ask me for extra information. Always the way. Hendricks to Harris. That's again pitched up. Nice straight drive. Well, almost straight. Just leg side, and it will go all the way to this fairly short straight boundary here at Bristol up at Long On. There's the chase from Lewis Hill was in vain. Alex Lee is caught by Veren off Rabada for 5. England was 6 for 1 at that stage, so it's Crawley and Pope. the moment. Here, Gloucestershire 26 for 1. And a little soft hand steer from Harris down to third man. Will get him a single. I know a friend of mine is bringing his parents to the match today. They've, I think it was a birthday present. I think he booked some hospitality. Nice thing to do for a birthday present. Bring mum and dad down. And they'll be no doubt watching from the pavilion at the far end, looking towards us. Not a massive crowd in, but people probably filtering in when they knew that play had actually started on time, I suspect. A bit of doubt about that, perhaps 9:30 or so. Short from Hendricks, pulled safely into the leg side, and it will go 2 bounces for 4. That's the first one he's dragged down, and it's been thumped away by Charles. Well, just to prove he can play through the leg side. It was aerial, but he's given this quite a hit actually. Probably on a little bit higher on the bat than he would have liked, but it went a long way, and because of the fact he's only got 1 boundary rider out on the leg side, he thought, right, if I get enough on this, there's no way it's going to fall to a fielder.
Got some scores from around the country I'll come on to.
Hendricks to Charlesworth. I think it's about pushing that past Nick Welsh. Can't do it. He's got 4 men saving the single on the offside here, Hendricks.
Up at Chester Street, Sussex. I've got Durham at 27 for 2. That's a journey and a half, isn't it, Ian?
That's a long way for
our
lovely friend Adrian Harms, who covers Sussex all over the country. Tremendous company on commentary. Long old journey for him.
Essex are 33 for 1 against Yorkshire at Chelmsford.
Hendricks again, running away from our commentary position. That's again steered past right. That'll be 4 more. That's just on the hip, and Hendricks has strayed a couple of times in this over, and on that occasion, Marcus Harris profiting.
Glamorgan playing at Neath. Nice to see them taking the game out to West Wales, because they don't play at Swansea anymore. And it's a shame, because that's a lovely ground at St Helens, but they're at Neath at the Knoll. And Glamorgan are 34 for 2 against Lancashire. Northampton, where the hosts are 30 for 1 against Worcester after 7 overs. At the Oval, Surrey are 31 for 2 against Somerset. Warwickshire is a delayed start. And in the big game of the day, it hasn't started yet between Bahrain and Kuwait. Here's Chris Wright. That's a gorgeous shot. Marcus Harris. Oh, shot of the morning.
Yeah, that's a lovely off drive. Very, very straight. It's played in the V. Derbyshire have taken the 1 slip out. They've only got Kimber in there now, but as a result, even having an orthodox mid-off, it's quite wide, to be fair. Nothing Hill could do about that.
There's a gentleman down there who's here every day, every game. Down there, always stays in the same part of the ground. Here's right to Harris.
I think his name is Graham Hill. Somebody will tell me it's not, but I'm sure that is Graham Hill.
Not the...
No, not that one.
No, he was unfortunately killed in my neck of the woods in Barnet.
Oh.
Yeah, plane crash, 1975 was it, I think. Leicestershire come here, coached by Paul Nixon. Wonderful man, wonderful character of the game. Right in, just straying onto the pads of Harris, who plays it out to mid-on. Harris has moved very nicely onto 21, the same as his shirt number. So Charlesworth on 18.
This is obviously the penultimate over of the power play. I wonder, I mean, Wright is 37 now. I wonder whether they might be tempted to give him maybe a couple more overs here at the start. Just so that if he's loose and feels he's in a good rhythm. Might keep going.
Quite possibly. He's right, past the umpire. Oh, and that's squared Charlesworth up. Goes out to Rishi Patel, a backward point. Paul Nixon won the county championship with Leicestershire in 1996 and 1998. And made his debut for England at the age of 36. Played 20 white ball games, all in 2007, all in about a 4 or 5 month period. Given his debut against Australia, and apparently ran around the hotel screaming, "I'm living the dream, I'm living the dream." That's pulled by Harris, only to find the man out deep on the leg side, who is Nick Welsh, doing the fielding out there. He's got good coaching credentials as well. He won the Caribbean T20 League with the Jamaica Talawas. And he's a good man, Nico. He's an enthusiastic character, and that rubs off on his side. Right in. Harris plays it into the offside. No run.
And actually, one has to say that, given Leicestershire's red ball record recently, you've got to have that kind of character in there, haven't you? You've got to keep, chins up, chins up, chins up.
Well, he's working with not the biggest budget in the game, is he?
No.
Let's be honest. Let's be brutal about it. He's times are tough, and he has to make do, and he has to try and find players, often discards from other counties, and try and turn them into sort of decent cricketers. And
we have a change at the Ashley Down Road end. I'm going to see Vian Mulder replace Boyan Hendricks. Hendricks 4 overs 1 for 24. A couple of those boundaries he's conceded, 5 boundaries he's conceded, have been down to past the man at short fine legs. But Mulder is bowling around the wicket with his right arm sort of brisk medium. Again, not express pace. And Aaron Lilly with a good throw in from the deep. So a change before the end of the power play at this Ashley Down Road end. If you have joined us since play began 37 minutes ago, we started on time. The floodlights are on. It's been a bit grey light wise. There was some drizzle falling at around about 9 o'clock when I arrived at the ground. Dan was about 2 minutes after me, and then the drizzle kind of hung about for a while. The players didn't stop their pre-play nets. Here's Mulder in, and Harris will just pinch a single on the leg side. Round comes Hendricks. Again, it's very heavily stocked offside field here, with still the slip in and still 4 men saving the single for Mulder on the offside. So there's a big gap between short fine leg and mid on, but with a man out at deep square. So Mulder really has got to be very accurate with his line. And then we had a little bit of drizzle about 10:30, but the covers were always on, and there was a chance that we could start promptly. But I think that did influence the toss decision. I'm sure Jack Taylor would have done the same had he won. He didn't, and Gloucestershire were put in. And if you're thinking, Chris Dent must be out. No, he's not out. He's not playing today. Picked up an injury in training, in practice yesterday, so that's why Ben Charlesworth is in the team.
And batting very well.
Yeah, he's a shot selection a little bit erratic at the moment. He's tried to play perhaps 1 or 2 big shots where he needn't. And he almost, as Dan put it, got barbecued on a single which wasn't his call, where he would have been run out at the non-striker's end had there been a direct hit from Nick Welsh. But he got away with that. Ben Wells didn't get away with the chance that Lewis Kimber dropped. He was still bowled by Hendricks without scoring. Bells made, he was dropped on 0. In the end he made 1. And Mulder has bowled a pretty accurate line so far in this first over of his bowling duty today.
Yeah, he's just accurate, isn't he? And you can see why he's got such a good track record. Vian Mulder.
Again, he's played in the South African Test team. 10 tests in all. Same age as this shirt number. Pulled away by Charlesworth. That was a little bit more on his pads, but he didn't really time it. And again, Lily's got a really good arm out there at deep point. I mean, you might say that all first-class cricketers now probably have a pretty good arm, but there are one or two that don't. Lily isn't one of them. There's the view across the ground towards the apartments. It won't be quite as warm in there as it was in recent home matches. So there's the power play, 44 for 1. Gloucestershire. Ben Wells the man out. And we are going to have a change. We're going to have Chris Wright will come off, 5 overs for 17. And Ed Barnes is going to bowl from the pavilion end, far end from us. And if we look into the distance where the weather often comes from, you can just about see the Mendips. So fingers crossed, Dan.
Fingers crossed. Zach Crawley's gone. Caught by Aidan Markram, no doubt possibly behind the wicket. Here's Ed Barnes.
I don't think Barnes has played in the tournament for Leicestershire so far.
No. Released by Yorkshire. Here he's going to come around the wicket to Charlesworth, who plays him out to mid-off.
Yeah, he looked to be outside the crease when he bowled that, He was very, very wide. Have a look at that. I'll have a look at that off the next delivery. But he looks very wide on the crease.
And it's where your back foot is, with width on cutting the return crease. Let's have a look. Here he is around the wicket. Oh, he's right on the edge. Charlesworth given width there and missing out. Lovely story about Ed Barnes and Paul Nixon and his motivational style of coaching. And last year he was Leicestershire were desperate for runs in the game against Somerset, and Ed Barnes is a massive Coronation Street fan, and Paul Nixon said, if you score X amount of runs here, or we get the total past whatever, we're going to give you a tour of the Coronation Street studios. As Charlesworth plays that out into the covers, no run. And Ed Barnes did, and Paul Nixon kept his promise, and Ed Barnes was on one of those tourist little trips around the cobbles of Coronation Street. Oh. So yeah, there you go.
They're not real cobbles, are they?
I think they are. I think it's a real studio, isn't it? Like a real...
Well, it's probably built, but it isn't an actual location.
Here he is. Anyway, from Des Barnes to Ed Barnes.
In the same way that talking about cobbles, I saw a shot of there's a famous loaf where they used to do the advert of somebody pushing a bicycle up a hill, which is in Dorset.
Okay.
And that's an actual location. I want to say Shaftesbury. I'm not sure whether that's right or not.
Charlesworth just playing a little bit inside out though. He gets one out to Aaron Lilly at deep cover. And
what I mean to say is that is an actual location as opposed to a fully built set, which is manufactured, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah. We're here at Bristol, a Seat Unique Stadium, which over to our left there you'll see the City of Bristol College. I don't know if we can get that up on your screen, which was used as a filming location of Casualty back in the day. Here's Barnes into the crease. Harris just nudges him off the hip for a single through square. That completes the over. 46 for 1 at the end of the 11th. Charlesworth on 22, Harris on 23.
Yeah, Dan did give you a couple of scores from elsewhere around the country. Some teams 2 wickets down. You can't afford really to be. Certainly 3 wickets down is pretty bad news during a power play. You've got to be bat pretty carefully after that. Gloucestershire, 1 wicket down in what you might call murky-ish conditions in terms of the overheads anyway. So they'll be hopeful they can get a decent score. But they would have almost certainly preferred to have chased.
Rain at Northampton.
Yeah, some of the Midlands venues have had it a bit damp this morning. Fingers crossed we can have a full day here. Proper contest is always the best way. Here's Mulder in his second over. Ooh, Harris must be going to play round that. In the end, he squeezed it out on the leg side. Wright and Hendricks, the 2 opening bowlers, are at mid-on and mid-off respectively.
There's the Memorial Stadium, home of Bristol Rovers, over the roofs of the houses. Not far away, but less than half a mile, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not far at all. Obviously they lost last night up at Barnsley. That's the stand the media go in, by the way. So probably see your seat. Here's Mulder in outside the off stump and crashed away by Harris. There is a man out there, but I don't think. Has he stopped it? He has stopped it. That's a really good bit of work by Nick Welsh, right under the scoreboard.
Great effort. What an effort there, Nick Welsh.
He had, in a sense, no right to get to that, but the rope is just a bit behind, a bit further back from that grey area. As you can see, with the turf is a little bit more scorched, if that's the right phrase.
He's done well there not to touch the rope whilst in contact with the ball.
And he's just hauled it in. Harris defends.
It was a little bit quicker from Mulder there. It's the splice of Harris's bat. Yeah, I don't know if you saw any football results last night.
I was aware that your team have had a bright old start in their league.
I don't like to talk about it really, I haven't mentioned it at all this morning, but it's currently top Barnet, top of the National League.
Only one way from there. Here's Mulder in. Oh, and Harris tries just to work that away on the offside. Doesn't get it in exactly where he wanted it. And
yeah, come on you bees. Or as they say in North London, how you doing? All right.
See, you're answering your own question there, aren't you?
I think that's a sort of North London sort of thing to do as well.
Is it?
Yeah, 'cause you ask someone, how are they? And you go, how you doing? All right.
Mulder running away from us, and Harris defends out to Lewis Hill.
There was even a Barnet fans website a few years ago called HYDA.
It's a nice facility, actually. That I've been to Barnet's new home.
It's not in Barnet though, Ian. Not in Barnet.
No, that's the
issue.
That's the thing.
But it's a lovely ground.
Grimsby's ground isn't in Grimsby either.
No.
Here's Mulder staying around the wicket to the 2 left-handers, and Harris has gone aerial over the top. He's got enough on it, but it hasn't dropped near the hole, I'm afraid, on the green out into extra cover. It really was a sand wedge type shot.
Interesting shot.
A 50 up for Gloucestershire. That was quite risky though, with a packed offside field. He just tried to get it over the infield. He did, but I think he would have wanted it a much cleaner strike. There are the bowling figures for Leicestershire so far. Hendricks with the 1 wicket. Malta might have felt he should have deserved a wicket for the way he started. But Hendricks having removed Ben Wells in his opening 4-over burst, and 50 for 1 Gloucestershire after 12. Difficult to know what a good score might be on this pitch, because it has been used before this season, so I suspect it might not be a 300 wicket.
Barnes in, turns Charlesworth around a little bit. Mulder there just dropping down to third. So he was going to be Mulder to Gully there, which is like a a terrible pun.
Was it? Sorry, I'm not sure of the series. Was it
Mulder and Scully?
Yes. Sorry. We've worked together too long. That's the trouble.
Well, it's been nice knowing you, Ian, because after that I think I'm fired, mate. I think I'm gone. Ed Barnes around the wicket. Nice shot there by Charlesworth out to mid-off. Looks like his bat's coming from not straight down the line of the ball. It looks like he's scissoring across it a little bit, Ben Charlesworth, this morning from what I've seen. Let's have a look here where his bat's coming from. He's going inside out a little bit, isn't he?
I'm still looking at Barnes' position. Look where that mark is on the crease there.
Yeah. He's all right there. That's his front foot. He's allowed to do it. It's his back foot that he's not allowed to cut the crease with. Here is Barnes, and again Charlesworth scissors across the ball there, and it goes out into the offside.
I wonder if that's, in a sense, part of the I mean, obviously, Chris Dent is a much more experienced player. I wonder if that maybe part of the reason why he's not been able to get in the team is that technique-wise, the coaches don't feel he's quite in the right place.
Harris defends Barnes.
Now, this is an interesting scenario now, and I'm sure this will be right. We've got some hazy sunshine, but because the lights started being on at 11 o'clock, they've got to stay on for the rest of the day, haven't they?
Yeah, with energy bills the way they are at the moment.
That wasn't my thought. I mean, my thought was really about just the concept that if you may have at times when you've got the sun out and the lights on, but it's not guaranteed to be an absolute belter of a day.
Nice shot there from Harris out to mid-on.
His bat's making quite a nice sound, Harris, today.
Yeah, Hendricks the man at mid-on there. There's me who's been having a go at my son about leaving lights on around the house, and Gloucestershire keeping the floodlights on all day whilst we're in watery sunshine doesn't do me any favours when it comes to parental guidance. Barnes into the crease. Lovely shot, Marcus Harris.
Timed that really well. Barnes looks a bit rueful.
Yeah, Tom Scriven at cover there. Diving in vain. He's a interesting character. He's supposed to be quite lively, Tom Scriven, isn't he? With the ball in hand. He's supposed to be sort of quite decent. He's from Oxford originally. He's England under 19.
The Leicestershire attack, as we said, really has only one orthodox spinner in Aaron Lilly, so we're going to see quite a lot of this.
And Lilly was described on, I'll come on to it after this ball.
Mulder to continue from this Ashley Down Road end, and that's beaten Charlesworth. That's gone, I think, inside the bat, but outside the off stump. Taken by Swindles. Charlesworth having got something of a start here. We want to try and push on. Second look at this. Oh, he's gone inside that.
Yeah, Aaron Lilly's a spinner, but he was described by ESPN Cricinfo as fires in his off spinner at a pace that would make his illustrious predecessor Flatjack Simmons blush.
Charlesworth again into the ground this time.
So I don't think he gives it much loop.
No, off the back foot. And again, Welsh is out there in the deep. Well, Leicestershire in their tournament so far, they played 4. Gloucestershire, of course, played 5 games. Leicestershire have chased 247 to beat Surrey. They defended 359 against Middlesex, which is a big score. They then got bowled out cheaply at Hove and steered away by Harris. That will be 4. It's gone through where about third slip would have been. Not much joy for the bowler. And 50 partnership is up. Tom Scriven, the fielder down there, unable to cut that off. Here's a second look at this. Harris, this is reasonably deliberate. I think he's played that for that gap.
I think the moral victory goes to Mulder there. Mulder's the man with the bat who's been batting very well. He got 116 v Middlesex. He got 77 v Surrey. He got 68 against Warwickshire.
Yeah, top scorer for Leicestershire in the tournament. A couple of other people have got hundreds, mind you. Kimber and Welsh have both got to 3 figures. Mulder in again, and Harris out this time to the aforementioned Kimber, who's in short, who's on the single there at short extra. They've now got a long leg and a third man back for Mulder. Now that we're through the power play. Just remind you of the regulations of the tournament after this ball. Steered away this time again by Harris down to third man. Pick up one more. 3.5 hours is what is allowed for teams to bowl the 50 overs, which most teams would tend to get through in about 3.25 unless they're really slow. And it's 30 minutes for the break. So in theory, we should be completing the first innings at 2:30 and starting again at 3, but can I say quite a few sides have been getting through it by about 2:15. So that's if you're trying to plan your day, that's roughly when the break ought to come. That's pulled away on the full, 1 bounce 4. That's a good shot. It was a bit short from Mulder. It was leg side enough for Charlesworth to get inside the line, and he's picked up another 4. And that wasn't actually far from the fielder down there at wide long leg, but he hit it so cleanly that there was no chance of Barnes cutting that off. And Leicestershire might feel at the moment there are too many 4 balls. There have been 10 boundaries so far in 14 overs. Now, not all of those are genuine shots. There have been 1 or 2 that have been a bit tight in terms of offering opportunities for wickets, but that's quite a lot.
Yeah, this partnership building nicely for the hosts here. 57 these two are put on, and Harris about to face Ed Barnes. Slower ball. Harris picks it though and just defends it out.
Be seen as an extra option here.
Oh no, it's filthily slogged by Harris. 1 bounce for 4. Marcus Harris can play some absolutely beautiful shots. That was not one of them, but it's just as effective and the same amount of runs in the book as his cover drive. It's I suppose it was in the slot and he's just gone over the top. There's no fielder there, so it's a safe shot, a shot to nothing, as they say.
I wonder whether Hendricks will now be pushed back, or they'll keep mid-on up. No, he's coming back into an orthodox position on the edge of the circle.
Leicestershire unfortunately shorn of one of their spinners, Callum Parkinson. Here's Barnes, and Harris nudges that one. They run the first one quickly. They think about a second. But Nick Welsh is in quickly from the deep square boundary there. 70 for 1. Harris moves into the 40s.
So Parkinson, Ben Mike is away as well with the Trent Rockets, isn't he?
Yeah.
Rian Ahmed is with Southern Brave.
He's the young leg spinner.
Yeah, and Colin Ackerman. I think they're the 4.
Yeah. Charlesworth plays that into the onside. He might. He's only going to get 1 here.
I just
Welsh
wonder.
is quick across the ground there, isn't he?
Yeah, I just wonder whether Harris has seen enough of Barnes in this spell to think,
I fancy him.
Yeah, he is hittable. He at the pace he's bowling and what he's offering in terms of any movement, he is hittable.
Yeah, it's a shame. I'm sure Paul Nixon would have loved to have. That's a pleasant shot there by Harris, played out to middle. I'm sure Paul Nixon would love to have come here with his, spinners Parkinson, who's, I really like the look of him. He's a slow left armour. He gets the ball above the eye line. He doesn't bowl darts, he bowls proper slow left arm, and he's got, gets it up and down, and there's got a little bit of loop about him. I really like the look of Callum Parkinson. Twin brother of Matt. And Rian Ahmed, I haven't seen much of him, but a lot of people are raving about him. Young leg spinner. That's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. I think that's the first one of the morning, actually. So, good disciplines from the visitors.
Yeah, that's the first extra, in fact.
Yeah. 72 for 1. Charlesworth, 29.
Yeah, Callum Parkinson, 123 wickets at all but 40. So that's quite expensive, arguably, isn't it, for first class?
Yeah, Grace Road, though, is or whatever it's called now, is a batsman's paradise. And we saw the game against Glamorgan a few weeks back on it in the county championship. As that's played nicely by Harris. He's going to get more runs here. That could go all the way. No, Hendricks has got after it, but he's going to get 3 of them. And nice placement. It moves on to 44. That completes the over. We saw the game at Grace, or whatever.
You and I call it Grace Road.
Grace Road, yeah. We're old school. And I'm sure many listeners listening in, probably Leicestershire fans, still called it Grace Road as well. And we saw the game there against Glamorgan a few weeks back where Sam North East got, what did he get, 410? And Leicestershire got 580 and lost.
Well, we are going to see Kimber. I think Leicestershire turning to one of their slow options, probably not their frontline slow option in terms of Aaron Lilly, but if Kimber can just be a stand breaker here, we'll just check the run rate a little bit. I've lost just 75 or 15, and fairly simple maths will tell you that's 5 and over. So for Kimber, they're going to have as you might expect, a long on and long off out to this short straight boundary. 3 in the ring on the offside with the 2 left-handers. Kimber round the wicket. That's very similar, I would say, to an Ollie Price delivery. It's quite gentle. The question will be, is there any turn in this pitch for him? I think that's tossed up, and Harris got to 44 pretty quickly, better than a run of ball at the moment. Kimber again, and again Harris has a good look at that. I think
no need to do anything different. They're going at 5 and over.
Yeah, the Gloucestershire spinners will quite like this. Quite like the look of this. If this is an indication of the response of this pitch, that's chopped away this time, and find the gap too by Harris. There is again Welsh running round in front of the main or the big electronic scoreboard on the Kennington Avenue side, and they pick up a couple. But I think it was the Somerset game where you were here, Dan, and I wasn't, where you said the real response from the spinners was by bowling it really slowly and giving it the opportunity just to bite if there was anything there. Kimber again around the wicket, and Harris again off the back foot. We'll pick up one more, again out to Welsh on the deep cover fence.
Yeah, I think the Somerset game was more about taking pace off the ball. I think this might be a slightly drying wicket, and I wonder if you need to push it through a little bit quicker on it, because the turn is so slow you've got time to adjust.
Well, Kimber certainly isn't doing that. He's giving it every chance. And that's a very respectable first over for him. And he might be a second spin option genuinely here for Leicestershire. Only three singles off that. And there is the details of the Gloucestershire second wicket stand. Hendricks with the 1 wicket so far, knocking back Ben Wells' off stump. And do drop us a note if you're following us and you have email access. There's our email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and Dan Whiting and I will do our best to answer the tricky questions. Although Dan tends to say that he leaves those to me.
Quite right, I do. I'm just here for the laughs, Ian. You're here. You're the serious man. You're here to do the nuts and bolts.
So Barnes has been hit out of the attack. 3 overs for 17, and this is Tom Scriven.
Yeah, I tell you, where is a lovely ground in Leicester, where they have played in the past, and I believe that it went into disrepair. I don't know, maybe some Leicestershire fans can tell us. There's a ground called Leicester Electric. Scriven in, and that's just tickled round the corner. Scriven, as I said, he came through the Hampshire system. He got a record score for them in their age group cricket, got 288 for them. Yeah, but Leicester Electric is a lovely little ground. It's got a really sort of Art Deco pavilion. It's just played out to mid-on. They've used Colville in the past. They've used Hinckley. Oakham School, which is very nice venue.
I'm old enough to remember there was a Scriven that played for Somerset. Only limitedly, but did. TJA Scriven.
Nice shot from Charlesworth. No run. Still remains on 29.
1988.
Okay. Tim Scriven.
Yep.
Yeah, slow left armour.
4 first-class matches and 9 matches in List A.
Usually around the same time as like Harvey Trump.
Oh, there's a Trump. There's a story about Harvey Trump.
Charlesworth just giving himself a little bit of room. Plays it into the offside for a single.
So, in the rare time, it was a rare time when Somerset played Gloucestershire in a county game, and it wasn't here in Bristol, and it was at the old Wagon Works ground in Gloucester, and Harvey Trump took 14 wickets in that game, and they said the umpire's report said it turned too much, and they never played there again.
Wow. Well,
I think it was 90. Was that? I was saying 92. That feels too late.
Scriven, a bit of width to Harris, who just pushes that one into the offside. Not a full-blooded drive. You can see the Mendips a lot more clearly now, Ian. It's looking very pleasant over Cameron Hastie's free-holding over there on the Mendips.
It was 92, yeah. Played at the Wagon Works. 14 for 104.
Scriven past the umpire, and that's just worked with the bottom hand out to long on. Buren Hendricks doing the fielding down there. That completes the over, so 82 for 1. Charlesworth on 31. Harris just 1 away from his 50.
England are 3 down in the test match, so things pretty tricky for batting there.
There's our view over Bristol.
Lees for 5, Crawley for 9, and Root for 8. 2 wickets for Rabada. So it's Bairstow and Ollie Pope at the moment.
In Johnny we trust. That's a lovely view. That's our view from up here in the commentator's box, and looking over towards Clifton. And that's the cathedral you can see there in the distance.
Here's Lewis Kimber in for a full toss, and has he bowled him?
He's missed it. He's missed a full toss.
He's completely bowled Ben Charlesworth. I thought he'd missed it and the keeper missed a stumping, and he's bowled him with a full toss. His eyes lit up then, and Kimber has got a wicket in his second over. Oh, that's...
He didn't even look at Kimber. He doesn't celebrate. He's apologetic.
It's hit the bottom of the off stump, and Charlesworth has... I've not seen a player miss out on what looked to be a freebie there and walk away as disconsolately as that for a while. Charlesworth out for 31 and Gloucestershire are 82 for 2. Good partnership between him and Harris, but that should have gone for 4 to mid-wicket, and he will be replaced by Gloucestershire wicketkeeper James Bracey.
He'll be disappointed, Ben Charlesworth, 'cause he'd done the hard work. You know, as an opening batsman, you do get your good deliveries early on, and you will get your ones and your ducks and your twos or whatever, because the new ball will do things, and you will get your low scores. So when you get to your 30s, you know, that's when you've got to cash in, go big, get greedy. And Charlesworth there's done all the hard work, and I thought he was on for a big score today. And he's inexplicably missed a full toss.
And it was quite a high full toss actually as well, wasn't it? It was really one that you would have said, right, eye on the ball, and he's completely misjudged it.
Sometimes your eyes do light up, though. I mean, you know, I'm sure it was your stock-taking wicket ball, wasn't it?
Oh, what the gentle loopy full toss, yeah. Yeah, bowled a few of those.
I've smashed a few of those down deep square legs throat, it's got to be said.
Right, here's a man who's in form from a Gloucestershire point of view in this tournament. James Bracey faces Kimber, and he's got a man in there. Skipper Hill is in at short mid-wicket. Bracey with the 100 here in the successful chase against Notts. That's
well bowled.
Nicely just turned a little bit. Kimber again. He's definitely getting a little bit of response out of this pitch from Patel. It's a terrible throw. What do you have in mind there? That's a gimme for James Bracey to get off the mark. What Patel's thought was there. That was poor cricket. And we said that Charlesworth, he has obviously missed that full toss, and it says bowled Kimber in the book, but I might have a look at that at the end of the over to see whether he got anything on that at all. Kimber again, and Harris gets the call, and Bracey answers it, and Harris goes through to 50 off 47 balls, I think that is, and 7 fours. Job not done yet from a Gloucestershire point of view. Kimber's whistling through these overs. Bracey pushes up to Chris Wright at long off. He'll just take one. But Kimber's done his job. And well, we can have a second look at that Charlesworth thrash across the line. Did he get anything on this? Yes, dragged it on in fact. We couldn't, that was a different angle. From a slightly higher camera angle, you can see that he got a bottom edge on that. But yeah, no big celebration from Kimber. I think he knew that, yeah, he got a little bit fortunate there. Gloucestershire's run rate, Dan, still though almost at 5. Only 2 wickets down, so.
What do you think is a par score here?
Well, I did wonder whether it wouldn't be 300, but.
Bracey? Oh, that's well bowled there by Scriven.
I think it may sound obvious to say this, but unless Leicestershire can chip away through the top order, containing them to much less than that might be difficult. I mean, I was kind of thinking sort of 280 might be about as many as Gloucestershire could get, but I'm not sure now.
Scriven around the wicket.
It's wickets in hand that they need to keep.
Bracey.
If they're going to get to there or higher, then Harris would need to bat quite long, and then you'd need to have some aggressive play in the middle order from someone like a Jack Taylor, perhaps.
Yeah, or Zafar. Anyway, it's 86 for 2. Going along quite nicely, despite the loss a moment ago of Ben Charlesworth. Scriven around the wicket. Harris defends. You weren't a fan of that throw there from Rishi Patel?
Oh, that was... What was the thought process there? There was no chance of a single. It was a wild throw from 15 yards away.
Well, he went to Brentwood School, Rishi Patel, which is also where Frank Lampard went. Lovely shot there. That's good fielding there from Patel. That fielding was...
redeemed himself somewhat.
Yeah, much better. Because the throw in the previous over was more like the cricketing skills of another man from Brentwood School, Mr. Noel Edmonds. And Paul Nixon would certainly swap that bit of fielding there for the swap shop from the throw from the previous over. Harris defends. Nasty little bobble there before the ball gets out to Ed Barnes, fielding at extra cover.
Scriven didn't look very happy on his follow through there. I don't know whether that was just the way he's walking back. Well, so I'm not saying there's an injury of any sort, but he wasn't very happy with the rhythm of his run at the moment.
Ooh, here he started his run there and stopped. Let's just see if he's okay here. Scriven. Here he comes into the crease. That's played out to long on. He's limping around a little bit. He doesn't look happy. That completes the over.
Yeah, that's
87 for 2.
Griff. Yeah, he's just flexing what looks like his left leg. Or his left. It's almost like a left question. Yes, he is.
Well spotted, Ian. So were you talking of Noel Edmonds, were you a swap shop man or were you a Tiswas man back in the day?
I didn't really watch either avidly.
Yeah.
I kind of was aware of both, but
yeah. You were sort of more Bill and Ben the flower pot men.
Kimber continuing with his, I say off spin. It is quite gentle off spin, but that's what it is, and it certainly deceived Ben Charlesworth. Kimber would say. I mean, I think the wicket celebration said it all. He knew that a ball that should have gone for 4 says bold Kimber in the book, and sometimes you get that. And with Bracey, the new man in, they've now got Scott Steele on as a sub-fielder, and he is just coming up inside the circle at mid-on. Bracey hits that into the ground, though, out through the covers once more, and Welsh, who's got a good arm, is permanently positioned out there. And now for Harris, they're going to drop long on and long off, well, almost back on the rope. Kimber, again, not much bounce there, and Harris has hit that square as a long chase round once more for Welsh, and again he stops it well, and they'll just pick up 2.
Last week against Nottinghamshire, That outfield, it has slowed up with the rain we've had here. And
that would have gone for 4.
That would have been, the fielder wouldn't have even moved. It was that quick.
So Welsh, who's probably opened the batting for Leicestershire today. Having a lot of work out there at the moment. Kimber off about 3 paces. Hit down the ground and 2 bounces into the hands of Chris Wright, who puts a real good shift in there to make a stop.
37 years old, Chris Wright.
Off. Now, he got a nice bounce there, to be fair, but it still took some stopping. And stop it he did. Steele again comes back up inside the circle. They're deciding to make another change. They're going to push Steele back. And they're going to allow Kimber to bowl with 2 men out. Oh, and that's straight. It's bowled him. Bracey goes, and Kimber has got a 2nd wicket. And delight, in particular, from Swindles, the wicket-keeper. Bracey has gone, and Gloucestershire on 92 for 3. And a 2nd wicket for the off-spinner. Here's a second look at this. This is a much more genuine victory for the bowler.
Good flight from Kimber, but Bracey looking to work that one leg side, and she plays round. What was a straight one, really? Maybe it turned a little bit, but
just a little bit, I think.
Yeah, but
so Bracey goes, and now increasingly Marcus Harris becomes the linchpin in this Gloucestershire innings. Ollie Price will come out now at number 5, so you'll go to a right-hand, left-hand combination. He again has had in this tournament, and obviously it's a tournament which is geared towards somebody like him. The average is 29. He's got a top score of 43, so it tells you he's had several starts, but coming in the middle order hasn't really gone on to make what you might call a significant match-changing impact, albeit he got was it Durham? I think he got a 6, certainly a 6 and a 4, if not a 6 and 2 4s in that last over, and Gloucestershire only won by 6, so arguably you could say, well, that made the difference there. But in terms of a big score on the board, and here he's coming in, still with 30 overs to go.
Yeah, so Gloucestershire just need to be careful that they get this score well into the 200s here, because at the moment they are, another 2 wickets here, and they're in big trouble. It's a good fight back from Leicestershire.
Interesting, though, that it's come through one of their spinners, and arguably not their real front line spinner, who we haven't seen yet. So Kimber to Ollie Price, and again there is a little bit of response there for him, and another wicket then for Kimber in that over. He's taken 2 for 11 in 3 overs, and when you've still got your frontline spinner to be brought into the attack, that's proved to be a good bowling change to bring him on from Lewis Hill.
Yeah, 92 for 3 at the end of the 20th over. So let's go around the country. Derbyshire v Kent, delayed start there, inspection at 1:30. Durham 54 for 3. They've only bowled 13 overs, so I think there's probably been a little bit of rain there. Essex at Chelmsford, they're 70 for 2 off 15. Glamorgan 57 for 2 off 15 against Lancashire. Northants, that's delayed by rain. They got 9 overs in this morning. They got to 44 for 1 in the game against Worcestershire. Change of bowling. Bjorn Hendricks comes in from the pavilion end, bowling to Marcus Harris.
Yes, we've been fortunate so far that what sort of rain is around in the West Country has missed us. I wonder if James can look on the old weather app over there and see if there's any change to the forecast for later in the day.
And at the Oval, Surrey off just shy of 15 overs, a 67 for 2 in the game against Somerset. Hendricks comes in. Harris has a waft at that and misses it. And they still haven't gone on at Edgbaston either. So
I mean, it's an interesting call down this, isn't it? Because I think Leicester have got 3 wickets. Hendricks only bowled 4 overs at the top. Scriven has obviously had to go off for whatever reason. I wonder if this might be maybe 2 overs, just see if they can nip one more out with one of their opening bowlers without too much of risk of using overs they might need later.
Yeah, possibly. Here's Hendricks, and that's a lovely shot there by Harris. They get through for 1. Great bit of fielding there by Ed Barnes at extra cover. That game at Edgbaston, both these sides will have one eye on that, because, you know, if someone can play here and win, Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire are also in the mix to finish in the top 3 in this group as well. And it could be sort of Royal London Cup defining, couldn't it? You know, today. It really could be.
Yeah, and obviously Warwickshire have had a tie already, which complicates the table somewhat,
yeah,
I think.
Pesky ties. Here's Ollie Price about to face Hendricks, who hits him amidships. Right, I've got the weather app. This is Met Office. Chance of precipitation is less than 10%, or
here.
10%. Yeah.
So we might be fortunate. Actually, that sky over the pavilion now is a little bit brighter than it was earlier, in terms of the general visibility. Yes. I would say is a bit clearer.
There's a dirty grey cloud above us, though, isn't there?
Yeah, but with the lights on, we can continue.
And Mendip's bathed in sunshine in the distance.
Slip back in now for Ollie Price.
Hendricks. Nice shot by Price. And he goes out to mid-off, where Lewis Hill does the fielding.
Interesting. I think I was told this. Where are we today? Wednesday. Monday night. There is a website blog, I believe it's called Deep Extra Cover.
Yeah.
And Ollie Lathrop has been asked to write a piece, or like a review of Gloucestershire's season. Not quite, obviously, for the slate yet, so to speak.
Defended there.
And I think he's got Ollie's brother Tom as the breakthrough player for Gloucestershire for this year, and I think not many of us would argue with that. Tom, championship wise, he's got 14 wickets at 27. Not got a huge amount of runs, but he's only played 5 games, so that's not too bad. And in this tournament as well, he's played 3 matches in this tournament, and he's taken 5 wickets in this as well. So, yeah, he's developed his game a little bit from last year.
Well, in the game against Durham, he bowled that crucial final over, didn't he? And,
he did.
And slipped a no ball in there, and I was hiding behind my settee.
Here is Kimber with 2 wickets already coming into bowl to Marcus Harris. And I should say that Ollie's player of the season at the moment is Zafar Gahar.
Okay.
Which I don't think you would say that would be too poor a call. I think he's the top wicket taker in the championship. 1 more to Harris. Championship, he has 32 wickets, which is more than anybody else, and he's averaging 27 with the bat. So that's not too bad. In this tournament as well, he's made useful runs in 2 of the matches already. So
yeah, I'd probably go Chris Dent myself. I know he's missed a few.
Kimber tosses that right up, and Ollie Price is forward, just defending. I think because Zafar's got 2 strings to his bow, so to speak. He's got 2 50s in this competition already. Again, tossed right up and with a bit of spin there for Kimber.
Yeah, he's got miles outside the line though. That's the thing with off spinners.
Interesting, but he's not bowling darts here, is he? He's literally, he's bowling it very slowly.
Yeah.
A lesson here for the Gloucestershire spinners later.
Aaron Lilly there just asking if he wants a short mid-wicket, I think. But with off spinners, you see a lot of batsmen batting on off stump to them. I'll come on to it.
Kimber still with the slip in, swept by Ollie Price. And that may run away all the way for 4. Down right by the club score, the club office, it will do. He's placed that well because Welsh has covered a lot of ground away on that deep square boundary, but he's got enough on that. Here's the second look at this.
You see, he gets his pad outside the line. You get batsmen now who bat on off stump, especially to off spinners, and even playing a defensive shot, you can get your pad outside the line of off stump, taking, as long as you're playing a shot, it takes LBW out of the equation. Kimber. Still bowling. Still going.
Yes, this is his 4th over. Just the 1 ball to go. But that's the first boundary he's conceded. Ollie Price waits for him. And goes back and very respectful. You know, but he's bowled. He's taken 2 for 16 in 4 overs. And given that Gloucestershire have probably 4 spinners who they could use at various points, they will be encouraged by what he's got out of this pitch and perhaps interested to see how he's done it. We've had 90 minutes, pretty interesting cricket so far. A good second wicket stand after the early loss of Ben Wells between Charlesworth and Harris, and then Charlesworth and Bracey both out to Kimber in rather different fashions. It says bowled Kimber in the book, but one was a drag on and one was I think a genuinely, you know, a good ball that, you know, Bracey could do nothing about.
Yeah, they're going to inspect at 12:45 at Edgbaston. Harris plays that out into the offside off Hendricks, left arm. He's brisker than medium, I'd say. Hendricks. He's, you know, and he's from Belleville Cricket Club in Cape Town. 32 years old now. He's been around. Just the one test after impressing for the South Africa A side. Got a couple of fifers, one against Australia, and they got him in that side pretty quick. Here he is as Harris plays out. That's just bobbled off the ends there and squirts under the body of Rishi Patel off the used ends. England now 64 for 4. Johnny Bairstow gone. Ooh. Looks like it might be doing a little bit of Lords. Bairstow bowled by Amrich Nortje. He's quick. He's genuinely quick, that guy. Here's Hendricks. Price plays that out into the covers. Just bobbles before it gets out to Louis Kimber.
That dark cloud Dan was referring to, I think it's going... I was saying it was going round us, but it just met our cameraman out on that the plinth just out in front of where we're doing our commentary from. It's just very, very fine drizzle.
Slower ball there from Hendricks.
But obviously the rules are we'd have to have 10 overs per side to make a game of it, so Gloucestershire well beyond that, having batted for just over an hour and a half at the moment.
A very good history teacher called Mr. Hendricks when I was at school, South African. Lovely chap. Here's Buran Hendricks. In and Price plays that watchfully.
Yes, looks as though Leicestershire might be deprived of Tom Scriven here. He bowled 2 overs, but in the second, it was the 5th ball of the second one, he just did not look happy as he followed through. Did bowl the last ball, but has since gone off. And Nathan Bowley is out on the field at deep mid-wicket as a sub-fielder at the moment for Leicestershire. So it remains to be seen whether Scriven can come back on and bowl or not.
Hendricks coming around the wicket now as Price plays that into the offside, and that's the 100 up in the 23rd over. 100 for 3. In fact, it's at the end of the 23rd over.
Yeah, he's finely balanced this game.
It certainly is. It's a good contest, this.
A lot has been said about Leicestershire's struggles in red ball cricket, but they're certainly competitive white ball wise. Paul Nixon has made them that. And Kimber is having a chat with his captain here about the field he might want for Ollie Price, having played that sweep in the last over. So they're going to bring a man. I think Barnes is coming across for the top edge now, so he's going to go to short fine leg, and then the deep square is now very square, right in front of the scoreboard. But he might even be behind square fractionally. Yes, he is. So Kimber again to Price, who tries to avert that by playing the reverse sweep. He's played it really well. He might get 4. There's a chase around the boundary for Bowley, and he won't be able to haul it in.
Yeah, clever cricket, Ollie Price.
Seen the 2 men out there for that shot, and therefore he's played what is now almost seen as a regulation shot with the reverse sweep. Played it really low, and it was almost a paddle, but he got good power on it. Kimber to continue to him. He'll try and play it again, and Swindles asks about the catch behind. Not given.
No one else interested.
No, he was the only person who was. Lewis Hill just asking Bowley to go a bit squarer on that point boundary, and Ollie Price plays the orthodox little nudge into the leg side for 1. So we're in that phase of the game now, really, where Gloucestershire would like to just tick the score over for maybe 10 overs. Play kind of low risk cricket if they can. Can these two do it?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'd like to get up to about 180 at the end of 40 overs with no more than 1 wicket lost, and then have a dip.
Harris, again, good stop from Kimber off his own bowling. You'd expect to stop that, but he still did it. So you're only going at 4 then, aren't you, Dan, for the next 17 overs or so on that basis?
Yeah.
Oh, big swish, and Harris has gone. Badly misjudged that. Stumped off the wide by Swindles. And Harris has been absolutely suckered there. Let's have a second look at this. He's made the call really early. It is wide, and it's an easy stumping for Swindles. And there's the signal from the umpire at the bowler's end. Stumped off a wide, but it says stumped in the book. It's a big wicket for Leicestershire to get rid of Marcus Harris. He goes for 58, and it's 105 for 4.
Yeah, good cricket there from Kimber. Just saw him coming through it a little wider, and Harris was never going to reach it. And Swindles did the rest, and Harris didn't even attempt to get back. A lot of pressure on this man's shoulders now. Jack Taylor been batting very, very well in this tournament. He's been bowling very well as well. But if he's today, his team really needs him.
Yeah, there's a lot on this partnership, and Zafar Gahar, you would say, I've got to get the majority of whatever Gloucestershire can muster. And the thing is that, and a little bit the case, I might just go back and look at that card from the game against Notts in terms of how long Bracey and Taylor had to bat when they joined forces. It was something, it might have been about this point actually, because I think the stand was in something like 17 overs and they won with 10 overs to go, so that would mean that Taylor would be coming in with about 23 overs gone, and here he is again, probably in earlier than he'd like, if truth be told.
Yeah, but they were 69 for 4 against Somerset, and they recovered to win that game. They were 115 for 4 against Notts.
And Kimber, now with impressive figures. And again, you've got a warm hand from his teammates here.
I think they were in about the 18th over. Taylor and Bracey in that game. The end of 20 overs in the game against Nottinghamshire, they were 123 for 4, and the wicket fell in 115.
Oh, so right, okay, so he's a little later, but not much. And ideally, you want Jack Taylor in probably no more than 10 or 12 overs to go, because then you think, right, he's still got some batting to come if he should get out cheaply. But here,
you see Mulder,
Zafar Hart is next in at 7. Tom Price, and then Tom Smith, and then the tail.
Here's Mulder into Ollie Price, who defends that. Leicestershire scenting Gloucestershire blood here, though.
And not perhaps from the source they would have thought.
No. Kimber 3 for 21 off 5. Mulder coming into the attacks. Leicestershire bowling figures are Wright's none for 17 off 5. Hendricks 1 for 27 off 6. As Mulder comes in. Ollie Price plays that into the covers. Mulder's none for 17 off 3. Barnes none for 17 off 3. Kimber 3 for 21 off 5. The pick of the bowlers. And Scriven none for 6 off just a couple of overs.
We've got 2 right-handers in now, which may influence the decision, I suppose, about whether Lilly comes on from the other end or not.
Price defends, no run.
I'm surely Kimber's going to keep going here, isn't he? But particularly if Scriven is out of the attack.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see Jack Taylor's tactics to him, because Jack Taylor's like to put bat to ball very early in his innings. He's hit, I think in the game against Durham he was like 15 or 4 balls or something like that.
Well, he didn't let Singh or Budinger bowl to him defensively at all against Notts.
Mulder in, short ball. Price goes pulling and toe ends that. More chalk, please, Oliver. 106 for 4. So it'll be interesting to see if Taylor tries to whack him out of the attack, especially to this short boundary down here at the Ashley Down Road end. And it'll be a fascinating battle. Mulder. Price just drops that into the offside.
Yeah, I think what we've seen so far, Mulder has more control. Mulder and Wright would have had more control than the other seamers. So it's a question of how Lewis Hill balances this up.
Vian is short of Willem. Defended. That's a maiden. Well bowled. Whether he's Willem or Vian. He's well bowled. He's got a maiden there. 106 for 4. Halfway through the innings. I think Gloucestershire at this stage might be happy with 250. And you do wonder if that might be competitive here, if there is a little bit in this wicket.
For the spinners.
For the spinners, but I think also with the new ball, I think there's a little bit as well. And I think we're going to see a wicket that's maybe far more even in the contest between bat and ball than we've seen in the hot weather in recent weeks.
And there will be some people who would say, do you know what, I think that actually makes it more interesting.
It certainly does, yeah, it does. Although, cricket's sometimes, Ian, you like to dine on lobster thermidor, and sometimes you like a McDonald's.
Oh, well, there was a lovely tweet just on that. I'll come back to that perhaps during this over. Kimber in, and that's immediately Jack Taylor's taken the aggressive approach to Kimber, and he's lofted him straight over long off for 6.
There you go, question answered.
He is not going to allow Kimber just to roll his arm over here. That was tossed up, and Taylor said, right, there we go. I'm in pretty good touch bat-wise at the moment. And first ball. Yes, I might come back to the end of the over because Kimber gets through his overs really quickly. Again, tossed up, Jack Taylor, not tempted by the second one that's floated up. He'll just take a single quietly up to Chris Wright at long on. It was a post on social media from Martin Bicknell, former Surrey and England seam bowler, who said something referenced that.
Quite vociferous about the 100, isn't he, recently on Twitter?
He is quite. Reverse sweep in on the bounce this time from Ollie Price, straight to, I think that is Bowley. No, Bowley's out on the rope. That might be Barnes there, I think, at was in effect backward point. Kimber's in the chat with his captain. No change in the field. Price thought about coming down the pitch then and went back in the end. He'll squeeze a single out to Lilly. He won't take one on his arm. And one more to Gloucestershire. 4 down they are. Harris 58. The big scorer so far, but stumped off a wide down the off. Not stumped off a wide down the leg side is one thing. Stopped off a wide down the offside. Something you don't see very often. Kimber tosses that right up. Jack Taylor fires that into the ground. There is a man out at long off this time, and they'll only take a single. Martin Bicknell's Twitter was to do with white ball cricket, and he said short form cricket, I think he called it, and he said it's a bit like burger and chips. It's all right once in a while, but not all the time.
Very true.
You can't live on it.
No.
Or you shouldn't. Another man on the offside now for Ollie Price to try and stop that reverse sweep, and Kimber bowls it tight enough to off stump that he can't get away with that, just has to defend. So Jack Taylor already on to 8. Ollie Price has 11. There's the card, and Kimber with 3 wickets. Charlesworth played on, but Bracey and Harris, I think you have to give due credit to the bowler for both of those in particular, and his overall figures 3 wickets in his 6 overs, 3 for 31, as you can see.
You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and Egon Ronnie Randall here at the Seat Unique Stadium. 115 for 4 of 26 overs.
Oh, just a last thought on sort of edible matters.
Yeah.
You know the famous rascal cake?
Yes. Oh, you haven't. Mulder in Taylor defends. You haven't.
Apparently, you mentioned it during the Somerset commentary on the day I wasn't here.
Right. Okay.
So, somebody sent me a note and said, "Can I have the recipe for it, please?"
It really is a rascal of a cake.
It's actually a very simple recipe, to be fair, but I did pass it on.
Mulder approaching the crease. Taylor just nudges him to Rishi Patel at backward point. No run.
You come back to your stat about, would they want 180 with 10 overs to go? I think they would want 180 with 10 overs to go, particularly if these two were still in.
Yeah.
And I'm sure.
And then you can go at 8 and maybe get your score to 260, and Gloucestershire would take 260 all day long. They really would. Mulder, short ball to Taylor, who smashes that tennis style into the ground. More like Roger Taylor than Jack Taylor. One for your era there, Ian Randall.
Yeah, he was left-hander, wasn't he, Roger Taylor?
Was he left-hander?
Yeah, left-hander, yeah.
Mark Cox was a left-hander as
well.
He
was too, yeah.
John Lloyd, was he a left-hander?
No.
David Lloyd? I thought John Lloyd was left-hander, was he not?
I thought Roger Taylor was a left-hander. I know you're doubting me now.
Taylor, defender. Quite a few decent left-handers around at the time. John McEnroe, Guillermo Vilas.
Yeah, he was a left-hander. Indeed, he was.
Roscoe Tanner, was he left-hander?
Yes. Gosh, very fast serve.
Yeah.
Very explosive serve.
Jimmy Connors left-handed?
Yes, it's raining. Not heavily.
Yeah.
But it is drizzling.
Mulder in. Taylor nudges that one into the leg side.
And
I wonder if the umpires might just, Billy Taylor, Paul Nicholls might just have a little conflab here. 2
balls to go in this over.
It's coming down quite steadily. The Mendips in the distance, there's the haze, but they are bathed in sunshine. It's a bit of a trick of the light over there, I think. Mulder in. Price just drops Mulder.
It's a sort of
into backward point.
Is that the end of the over? Yes, it is. Umpires don't look too.
Here they go.
Well, I'm going to say they might have a chat, and yet in the 2 balls they've bowled since I mentioned it was raining, it's probably eased a fraction.
Yeah.
So they probably think it might just pass.
Let's have a look at the end of the over. I think it might be one of those ones.
And equally, because they're using a different ball from each end, the ball is not going to get quite so wet, is it? Which is a good thing, actually.
Yeah, I agree. However, young Mr. Kimber has been withdrawn from the attack. And Chris Wright's going to come back on.
Yeah, 3 for 31 from 6 overs. Job very well done, you would say.
Yeah.
For Leicestershire.
Good cricket that from Lewis Hill and from, I don't know if Paul Nixon's the think tank behind it, but, you'd have gone for Aaron Lilly as your frontline spinner, wouldn't you? And he's chucked the ball to Kimber, who's, got 3 good wickets there. Harris, Bracey, Charlesworth. All left-handers.
So Chris Wright back into the attack. Only had 5 overs at the outset. And a change of ends as well. Oh, Jack Taylor's made a big shot that he's got inside the line. The right foot hasn't gone towards the ball in the right place. And he's tried to crash that way through the offside and got nowhere near it. Yeah, that rain... It's kind of thick drizzle just for a little while. There are still some umbrellas up, but that may be as much just as precaution than anything else. Right in, and Taylor forces that away, but only again to point.
The forecast keeps changing, but what I saw at sort of 12, 1 o'clock was we might get a little bit until about 2. And if you look at the rain there on the Mendips, you can see it in the distance now. The Mendips have almost disappeared from view. And when that starts to go, Ian Randall knows.
Whether it's heading in our direction, but you've just got to be hoping that the rain can go round the ground a bit today. very localised. A long sliding stop from Swindles, who wins the prize for the longest slide of the season there, out towards the edge of the circle. He hasn't
it's good.
done himself a mischief on that. That was a very, very long. I mean, James has got a chance to do the wide angle on that last delivery. So we can have a look at that slide from Swindles. That camera angle will be very interesting.
I haven't seen a Leicester keeper cover so much ground since the days of Mark Wallington.
Here he's right in again to Ollie Price. He'll pick up one more. We're never going to get two there. Bowley is still out on the outfield as a sub-fielder here. So Scriven still not on the field. And
do you remember Mark Wallington?
I do remember Mark Wallington, yeah.
Good keeper, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Replaced Shilton, I think, at Leicester.
Yeah, he would have been in that Leicester team. So people like John Samuels, Dennis Rofe,
Alan Birchinall,
Keith Weller. Here is right in once more, and another single to Jack Taylor. I think at one stage, do you know the record?
Was Chris Garland there? I think he was.
Yes, I think he was. Do you know what record Steve Whitworth held for quite some time? Yes, it shouldn't be too difficult to work out, actually.
Most gingerous moustache on a fullback?
Not quite, no. 119 for 4, Gloucestershire, or a short one from right, which is pulled by Ollie Price out to deep square. They'll just get one. Again, Welsh is out there. That throws a bit awkward for the keeper, but he gets it on the bounce. Swindles, end of the over. And
here we go.
Here's the replay of that shot during the right over, flicked away by Taylor. And here is the slide from Swindles.
Whoa!
It was quite a long one. It wasn't quite as bad as I thought from our angle, but as you can see, it took him a while to.
Steve Whitworth, was he? Hang on, let's have a think. Was it most consecutive appearances?
Not quite. You kind of just go on from that thought process, and
without scoring a goal.
Correct. That is absolutely it.
Mulder in. Dennis Rofe, who was came to Bristol Rovers up the road here as manager, wasn't he, for a little bit?
I think
he was in that song.
I think some Leicester supporter might tell me what this actually was. I thought it was over 300 games without a goal in his career.
Came to Barnet for a little bit as well, Steve Whitworth. And he finished his career at Barnet, I believe. Well, he's definitely at Barnet for at least a year. One of Barry Fry's signings. Mulder. And that's just run off the face by Ollie Price down to Chris Wright down below us in front of the Jack Russell stand.
In fact, he never scored a goal for Leicester. 353 appearances, didn't score. Didn't score at Sunderland, didn't score at Bolton, only scored 2 goals in his professional career.
Didn't score at Barnet, did he?
Didn't score at Barnet either.
No. Jack Russell, birthday the other day. Happy birthday, Jack, if you're listening in. I know you listen to the stream occasionally. Drop us a line.
It's quite scary. Jack's 60 next year.
Oh, I bet he's still got it though, hasn't he? I bet he's still got it. Yeah, drop us a line, Jack. Here's our email address in the top right-hand corner for you, because there we go, commentators at glossccc.co.uk, because he describes himself as not being the most technologically minded of chaps. You don't need to be if you're that good with the gloves.
Oh,
you know.
Well, if you saw the picture he did on the first ball at Cheltenham.
Mulder, short ball. Taylor goes for the uppercut and misses out. Yeah.
The story was Jack went to Cheltenham the day before the festival started.
Yeah.
And started a picture that day, which was going to be the first ball the day after, so he could get the background in.
Yeah.
And he posted a mini shot of that said picture on social media, and he thought, oh, that is it. That is just captures the whole atmosphere of the place. And that will
He's a good artist. Have a look at his website, guys. That's dropped. That's a tough chance there. Patel. Taylor absolutely screamed that one to backward point in the air. And Patel went diving away and couldn't cling on. It would have been a magnificent catch. Let's have a look at this again. Taylor absolute comes out of the meat of the bat. And Rishi Patel just cannot quite cling on. Great effort.
Maybe at the end of the over. Maybe James might be able to get it back for us. That was travelling.
Oh, that's cut back a long way and goes over the top of Jack Taylor's middle stump. Oh, it's all happening here. 123 for 4. 29 overs, so just 21 left. And the hosts will want, I think, 7 and over from here to take them up to 263. Give this score a bit of respectability. And Leicestershire have been very good. I think they've very good disciplines. I think they've only bowled 2 wides this morning.
In fact, yes, they've only bowled 2. Correct.
One resulted in a wicket.
Yeah.
And I think that they've kept very, very good disciplines, and you can see why they're a good white ball side. They had a good T20 campaign until it was ruined by a points deduction.
Yeah, they would have had 16 points out of that group.
Yeah, I think they're a decent outfit in white ball cricket.
Right, staying on from this Ashley Down Road end, and one more to Ollie Price. Still scoring relatively slowly, actually. Price. He's now got 15 from 30 balls. Jack Taylor, having survived that chance, now has to profit. It was a difficult one.
It was a very difficult one.
One of those ones that either sticks or it doesn't. Right into Taylor, steers that ball almost past Patel this time, but he does the fielding. Gloucestershire 4 down because of the efforts chiefly of Lewis Kimber. 3 for 31 from 6 overs with his gentle off spin. Charlesworth misjudged a full toss and dragged it on, but he then had Marcus Harris stumped off a wide, and before that bowled James Bracey with one that genuinely did turn off the pitch. And the Harris one was one where it was off a wide down the offside, not down the leg side.
Here's that catch.
Here's Kimber in front of your picture.
Oh.
And when it's frozen in the mid-screen, but we might try and replay that another time for you to see if that freeze actually occurred. It was an inappropriate moment for that to happen. Right, short, and a hit in the air, but safe. Down to deep backwards square by Ollie Price. They've got 2 men out there, Leicestershire, for that shot. And that is the one for the over, says the umpire. Still going to keep long leg and deep square in. Right, I'm just proving there that you can get enough bounce out of this pitch if you do bang it in short enough. That's much more the length he's been bowling, but he can't do the keepy-uppy off his own bowling.
Big sporting city, Leicester, isn't it? Obviously Leicester Tigers, rugby. There was at one point, I think, was it Leicestershire won the county championship in 1996. I think Leicester City had won the League Cup that year with Steve Walsh. I think, did he get the winner?
It's raining again.
And
pardon no more musical links, I'm
Leicester
afraid.
Tigers were the...
1 ball left in this over. They might be chatting again after it. Pulled once more, again into that gap at deep square, and that will go for 4. 2 bounces. It's well played by Ollie Price. He's picked the length of that, and they are asking for the covers. So they're going off here. 30 overs gone. 131 for 4. Gloucestershire. And that's the sort of board that could become almost anything. It could become 280. It could become 210.
Yeah, they like to say double the score at the end of 30, don't they? And I think Gloucestershire would be quite pleased if they got to 260 plus from this position. I really do. I think they would be quite pleased. It's been a really interesting morning's cricket. Two well-matched sides here. And it's ebbed and flowed. We had the early loss of Ben Wells, who was bowled by an absolute beauty from Buran Hendricks. He went for just 1. And then there was a decent partnership then of 74 between Ben Charlesworth and Marcus Harris before Charlesworth inexplicably missed a full toss from Louis Kimber. Bracey was then bowled by Kimber, and Marcus Harris followed him shortly afterwards with the score on 106, where Kimber, clever bit of bowling, saw Harris coming and just threw it a little bit wider. Ball was actually a wide, but you can be stumped off a wide. That was 106 for 4, but skipper Jack Taylor's there. He's sort of starting to rebuild, lead from the front as he always does. Aided and abetted by Ollie Price, who's on 21. Score 131 for 4. And the bowling figures. Chris Wright, 7 overs, none for 28. Hendricks, 1 for 27 off 6. Mulder, none for 21 off 6. Ed Barnes, none for 17 off 3. Kimber, 3 for 31 off 6. Pick of the bowlers. And Tom Scriven, who's limped off with an injury, none for 6 off 2. So, the covers are on. Should we take a little break?
Interesting, but only on the pitch itself. In fact, what are they doing here? Are they putting that? They can't attach that cover to the other two covering the wicket here. So the ground staff just conscious that cover maybe has become detached from the 3 that would normally cover the whole pitch. Oh, it looks like one of the ropes has got tangled up, and they can't pull it onto the wicket as a result. They don't want to drag that on. So just at the moment the players are off the field. I'm just looking into the dark sight screens at the far end of the ground. That's where you can generally judge whether it's raining or not. And as interesting, as the players walked off, somebody down the stairs shouted, I think, "Come on," effectively saying, "Why are you going off when the rain is this light?" And actually they were playing in heavier rain than is currently falling, if indeed any is falling at the moment, probably 25 minutes ago.
Well, Billy Taylor's taken off his hat there as an umpire, and Ian, as somebody who's a fellow gentleman of the follically challenged club, yeah. you don't take it off lightly, do you, in wet weather?
No, in fact, I don't even think, looking round the ground, there are a couple of umbrellas up, but literally only a couple. And interestingly too, by having the 2 covers on the ground, on the pitch at the one end, we've got this rather odd situation where they've got a problem with one of the covers that would normally cover the pitch, and therefore not all of the 22 yards currently is being covered from the elements. So there's just a chance there might be a little bit of moisture got onto the pitch at this Ashley Down Road end, but there's a bit of a tangle there, and the ground staff have finally sorted it out, and they're going to have all 3 covers now covering the full 22 yards. It may not be long, one would think, before that tractor is pulling them off again, because to me there is not much, if any, rain falling. The umpires are still out in the middle. They have not gone off. The players have gone off, but this doesn't feel like a long break. We though will just leave you temporarily, we hope, with the graphic of the situation here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Gloucestershire 131 for 4, having been put in. Ollie Price and Jack Taylor, the men at the wicket at the moment. Marcus Harris having made 58 earlier on. In fact, the covers are being towed off, so I wonder if that means that the players will be called to return imminently. In fact, they are being waved back on. And there is that gentleman downstairs who clearly felt they shouldn't have gone off in the first place. It was one of those real borderline. Who'd be an umpire? It's one of those borderline decisions. You can never get it right. If you play through it, the players probably aren't too happy, and if you go off, the spectators certainly aren't. But Dan's just actually popped outside again and said it is actually almost drizzling again. Very, very fine. But the umpires have called the players back out. As you can see, the covers have been towed away. And it might be one of those days where they just have to make a decision about if it's very, very light, they will just keep going, because otherwise you'd have a semi-farcical situation where the conditions really aren't that bad, but we wouldn't have any cricket at all. And I think it is obviously an individual decision from umpires on any one particular day, and they probably can never get it right to the happiness of everyone. Scores around the country from elsewhere, just while the players retake the field here in Bristol. England 100 for 5 off 26 overs.
Ouch. In
the Test match at Lord's, and in the Royal London Cup they're inspecting at 1:30 at Derby, where they've had no play yet. At Chesley Street, Durham are 134 for 6 in the 35th over against Sussex. At Chelmsford, Essex batting first against Yorkshire, 189 for 4. That's in the other group. Glamorgan against Lancashire, also in the other group. At Neath, Glamorgan 138 for 5 in the 32nd. Northamptonshire and Worcestershire also in the opposite group. Northampton 64 for 1 after 13 in the group that Gloucestershire and Leicestershire are in. Surrey 157 for 3 at the Oval against Somerset, and there's still been no play at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. Here though, we're going to restart, and it's going to be Mulder, I think, again from the far end.
Yep, here he comes. Well, he doesn't, because it's now a dead ball, because Paul Nicholls was holding out his hand. The delightful Sarah Mullers is listening in and enjoying the stream. Hello, Sarah. Mulder in. Taylor defends. First ball. And we've got David Smith from Fox's Talk Forum. A few of the boys from there, and girls, listening in on there. So, hope you're enjoying the stream. You lovely Leicestershire people, you. Loving the Leicester City chat. Mulder in, Taylor defends.
It wasn't a long concentration break, that. I suspect that actually, in a funny kind of way, it might have given Price and Taylor just the chance to have a couple of minutes chat on tactics, what that they might employ for the remaining 20 overs here. But you've probably got to take it in maybe a 10 and 2 5s. Is that how you'd look at it? Probably.
I'd say so. Yeah, I would sort of put it in that category. Taylor defends again. I think they'll just bowl, a line and lengths here and wait for Gloucestershire to make mistakes. The clouds now bathed in beautiful sunshine.
Sure, that's not the floodlights, Dan.
Might be.
No,
I promise you, I didn't have a drink last night.
No,
I promise you, I was like sober as a judge. Actually, on one beer, I did have one beer.
Did you have a beer on Saturday after you'd umpired in 36 degrees?
About 7. It's 34.
Was it?
Yeah.
Very warm.
Yeah. That's just angled into Jack Taylor, who plays that onto the onside.
I was very fortunate to be invited to I'd call it a garden gathering. A very good friend of mine celebrated his ruby wedding last year, but couldn't hold anything because of COVID, obviously. So 12 months delayed. There was a garden gathering in his house, and it was baking, absolutely baking.
Yeah, I was 34 on Saturday in leafy Hertfordshire. It wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be, actually. I thought it would get up to 36. Taylor just nibbles that one around the corner. He might get a couple. They think about it, but that's turned down. 1 run.
One of the guests made 3 cakes.
Oh.
All the same.
Yeah.
All the same. Victoria sponge. Ooh. Very, very deep Victoria sponge.
Yeah.
With like what I would describe as a kind of a raspberry drizzle icing over the top.
Ooh. Ooh. Mulder from the pavilion end. Price defends. That's the end of the over. 31 overs gone. 132 for 4. Ollie Price on 21. Jack Taylor on 14. Get a good curry in Leicester. You can get a really nice curry up there.
I wonder if
restaurants to choose from.
Having to restart again after even a little mini break might mean they want to whistle through some overs of sort of spin here. Is Lily's still not being used? They're going to continue with Wright. Lily was walking across the ground then as if he might have been coming on to bowl at the Ashley Down Road end, but not so. I'll get James just to drop our email address back into the top right hand corner of your screen again in a moment. If you want to get in touch with us during the play, by all means do. There we are, commentators at glossccc.co.uk. We're a friendly bunch.
Well,
we are.
I'm a very nice guy, but Ian Randall, let me tell you guys.
Here is Wright looking for a 5th Leicestershire wicket. And he won't get it there. It's steered away all past the dive of the man at backward point. Patel can't haul that in, but there is Barnes covering now at 3rd man, so they'll only get 1.
It could quite easily be the 77 England-Australia Ashes here with Leicestershire. You've got a Lily, you've got a Hendricks. Walker's not playing.
Wright running away from us.
And unfortunately, Chappell's gone back to Nottinghamshire on loan.
Yeah, that's well judged. And Scott Steele, subfielder out there on the cover boundary, keeps them down to 2. Ollie Price has got to just keep his composure here. He's got an important job to do. Conscious that really after Zafar Gahar, a slow ball from right outside the off stump, there isn't really anybody who you would say would score, got the potential to score quite quickly. Tom Smith is a nudger and pusher of singles, good rotator of the strike, but you wouldn't call him a hitter in that sense. So any really fast scoring you feel has got to come from these 3, but they've got to not leave the tail to bat for too long. Price stands tall. 3 men in on the offside, saving 1 still for Leicestershire. Still looks a good toss to win for them, I would say, at the moment.
Certainly does.
I would have been delighted to have had the chance to bowl first. And the rain is back. Slow ball again from Wright. It's just drizzling again. And Par's going to have in a sense, a thankless time here in terms of what they do. Is the ground staff back on the tractor? They're stood by the tractor, so they're ready if called. One more ball to go in this over. Right in again. He gets defended by Price. I wonder what the umpires might do.
Yeah, it's coming down quite hard now.
Interesting that Billy Taylor was just waiting for the ball used from this end to be returned to him, but well, this shows that's a little bit. They're going to have sawdust. Now, you wouldn't have thought of that a week ago.
No.
But sawdust is being used by Barnes. Is just filling that front foot mark at the pavilion end.
And yet the view is surrounded by sunshine. There's sunshine.
And that's maybe why they're just going to be persistent here and stay out there. Lewis Hill maybe has just asked the question. The Leicestershire skipper. But they took the players off in lighter rain than this.
Mulder. And that's... No, it's Ed Barnes, actually. Ed Barnes.
Be a little bit careful how he juggles his remaining overs, Lewis Hill. I mean, he's got the bonus overs from Kimber has bowled. It's given him all kinds of options now with the ball, because he's bowled 6 overs for 31. Scriven's bowled 2 overs. He's probably only got to find 2 from somewhere else. He may not even need that.
Barnes to Taylor, who plays him onto the onside for 1 run. And Aaron Lilly as well. I mean, I'm surprised he isn't a bowl, because he's a white ball specialist, isn't he? And I mean, he made his debut back for Lancashire back in 2012, and yet he's only played 16 games of red ball cricket.
Hasn't made that many white ball either, to be fair.
Here's Ed Barnes.
Or at least in this format.
Nice shot there, Ollie Price. Good sliding stop though from Lewis Hill. So, skipper coming round from mid-on.
And there's a point really about... So Ed Barnes is 24. Aaron Lilly is 31. If the schedule is to be reduced, where are these players going to get any games?
Certainly agree with you. Tickled around the corner there by Ollie Price.
I mean, the only outcome you have to say is squads will be smaller.
Yeah, well, don't get me started on it, because it's a story for another time. Because I just don't understand how you grow the game of cricket by shrinking it. End of. End of.
You do a podcast on that.
Well, yes.
You probably have. The rain has just about stopped.
Barnes in, Taylor again. Tucks him around the corner just for 1. Leicestershire won't mind 1s at this stage, as long as the boundaries are being cut off. Bowling very good lines here. And they've got a good field set. They're bowling to their field.
And of course, later on, I mean, they have to bat for 10 overs, obviously they do, but if you have a truncated or short chase, you can tactically manage that a bit better if you're batting second.
Nice shot from Jack Taylor, from Ollie Price. Only going to get 1 out to long on, but bit of whippage into the leg side.
That these two, I think, know that this is an important partnership. 106 for 4 when Jack Taylor walked out to join Ollie Price. And Leicestershire doing pretty well on their overs, actually. Considering we've had still got 17 overs to bowl. We've got an hour and 5 minutes, but they've had a couple of stoppages. One stoppage in particular for the break. And interesting, Kimber is being brought back.
Have we lost any overs off the...
Not to my knowledge, no.
No, I don't think we have. I think it's got to be of a certain time frame, hasn't it?
And they could probably, squeeze 5 minutes out of the break if they needed to. Kimber then back into the attack. Oh, that's would have been wide down the leg side. It's played reverse. That's an extraordinary stroke. Ollie Price has played that from outside the leg stump with a reverse sweep away through the covers.
How's he got it there?
Look at where this was going. Pitch-wise, that was going down the leg side, and he's managed to whip it from there away through the covers.
Through extra.
And that's just given Lewis Hill a cause to speak again to his bowler. Ollie Price to 29. Plays an orthodox single there, and he won't get 2 because Kimber and Aaron Lilly converging on the ball. But see, that's Jack Taylor would be a more orthodox collector of boundaries in the sense that he can hit a long ball, Jack Taylor, but that's just improvisation from Ollie Price, isn't it, really? Hitting in different areas and not actually to the shortest part of the ground necessarily. No, he's gone to a long boundary there, but it's clearly a shot that he trusts, perhaps more than going straight. The logic would say, right, shorter boundary, that's the one you attack, but he said no, I play that shot better, therefore I will play it to the longer boundary if I need to. Pushed out this time to Lewis Hill.
Talking of people who hit the ball hard, man who played for both clubs, Brian Davison.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Kimber off about 3 paces, and he'll concede a single here up to Mulder at long off.
He was in the old Rhodesian army, wasn't he, Brian Davison? He was rock hard.
Yeah, so in terms of who's got what overs left, Wright's got 2 left, Hendricks has got 4, Mulder's got 3. So Leicestershire have back their senior bowlers at the front end of the innings here, so they've got to fiddle through a few. Kimber outside the off stump. They've gone for the reverse sweep again, Ollie Price, and nothing on it this time. So their 3 senior bowlers have got 9 overs left. Ooh, that didn't bounce much.
No, he wants to go forward there. He shouldn't be going back to a ball pitched so full.
Kimber's still taking 3 wickets, and he's not been really seriously hit out of the attack. 3 for 37 from 7 overs. I think most spinners would take that in a 50-over game. And once again, batsman Chat in the middle. So Leicestershire have got to they've got to squeeze some overs out of Kimber, who still has 3 to go, Barnes and Scriven, who is off the field. Plus they still have Lilly up their sleeve, who they haven't used. That's perhaps the surprise. They're fearful of Taylor. What was your line about Lilly? His off spin was actually more like that of Derek Underwood pace.
There's Taylor over the top, 1 bounce, and goes in front of the dressing rooms down there, and that's 4 runs.
150 up.
149.
149. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. About 4 yards short from being 150. I wasn't far away from being a 6, but
yeah, this has been last couple of seasons. This has been Jack Taylor's tournament, hasn't it?
Yeah.
This format.
Here's Barnes. Long on's gone back now, and there's your 150 there, Ian.
Three 350s in the tournament last year, and 250s in the tournament this year. 150 in the 35th. Yeah, you'd love to get 280 from here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, they certainly would. They certainly would.
Even, as you say, anything north of 250, you'd be in the game.
I think so. I think 260 is about par. Just dropped out to his feet there by Ollie Price. Scampers through for a single. And I think that they are now in the accelerator pedal has been pressed just a little bit. It's not like you driving down the M5 with your toe firmly to the floor, Ian, but I think it's just.
I think
the throttle has just been opened a little.
Actually, you drove faster in the car park today than I normally do.
If you're listening from the club, it's a scurrilous rumour, which I deny. That's tickled around the corner. He's got that fine, Ollie Price. Or Jack Taylor, sorry. And that's going to be 4 more. It's a scurrilous rumour, which I deny vehemently.
You do have a bigger engine in your car than I do. But Barnes is at the moment.
Size doesn't matter, Ian.
No, is the loose element in this Leicestershire attack, isn't he? A bit. Just feels like it.
Yeah. I wonder if he's the man they're going to target. Gone for 10 off this over already. Slower ball. Taylor plays that out too.
Kimber,
extra cover. Yeah, so Leicestershire had a lovely side, didn't they, in the sort of late 70s, it was after the sort of Ray Illingworth era, wasn't it, with John Steele, Jack Birkinshaw, David Gower, Nigel Bryars. Barnes. Taylor just plays that out to Rishi Patel. That's the end of the over. 35 gone, 155 for 4. Price 31, Taylor 27. Who else? Peter Willey went there from Northants, didn't he? I think sort of more.
So is that Roger Tolchard or later?
No, Roger and Jeff Tolchard. I think was Jeff Tolchard there? He played. I think it's just Roger Tolchard. Yeah. Then you had. I think Andy Roberts had a little spell there because there's a famous story where they played Kent at Canterbury and Andy Roberts was starving first off the bus, so they got fish and chips and all the players then queued up. Andy Roberts had eaten his and rejoined the back of the queue for seconds.
And Les Taylor would have been after that, would he?
Great moustache. Moustache.
Les Taylor would have been after that?
I think he came into the side around then. Took the final wicket in the 85 Ashes. A little caught and bowled.
So Kimber to bowl his 8th over from this Ashley Down Road End was pulled away, hoiked away by Ollie Price. There is a man, Lilly, at deep straight mid wicket, and they'll just get 1. 50 partnership between these two.
Gordon Parsons, old bullhead, I think he was named. Jonathan Agnew.
What have happened to him?
Dunno what he's doing. I've got a clue.
Good stand between these two. As you can see, runs almost shared. Only 3 extras in this Gloucestershire total at the moment. Kimber in and dabbed away by Jack Taylor very fine. The chase for Barnes down towards the boundary at third man, and he can't hold it in. Slides over the rope with the ball, and 4 more.
He loves that, Jack Taylor, and that's what makes him such a good cricketer, especially in this form of the game and at this stage of an innings as well, because he's, he can whack sixes down the ground with his cudgel, but he's also got the deft touch with his wand as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, particularly when the field is quite well spread. It's not all about power, it's about placement. Leicester still got 3 men on the leg side for Kimber, saving 1. Long on, long off out. As Taylor can go down the ground, and again he dragged that back a bit, Kimber, to try and tuck him up. And it wasn't such an effective dab to that delivery. Taylor's hit the only 6 of the innings so far. Not been that sort of day. Really getting down the leg side, taken by Swindles, but that is a wide, no stumping this time. And if you weren't with us earlier, that's how Marcus Harris got out, stumped off an offside wide by Swindles.
Interesting tweet from Elizabeth Amon from the Times.
Here is Kimber in. Taylor goes long this time. It should be right, but he's over the rope. It's gone for 6. He lost his geography there, Chris Wright, and it's gone for 6.
Leicestershire were practicing this, and Paul Nixon was metronomic in his accuracy and where he hits it.
This is a big moment in the
rope.
game. You probably can't quite judge it, but as you can see, Wright, in fact, he had a foot quite easily over the rope. That could be a big moment. Kimber again. Taylor pays a little dab. That's the same shot down through third man again. Barnes is on the chase. Can he hold this in this time? Yes, he does, but they will come back for 3, and for the first time Kimber's had a bit of tap in that over, but he I think really should have had Taylor caught there.
Yeah, I think so.
Kimber looks a bit rueful too.
Wright's a big guy as well, he's
it wasn't as if it was very high over his head. He had to leap for it. He just lost the geography of where he was. And Taylor on to 40.
I'll come on to that tweet at the end of the over because it's an interesting one as the rain now begins to fall again here at the Seat Unique Stadium.
One more ball in this over. On the full, while Price paddles that out to deep mid wicket for a single. So Kimber has now taken 3 for 53 from 8 overs, and he might perhaps be taken out of the attack. Now the umpires are going to have a chat again, and this rain again is not heavy enough in their opinion for them to go off. So actually that's quite positive from the umpires. Some umpires might have taken the players off there. So 1 or 2 are particularly cautious in wet conditions, but these 2 are going to try and keep us out there, which is good.
So leg side Lizzie said make the most of this test match because we're not likely to see another one happening in August or September. Cricket is finished. Which is a technical term. Yeah.
And presumably what she's saying that Hendricks is back into the attack, by the way. I'll come back to what she is in essence saying there in a moment.
Yep, here he comes in past the umpire. And Price just plays that one back at the square to Rishi.
So what she is saying effectively is that test matches will be pulled earlier in the summer to make room for white ball cricket. That is the underlying current of what she is saying.
Well, I think she's been quite vocal in her sort of, because everything is being pulled back because of one competition, isn't it? So the county championship could possibly be reduced, or we play it at the beginning and the tail end of the season due to accommodate the fourth competition. Hendricks in. That's a lovely shot from Ollie Price there. He's going to get only the one. He deserved more than that for the shot.
So I had a conversation with
and then you've got the Royal London Cup, which
friend
is
of mine on Monday about this.
Which is, we're shorn of the best players playing in this competition. Then you've got the T20, which has been shifted into May and June, and we saw a couple of washouts here in Bristol, didn't we? If it had been played in July and August, we would have had some glorious weather. But go on, what you were saying?
Yeah, so I had a conversation with a friend of mine on Monday about the structure of the season.
Hendricks around the wicket. Good Yorker. Jack Taylor digs it out.
And we were talking about the Cheltenham Festival, which of course is very important to Gloucestershire from a financial point of view, and also important because it connects with the people in the north of the county. And the club is governed in hand of when it can stage that by the college term.
Yeah.
So, and equally, the club have said, quite rightly, they would do everything they could to keep it. Absolutely right.
Hendricks. Turned around the corner by Taylor.
Now there are two factors there. The obvious one is if the number of games are reduced, Gloucestershire might still say, well, we want to keep Cheltenham because it's important, and therefore the caveat might be, okay, we'll play red ball cricket at Cheltenham, we won't play any white ball cricket there, and that the downside of that might be, and this is not fact, this is just an opinion, is that Bristol may lose some red ball games as a result.
Nice shot there by Price, whipped off his legs. Only a single.
And what the club might not be able to do anything about in terms of preserving the festival is when the county cricket is played. Because if the county cricket, for example, was to be over by, I'm making a date up here, July the 8th, and the college term wasn't finished, well, you can't play the county cricket after the 8th of July because the schedule says it's finished by then.
Yeah.
And then that really would create a bother.
Nice shot there by Taylor. Can only find Barnes at mid-off.
How difficult or easy would it be for Gloucestershire to argue then that Cheltenham is retained? Because it's the fixture list that's against them, not the college itself.
Yeah, I think what will happen is, I think that there will be such a hoo-ha from fans. We're already seeing certain action groups from counties, aren't we? We've seen the Lancs Action Group. They've called a special general meeting up at Lancashire. Certain other counties as well, there's petitions going round. And with 15 out of the 18 counties are members' clubs, there's only 3 who are privately owned. So they're members' clubs. So in effect, the fans own the clubs. It's not like football where you can do what you want, you can ride roughshod. The fans own the clubs. So I think what we'll see is something's got to give somewhere, because the schedule is relentless. Something's got to give somewhere. And I think the Royal London Cup, this could well be the last year that it's in its current format. I think it might be a knockout trophy at the beginning of the season.
Barnes is being brought back in place of Kimber at this Ashley Down road end. Over the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Price, who's pulled that away. And again, Welsh, who's fielded really well today, out on that deep cover or deep square leg boundary. Again, keeps them down to 1. Dan said he wanted Gloucester to get to 180 in 40 overs. Well, they're going to get there inside, Dan, your target here. So, and you've got, as you always want at the end of an innings, wherever you might be, if you've got 2 men reasonably well set, then you've still got the chance to add, say, 80 in the last 10, which would get Gloucestershire to 260 plus, which is, could still be an interesting score on this pitch.
Yeah, I wonder if the rain might be to Gloucestershire's detriment, but I'm wondering now if it's been to Leicestershire's detriment.
Barnes in again, pulled once more by Taylor, and he's actually got that away between the man at deep square and the man at long on for 4. So I think we can genuinely say Taylor's been dropped twice in this innings. Once by Patel, that was a hard chance. He'd only made 9 at the time, and then the right one when he made 31, and I think that really should have been taken. If it had been a young sub-fielder, you can kind of excuse them losing their geography on the pitch, but I think Wright should have looked at where his feet were while that ball was in the air, but he didn't do it. He concentrated on taking the catch, and even when he took the catch, he had 1 foot well over the rope, and they didn't take the catch anyway.
Yeah,
perhaps as a result of actually not having his feet where he should have done. But Barnes trying to get Leicestershire another breakthrough here. Do it there. Taylor waits and defends. So the field, obviously Leicestershire can't have the extra man out yet for another 2 overs and 3 balls. But then they can have 5 out. A few on the in the Hammond roof stand today. The roof garden also quite well occupied. Barnes thought about just bowling that shorter, but it wasn't really short enough, and Lilly with the fielding on the edge of the circle at cover, at mid-wicket I should say. You might hear an occasional bit of drilling going on from our effects microphone today. It's not Dan's dentist.
Went to the dentist on Monday, cost me 180 quid. Oh, I know.
Barnes into Ollie Price.
Check up, hygienist, X-ray. 180 quid. It's a lot of money, isn't it? It's a lot of money. So if you were a headline writer, Ian, and Patel had dropped Jack Taylor on 9, would it be like Rishi in number 10 clanger? Or would that make you a political writer?
Yeah, it might make you a political writer. Barnes in again. Oh, nicely driven. No great power though from Ollie Price. I'll just pick up one more. Just looking at his scorecard. Ollie Price 4 boundaries in his 37. Jack Taylor 4 4s and 2 6s, but of course one of those was not as clean as the other one.
He impresses me every time I see Jack Taylor. Right, let's go around the country. Derbyshire, still not on. Inspection at 2:15. Durham 180 for 7 against Sussex at Chester Street, or 43 overs. Essex 237 for 7 at Chelmsford, or 43. Glamorgan 163 for 8 of 40 against Lancashire at Neaths. Northants against Worcestershire, they're back on. They were off for a while. They've 21 overs. It's a 42 over game now, so they're halfway through their innings. They're 106 for 2 against Worcestershire. Surrey 214 for 4 against Somerset. And as Hendricks comes in, and that has gone just up in the air, that's going to be out. And that's the end of Ollie Price. And didn't quite need to do that at this stage, as Jack Taylor gave it quite an angry swish of the bat there. And Ollie Price furious with himself, really.
Yeah, pretty easy catch for Lewis Kimber.
Yeah. So 181 for 5 now.
It's a good recovery stand.
Yeah.
75 for the 5th wicket, but
as often with Gloucestershire, they don't close out a game. They had a real opportunity here, 12 overs left, to maybe even get 100 from here, or 90. And with Ollie Price going, that's you know, one of your main batsmen gone.
Yeah, and here's the other guy who might be able to do it if he's in the mood. Zafar Gahar.
Yep, coming to the crease. The last game is they're on the field at Birmingham at Edgbaston, and it's a 34 over game there, and on 4 overs Warwickshire are 10 for 1.
I say Zafar has got, if you include his championship cricket as well, he's got 5 50s this season. He's got 5 50s with a top score of 81 in the championship and a top score of 62 in this competition.
Yeah, I think Zafar Gahar, another left-hander in his Gloucestershire side, likes to stay leg side of the ball and crunch it through the offside.
Yeah, Ollie Price 37 off 57 balls today.
Yeah, he was quite circumspect, wasn't he? He was
like the reverse sweep.
Yeah,
particularly off Kimber.
Hendricks is going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Zafar. Here he comes, facing his first ball, and works that one to Patel. Backward of square.
So worth saying at this point, the position with 6 bowlers used. Kimber and Scriven have now bowled 10 between them. So it might be that Wright, Hendricks, Mulder and Barnes bowl out. Hendricks has got 2 left after this. Wright's got 2 left. Mulder's got 3 left. And Barnes has got 4.
Hendricks, third ball of the over. All turns. Patel round there. Well bowled. Goes out to Patel again.
I wonder with a new man. I still find it surprising Lilly hasn't bowled, unless he's got a niggling injury of some sort, which would seem odd that he's in the team. And he's a useful bat, but he's been throwing reasonably freely. He's got a good arm, so maybe sneak a couple of overs in, I wonder.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Goes past the outside of Zafar Gahar's bat. Hendricks just appraising his technique, shall we say, from halfway down the wicket. There's a little stop mid-pitch and possibly a little word. There we go. All done with a smile.
Yeah, it's the big grin.
That's what we like to see. Here he comes past the umpire. Zafar punches that into the offside. He's going to get a couple here, I think, or just the one. Since that rain, it's become hard to turn at the ends. Slippy at the ends, and
you say about
they only got one run there.
The big grin from Hendricks there. I want the sledging is part of the game, or that sort of banter, the back chat is kind of part of the game. But the good part is when it's funny.
Yeah.
The aggressive stuff you can do with that, but some people just have a very good sense of humour, and it is that wind-up element.
Taylor defends that. That's a good over there from Hendricks. Just the one run off it and the wicket of Ollie Price. So at the end of the 39th over, 182 for 5. Zafar's on 1. Jack Taylor on a runner ball 46.
Yeah, I mean, that's where just to finish that point about the sort of the banter, the sledging, the chat, call it what you will. It's where the umpires have just got to be sensible how they control it.
Yeah, I quite like a little bit. If it's funny, I quite like a little bit.
And the funny stuff, it does make you laugh genuinely. Yeah. But as I say, it's the aggressive stuff that is just not necessary. So Wright's got 2 overs left. I wonder if he might bowl through here. I still wonder whether we might see Lilly at some stage, but question will be when. 4 overs from Barnes. Gloucestershire might think they can climb into that a bit.
Yeah. I think that's what they'll target.
Anyway, Zafar Kahar's facing, and right to bowl to him. This is his 9th over, and they'll scuttle through for a quick single. Some of Zafar's running's a little bit erratic at times, but you really get the impression, and we got it last year when he was here at the end of the season, was that he has really enjoyed his spell in county cricket. And, at the start of the summer, he was gracious enough to accept that he was kind of on a bit of a pay-as-you-play sort of deal, and that he would become the second overseas later on. Now, as it happened, he probably played rather more than he thought. And if the scenario is right about Mark Marchant de Lange hopefully being domestically qualified by the end of the winter, tapped away by Taylor down towards third man, they'll pick up 1. That one, Swindle's lost that in the floodlight pylon there, I think. It was backed up. It might be that Gloucestershire could go to Zafar again next year and say, well, we do want to sign a second overseas player, but if you're happy to stay on the same terms, then we're happy to offer you the same terms. And given the concept of injuries and pitch conditions and such like, he'd be silly not to take that, you'd feel, particularly if he's settled over here. You'd look at him, as I said, from Wally Lathrop's piece on Deep Extra Cover, which I think you say is not on the slate yet, but he's got Zafar down as his nomination for Player of the Season. It's hard to argue who would be above him, bearing in mind his contribution with both bat and ball. 184 for 5 in the 40th, as you were. 40th, I thought 39th. Maths would have been wrong. They started from this end, which they didn't do. Obviously, one extra man can be out after this over. 5 outside the circle. He's trying to be a little bit careful on time. They should be able to get through the last 10 overs all right, but there wouldn't be a lot of time to spare. Right in, pulled, but not very, in fact, not timed at all by Taylor. It's gone straight to Aaron Lilly.
I don't think it's easy to time it on this pitch. I think it's a little bit too paced. I think some are coming on and others aren't. Others are sticking in the pitch.
And that's perhaps is why, Kimber was given the ball on the basis that Lewis Hill knew that if he's bowling very slowly, he's not going to be easy to get away. Right in. Again, that's not timed either by Taylor, but to pick up one more. 48 he goes to, and that is the end of kind of the middle phase of the innings. 186 for 5. So Gloucestershire have scored 80 in the last 15 overs.
I think it's definitely a pace-off pitch, and the slower you bowl it, the harder it is to hit. And Gloucestershire, with 4 spinners in their side, if they can get somewhere north of 250, 260, they'll fancy their chances.
Yeah, that's going to be the target. Can they get another 80 from here? Barnes is coming back, which if he's going to bowl 4 overs, he needs to bowl them probably from one end if they're going to see it out with the seamers, which looks likely. You'd have to say, although I'm not sure that's necessarily the right call. They've still got Liddy up their sleeve. Hendricks has got 2 left. Mulder's got 3. Barnes has got 4. So Lewis Hill just doing his maths to make sure that he's got the right bowlers in the right place. And Jack Taylor will know that if he can continue his run of good scores here, Gloucestershire will be competitive.
Here's Barnes, full toss on leg stump, which Taylor works to square leg. Barnes slips in his follow through there. I hope he's all right. Yeah, he seems okay.
He's 49 off 49, Jack Taylor now.
Yeah. Sarah Mother's still tuning in, says it's her first ever shout out. Well, we're good guys here at Gloucestershire, aren't we, Ian Randall?
Well, you are, Dan. That's the reputation you've got. I thought James Healy was the best guy, actually.
Oh, he's cracking bloke, smashing bloke. Barnes in short, Zaffa goes pulling.
And just for our friends in Leicestershire, James Healy is the guy who puts all the camera work together for you, produces through the console all the camera work that you see on the stream. You never hear him, but he is the man who brings you the pictures and enables us to do the job that we do. So without him, the stream is nothing.
If you want to know what he looks like, just look at Aaron Lilly of Leicestershire and you'll see James Healy's doppelganger out there on the field. There's Jack Taylor's 50, another one in this competition. Absolutely outstanding. His third one in 5 innings.
Third in 6.
Third in 6. And he's been absolutely brilliant. And it's his third one in a row at Bristol. Popular man here, knows this ground intimately. And that comes up off 50 balls. Zaffa about to face, gets a leading edge, almost lobs it out to cover. And there you get what I'm saying about the ball just sticking in the pitch at certain times and comes on at certain times. And I think the rain has made this just a slightly tricky surface to battle. But we're loving the Leicestershire interaction. Some good people up there. Oh, that's got up as well. Zaffa, not sure he played that well. Zaffa, I believe, is based up in the Leicestershire region as well, isn't he?
I think that's what we heard. Yes.
Yeah, I think he's based up in
that part of the
woods. Yeah.
See, Barnes' bowling here towards the end, which had that 2 or 3 minutes, it doesn't sound much, where the cover became dispatched from the other two.
Yeah.
It might just have got a bit of moisture on it.
That's whipped. Just the one, I think, to right. The ball's in his hand now. Yeah, they settle on the one. So that completes the over. Just the 4 off that over. That's well bowled by Ed Barnes. Lewis Hill won't mind. You know, when you get into the 40s, overs wise, you don't mind overs going for 4. What you don't want is overs going for 14.
Well, his right's last over. He's going to bowl out. Interesting. You say obviously there are the details, the core details of the Gloucestershire innings. They were put in this morning by Lewis Hill. Half century at the top of the order from Marcus Harris before he was stumped off a wide by Swindles. Kimber, the successful bowler. Ben Charlesworth made a brisk 31 before missing a full toss, and then Ollie Price 37. So four meaningful scores in that Gloucestershire card. Zaffa will probably need to make another one to help his captain here a bit if Gloucestershire to get north of that 250 score that Dan wants. Here is Chris Wright's last over. Zaffa clips that away into the leg side straight to Patel.
Well fielded there.
Yeah, the Leicestershire kit, some of the kits are a bit dull.
Yeah.
Was it the Warwickshire one we said was really rather dull? Sort of navy blue and black. You could not accuse this Leicestershire kit of being dull, and it's topped off with a tangerine cap.
Yeah.
It's not as if it's a red like the bulk of the shirt. It's it's a burnt orange, perhaps, isn't it? Really. Very colourful. Short from right, and ducked under by Zaffa.
Would you be wearing one out on a night out in Rutland?
It's a bit bright for me, but I'm you could not accuse it of. It adds far more than some of the dull kits do.
You weren't a fan of the Warwickshire one, were you? The blue and black.
That was just
blue and black never go.
It's
a fashion faux pas, isn't it?
Very ordinary.
Yeah.
Right, sprints away from us, past umpire. Billy Taylor, and Zaffa gets a streaky single down to third man. He got that on the outside edge of the bat.
Whereas the Gloucestershire one, I mean, Ian Randall wears his out on a Friday night with his disco shoes on the Gloucester Road. I mean, it's really a fine piece of apparel.
It's just interesting. I had somebody commented when I went to do an interview, and the person went to talk to said, "Hey, you've got some heavy wheels on there."
On your back, your shoes.
Yeah. Aerial underneath it and taking the catch. Very good bit of work in the field, and Jack Taylor has to go. I think that might have been Patel on the retreat, and Taylor, having got to 50, now perishes going for the acceleration, and Chris Wright has got a wicket in his last over, and that is probably a big call in the game. That may take as many as 30 or 40 runs off that Gloucestershire total.
Yeah, but I think we've seen here, as soon as people try and play shots, the ball goes straight up in the air. And, you know, I'm wondering if that rain has just spiced it up a little bit, and it's now becoming not the easiest surface to bat on, having been an absolute batsman's paradise here in the last few weeks.
Well, a wicket to right, and Tom Price comes out. That's interesting. He's come out ahead of Tom Smith, and that possibly says that 8 overs of the push and nudge of Tom Smith is probably too many at this stage. They want to gamble on somebody actually being able to put bat to ball pretty aggressively, and perhaps Tom Price can do that. It was Patel who took the catch to get rid of Jack Taylor. 50 off 51. 4 fours and 2 sixes. Good strike rate. But now you've got 2 new men in, and Leicestershire will feel that now the target could be, well, they might want to keep it down to below 240 would be what their target would be, maybe even lower than that. They keep taking wickets, and Tom Price pushes at his first ball outside the off stump and plays inside the line, doesn't get a touch.
One for 6.
Would you think about bringing Kimber or Aaron Lilly on one of the 2 spinners with a new man in, or would you keep going with the quicker bowlers? Because if it genuinely is not coming on, you've got to make your own pace in the shot, and that's harder off the spinners, isn't it?
I probably wouldn't bowl Kimber at this stage.
Short from right once more.
I think we're just seeing the wicket play a few little tricks here.
Wright's finished his spell. He's bowled 10 overs and he's taken 1 for 37. 1 for 36, I should say. And 191 for 6 Gloucestershire with 8 overs to go. A bits and pieces kind of card. Would have needed, ideally, either Charlesworth or Harris to have played an anchor role, but both got out to Kimber, and then there's a bit of a rebuild, as probably Jack Taylor feels that has been a bit too often perhaps in some of these Royal London games. Gloucestershire have obviously put 3 wins together on the trot, but the Warwickshire match in particular, they at 2:56 didn't feel enough at Cheltenham on a small ground, and
no,
Sibley in particular,
no, but they
made that a fairly comfortable chase.
Yeah, but they were very different wickets. His Barnes coming around the wicket, and Zafar Gahar nudges him into the onside for 1.
Gloucestershire would take 240 from here, Dan, I think.
Yeah, certainly would. Certainly would, and I think that might be competitive on this as well.
Well, obviously, this is going back nearly 20 years, but Kim Barnett, when he was always a really good judge of a pitch here in Bristol.
Barnes, his 8th over, bowling to Tom Price.
And Kim Barnett's magic number was 210 most of the time. 210 you were in the game, he said.
Cricket was very different now.
Yeah.
Now it's a decent T20 score.
Yeah. Well, actually though, we saw a couple of the games last year here were not necessarily big scores, but they were still quite tight finishes.
Barnes, Price just about brings down the portcullis on that one.
So
nearly sneaks through.
So the Hampshire game, Hampshire got 204, and Gloucestershire did win by 7 wickets, but that was quite a deep chase. The Lancashire game, Lancashire got to 171 quite comfortably. But that Hampshire game in particular, 204 was not a gimme.
Worked into the onside by Price, just the 1, I think. Yes, it is.
So I suppose a slightly different question would be, Gloucestershire get to say 230 or so. Is that defendable without bowling Leicestershire out, I wonder?
I think it depends on Vian Mulder. I think get him early. I think Lewis Hill's a good player. Nick Welsh has got 100 against Surrey. They've got batsmen there, but if you can make inroads early on and put that middle order under pressure, then that's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide there from Barnes. Yeah, I think they were going to want to get into that middle order and sort of get into maybe some of the younger players. They've got the likes of Swindles, and whether Scriven bats is a moot point as well. Only bowled 2 overs and hasn't been seen on the pitch since. Barnes around the wicket, and that's lovely play there from Zafar. He's only going to get 1. There's a man down there at 3rd. He takes on the throw, and he comes back for a second. He got that fine enough to actually get the second run there. Good cricket there from Zafar Gahar.
Rishi Patel's had an interesting day in the field. He's had made he's had a wild throw that gave away a run that shouldn't have been. He's taken an important catch, and he's dropped a difficult one. So he's had a mixed old time.
Yeah, if his mother Rashmi is listening in, hello Rashmi, hope you're well. That's short, and Zafar Gahar misses out on the uppercut. 196 for 6, 8 overs remaining, or 7 overs remaining.
Yeah, the Jack Taylor wicket has just really slammed the brakes on the scoring at the moment. Leicestershire are quite happy to go through these few overs.
I think Leicestershire look a very good white ball
and
cricket
they
team.
are going to bring Kimber back. Here's a call.
Yeah.
He's got 2 overs left.
And I think what we see out of Leicestershire, you see nothing flash, just good disciplines in the mode of their coach, Paul Nixon, the Cumbrian.
He's got 2 overs. He could bowl Kimber. And Tom Price is to face. He's worked that into the Lakeside. They'll look for 2, but there'll only be 1. Lily again with the throw. And the question is now, what will Zaffa do against the off spinner? Will he see if he can go down the ground with Patel and Chris Wright down on the rope?
Interesting email from Rain Stop Play Inspection at 3 from Tom there. He's a top man.
So round the wicket, Kimber, to the left-handed Zaffa. We thought about winding himself up for that and then decided against it. They're going to try and take 2, and that's good cricket. He adjusted the shot, and they basically said, right, I don't want to gamble going down on the ground at this stage. Let's run hard and see if we can work these big leg side and square boundaries, leg side offside square boundaries, into 2s. Caught and bowled. You won't do it like that. Kimber's got a 4th wicket, and he's got Zaffa as well, and Gloucestershire's bottom part of the order is not helping them here. Kimber with another good bowling change from Lewis Hill. Zaffa trying to go aggressive, and fairly comfortable return catch. And Kimber's going to get 70 with the bat and win the game for Leicestershire at this rate. He's having one of those days, isn't he, at the moment? He's
been absolutely superb, as has Lewis Hill, who has rotated his bowlers, and he's been very clever in his change-ups, and I think this has been a really, really good performance. The Fox is in the Gloucestershire chicken coop.
Yeah, you can definitely, you can see why they are competitive from what we've seen today. You can see why they're competitive in this format. Now, I know that they haven't lost it's relative, and other commentators have been talking about how many players their team has lost, and we, not Gloucestershire, but we, said other team, so more heavily hit than others, and it's not fair and all that sort of. No, I don't buy that. You have to you pick the teams that are available, and Leicestershire have gained here where they haven't had as many calls to the 100.
That's the beauty of the Royal London Cup, isn't it? Anyone can win it. It's not a one for your Surreys or your those
necessarily. Tom Smith has come in, and he steers a single off the first ball up to Chris Wright. 200 up for Gloucestershire.
Saying that Hampshire look very strong in the competition, don't they? So.
What was the tweet? I saw a tweet the other day. I'll refer to it at the end of this over because Kimber does rattle through them. Tossed up down the ground, and 2 bounces 4. That's a good hit. Tom Price getting that cleanly away. That's what Zaffa tried to do earlier, but he didn't get the elevation. And a boundary in this Kimber over, but he's still taking 4 wickets.
A couple of Toms hanging around here, like the alleyway at the back of your house, Ian Randall.
The Tom Club. Kimber around the wicket, so into the right-handed Price, and he finishes the over with a dot ball.
And we'll come on to an email from another Tom. Tom from Rain Stop Play Inspection at 3, and he said, "Excuse me whilst listening to you wiping the rain off my sunglasses. Tricky weather today." Well, I get that, Tom. I get that, mate. Interesting chat about the future or lack of it for the Cheltenham Festival. The key point which you have alluded to is that the counties and the members do still hold a lot of power, and they need to flex it responsibly. I still can't understand how any professional game can approach the end of the season without knowing what the following season will look like. Strange times indeed.
And that is what I did point out earlier, that although they may come up with something, it may be that the real sticking point is, okay, we might in the end agree what the structure is, but at least let's have a chance to compete for that structure on a genuine basis, so that next year the rules that are applied are the ones that would have applied at the start of this season.
I've got 3 words to say to that, Ian Randall, and 3 words to say to Tom. Nail on head. Mulder in down the leg side to start off with. That's a wide. 2:05 now.
And I know that, you know, I think Tom, amongst other bloggers, have made the point about good crowds supporting this tournament.
Yeah.
Because people have the connection with their team, even if it is a weakened, in inverted commas, team.
They thought about a single there. Tom Smith wanted one, but no run.
There was 4,000 at the game at York for one of the Yorkshire home games in this competition. You know, people have taken. You know, Glamorgan are at Neath today. Notts have gone to Grantham for a couple of games.
Do you think the players, you know, yes, they care if they win or lose. Of course they do, because they're professionals. The players playing in the 100, but do they have that sort of connection? That's a short ball which Tom Smith sort of strangely waves the bat at, but doesn't get anything on. You know, do you get where I'm coming from? I'm not putting this very well, am I?
Do I think the players who play for example, the Birmingham Phoenix, have the same connection to that team as they do to the county team they play for?
Yes, that is exactly what I was trying to say, rather badly, rather unsuccinctly. There's a dead ball there.
Just looking at the clock here, in theory...
Yeah, I think they're in trouble.
The cut-off time is meant to be 2:30. Where is the cut-off time on the... There's 2:39 on the scoreboard.
Okay, they might be all right. Mulder into Smith, he defends that.
So they've allowed 9 minutes for that brief rain stoppage, wickets.
Yeah.
There's other little things that you have sometimes, so they'd probably be all right.
So putting you on the spot, and don't try and dodge the question.
Yeah.
Do they care? Do the players care as much about their 100 teams as they do for their counties?
So I think if you've got a player that's been in a county for a long time...
Mulder to Smith. 1 run.
Then they have an affiliation with the county club. If they have... How can I put this? If they are of a more mercenary mindset, then they would say, well, I just apply a professional approach to whoever I play for. And, you know, Samit Patel is probably the best example I can come up with of that, because he has probably got more tracksuits than most people.
Yeah. Mulder approaching the crease, and that's a short ball, which Gloucestershire haven't played the short ball very well today, have they? We've seen a lot of people not connecting, and I don't know if it's the pitch or Leicestershire surprising them with it, but
so you have got numbers 8 and 9 in here at the moment. You know, we have to bear that in mind, and they're just trying to eke out what they can here. They've got 5 overs to go. Don't want to be
chewing up the balls. That's a short ball. Smith looking for the wide there. Can't believe it, and from our elevated position I think he might have a point, but the man who's important is Billy Taylor, who says none of that. Gets on with it, calls over.
Think, Tom Price and Tom Smith having a chat to in effect there was, why wasn't that given as either a wide or a no ball on height? Either way, Mulder's bowled 8 overs for 24. That's very economical in this form of the game. Wright has bowled out. Hendricks has got 2 left. Mulder's got 2 left. Barnes has got 2 left. And because Kimber has bowled 9 overs, one of those won't bowl their allocation. Hendricks is going to come on from this Ashley Down Road end. The sun has got fleetingly out, has gone in again. We've had the lights on throughout the whole of this Gloucestershire innings. Cut away again, back of a length by Tom Smith. He'll get one.
I think Leicestershire.
He's not known as Captain Sensible by a lot of the supporters. Obviously, supporters for nothing. Just a very steady kind of character to come in at this point.
Leicestershire have been absolutely outstanding. Last 5 overs have gone for 21 runs. At this stage of the game, you know, that can be match defining.
And 2 wickets as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they've done really well to peg it back. Hendricks into Price. If they could pick up, well, if in singles, maybe a couple of boundaries at the end, they still might get to 240. But that Gloucestershire might feel means they've got to bowl Leicestershire out. Not impossible, of course. And we've seen spinners have been effective. Kimber has taken 4 wickets, 4 for 61 in his 9 overs. Oh, nice ball from Hendricks, just rolled his fingers over the top of that. Smith still basically played tip and run with him. Needless to say, Kimber's best white ball bowling figures by the proverbial long chalk. Very much his day with the ball. But yeah, Leicestershire have been a good out cricket, good work in the field. 5 wides is not that many in a 50 over game. Hendricks short. That is pulled by Tom Price. There's a man out at deep mid wicket. It's Welsh, of course it is. I should think the spectators over on that side of the ground have probably had enough conversation with him to work out where he went to school, who his geography teacher was, what age he was when he passed his driving test, and all those other essential questions.
He's been out there a long time. PIN number to his bank card.
No. He wouldn't have given that away. Hendricks, burly figure around the wicket, and again the dab. This time from Tom Smith. They'll take 1, but that's all. And that is sure that might be Patel out there. Or is it? More field changes from
Patel's at extra.
More field changes from Lewis Hill, who's at mid-off for Tom Price. He's got mid-off and mid-on the edge of the circle, so they can now have 2 men out on the leg side for Price. Hendricks to bowl around the wicket to him. Oh, and that was almost a Yorker length. They're going to try and run a quick sharp single here, and Hill has missed the stumps at the non-striker's end, and they couldn't take the second run because Tom Smith had run so far past the stumps at the striker's end. He was almost running a run and a half. And end of the over. So there are 4 overs left, 211 for 7. And I think Dan's got a very long email there, have you?
Yeah, we have. It's an interesting email. I can't read it all out because it's long.
It's from Adrian Oldham. Adrian, thank you for this. I mean, just to say, on long emails, we do like them, right? Because it shows you have put a lot of thought into them. Sometimes we have to kind of mentally edit them a bit because of the time it takes. But if you raise several points, then we may be able to put them over a period of time. Perhaps a little bit easier on a championship day than a Royal London day, but we'll do our best.
Yep. So he has said, I'll come on to it after Vivian Mulder's come in, and that's gone bang, that's gone a long way. Oh, Tom Price. Bang. 218 for 7 in the slot. Just goes through the line. So Adrian he's enjoying the commentary rather more than some of Gloucestershire's shots today. And he was listening to Andrew Strauss talk to Aggers on TMS this lunchtime. He's got this stream on and he's got the England game on. As that's short down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. So 7 off 1 ball so far this over. Just the type of over that Gloucestershire need. So he lives in Stroud, rarely gets to Bristol, there's no public transport and costs are unaffordable by car. So Cheltenham is his go-to set of games. And he bought his one-day membership in January with now knowing what games would come to Cheltenham, but expecting at least 2 T20 games. And what he was disappointed about was the lack of cricket on the weekends. That's whacked by Tom Price, and he's going to get 4 for that. That's going to run away down to the club offices. And this is good cricket here from the youngster. And that's not Gloucestershire's fault. That is the fault of the scheduling, isn't it? I'm trying to read this. I've got the sun in my eyes here on the screen.
He said what we end up with a hodgepodge of matches, and the Royal London Cup on a Tuesday after 3 fallow days of no cricket made it a disjointed finish to the festival.
Yeah. And that's gone up in the air, and he's going to get away with that. That's going to be 4 more as well. That's gone over third. And Tom Price is going to town here.
Yeah, Mulder's he's gone the wrong length now. He's tried to bowl short in the last over, got away with it, and Tom Price has changed his approach here, and Mulder hasn't changed the length accordingly.
But he goes on to say that, you know, he won't be buying his membership until the fixtures are out, so he can gauge the value of it. Because, you know, it's difficult there. And I think there are people like you, Adrian, in a number of counties, and it's quite dangerous for the game, as that's whacked out to mid-off by Price. And this is becoming a very fruitful over here, because there's 15 off 3 legitimate balls so far. 4 legitimate balls.
Yeah, I think there's a wider point here about buying tickets ahead and whether that is actually a good thing to do or not.
Yeah.
I mean, Adrian's done it, and he perhaps feels that sometimes he might have been better waiting.
Mulder in. Price nurdles him round the corner for 1. 229 for 7 now.
It's a big over, this.
Sorry, Smith nurdled him round the corner. It is a big over. But, you know, you can see how important it is that there's a Cheltenham Festival for guys like that who live in Stroud and struggle to get to Bristol. And, as you say, it connects people from your neck of the woods, Ian, from the north of the county, doesn't it?
Oh, very much. Very much. And that's, you know, that is the worry if the schedulers. Oh, that's very short.
That's down the leg side. That's going to be another wide. This is becoming a nightmare of an over from a Leicestershire point of view from Vian Mulder. 1 ball left in it. It's going to be an 8-ball over at the very minimum. So it is
17 off it at the moment.
And he goes on to point out, a huge round of applause to you and the whole team behind the live stream this season. I've enjoyed it, a credit to everyone involved. And it goes to show how important the streaming is to members who can't, you know, quite get to the grounds here. Adrian, I take your points, and I you know, I empathise. I sympathise, I empathise.
And just to make the point about the fact that sometimes the geography is different in the north of the county to the south.
Yeah.
He says, I'm going to Worcester for £10 to a match on Friday in this competition.
Mulder in. Slower ball. Whacked out for deep cover for 1 by Price. And that's... the members down below us, they like that over. 2-3-1 for 7 now. 3 overs left.
18 off that 47th over. That's the kind of big over you want at this time. Just finally on Adrian's picture, he says the ECB and the counties need to sort themselves out for 2023 or lose people like me who are there in April through to September rather than pushing the 100 down people's throats in August. It denudes sides like Gloucestershire of its best players, yet I'm paying full price to watch a good second 11 rather than a full strength team. You know, it's all valid, and the one thing you do wonder in all this, and I'll come back to it after Hendricks has bowled this ball, if it's a particularly explosive shot, which Price doesn't make. It's just down the leg side for a leg bye. You haven't had one of those, I don't think, at any point today. Is that the first leg bye of the whole innings? I think it might be. And that is... Of course, my brain has now lost the thread of what that thought was. I'll get back. Somebody put another 10p in the meter. I'll get back to it in a minute.
Good first ball there by Hendricks, though, into the block hole at the feet.
Tom Price on strike. 2 overs after this, and he tries to pull that away through mid-wicket. 232 for 7. That one big over, that just, and you get an 18 in there. That's almost like having an extra over, like 2 nines would be fine at this stage. But to get that and still have a bit in hand, 250 might be a good psychological thing to try and get to from here, if they can. Still Van Meekeren and Warner, in theory, available. Price waits for Hendricks. He's hit that high in the air. That should be out. It might just drop safe, and it's going to. Lilly couldn't reach it. Coming in, there's a big gap at mid-wicket. He's on the boundary. I'm sure Tom Smith would have wanted more on that than he was able to get, but it's fallen safe, and score advances by 1 now for Tom Price, having put bat to ball in the last over. Long on his back, but mid-off is up for Hendricks. Oh, he bowls it very short outside the off stump, and Tom Price has hit him over the infield on the offside. That's going to go up towards the boundary at long off. Will it beat Patel? It will. It'll go for 4.
Only just, though. It's normally been very fast over those old practice wickets there.
But you know, you can now see why Tom Price was at 8 rather than Tom Smith. Just to get him in a little bit earlier. There's a bit more power there, you feel.
He impresses me with every game of cricket he plays, this young man. He really does. He's not one for the future, he's one for the present.
Stays on strike. Oh, that's a good shot too. Down the ground, that's an authentic shot. That's going to go for 4. Past the dive at mid-off of Lewis Hill. And Price making an important contribution here. His brother obviously got runs earlier, but got out earlier perhaps than he should have done. 37 to Ollie, and now Tom has 33. This has proved an expensive over for Hendricks.
Yeah, Hendricks starting off very well, spearing those balls into the block hole, but just putting the last couple into the slot.
Price all down the leg side, was stopped by Swindles. Will they call that as a wide? They will.
2 more.
Yeah, just a little bit ragged at the end here from Leicestershire. They've been really good for probably 45 overs, and now at the end it's just gone a bit to pot for them. They put a couple of chances down. Tom Smith waits, and well, that's nicked very, very fine. That will go for 4 as well. No justice for the bowler there. And Gloucestershire,
48 these two have put on.
35 in 2 overs. They've got an 18 and a 17. That is really made a big difference to the scorecard.
Yeah. And off the two South Africans as well.
Hendricks has finished 2 for 52. So one would assume Mulder, and then either, well, presumably Barnes will bowl the last over. I mean, Kimber's got one left if they were going to go to him, but I suspect it will be Mulder from the pavilion end and Barnes, who's got 2 available, but can only bowl one, obviously, from this Ashley Down road end.
Here's the start of the penultimate over then. And it is going to be Vian Mulder.
Well, Leicestershire are now beyond the cut-off point. They're 2 overs beyond the cut-off point.
That could be a wide as well. Mulder looking to shovel that one outside Tom Price's off stump.
Now, I ought to know this rule. What happens if they are beyond the cut-off point? Is there a penalty of any sort?
There must be. In fact, how many men have they got in the... Look, here we go. The umpires are now getting involved in it, so they have to bring another man into the ring.
That's right. Yeah, they've...
So they're going to put this one outside. Oh, what's going on here?
Now, Hendricks has gone off the field.
Without telling the umpires. Oh. Yeah, Billy Taylor doesn't like it, does he? So Hendricks has come back on. The 12thers have gone off. He's sent him off.
So
Mulder.
have they got 5 men out?
And
or is it only 4? 1, 2, 3.
There's only 4.
No, they got 5 out.
There's the 50 partnership between these two, and what a fantastic partnership it's been as well. Tom Price leading the way. He's got 34 of 22 balls. Tom Smith 11 of 12. But what a crucial partnership this might be.
They've still got 5 out, Dan.
Yeah.
Long on and long off. 2 on the leg side and a man at mid-wicket.
So that means there must be penalty runs then.
So I wonder if there's any kind of... We'll check that with the scorers during the break.
Mulder's only bowled one legitimate ball here. Oh, he's bowled him. Tom Smith chopped that one on. Gone for a big shot. And Mulder gets a wicket. So the partnership is ended. Arguably, exactly 50 runs.
Arguably, though, if you had to lose one of these two, Gloucestershire would prefer that Tom Price stays. There's a replay. It was a big drag on from Tom Smith. But he's still been part of an important little stand here. And his departure will mean the arrival.
Looks like Jared Warner.
I think that's Warner. And Tom Price now the key in this
Paul Van Meekeren.
Final stage of the match. I must admit, I too thought it was Warner when he walked down the steps, but it is Paul Van Meekeren.
The Meerkat comes to the wicket.
Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker in this tournament, albeit it's been at quite an expensive economy rate.
Every run is crucial here. And that's just played back down the pitch to Mulder.
3 balls left in this over, so he'd like to try and get Price on strike for probably both the last 2 balls, if then Price can negotiate his way to the other end. He wouldn't want 3 dots from here, or, well, I mean, 3 sixes will be fine.
I'm sure Dale Benkenstein would take three big ones into the mound stand from him. There's one whipped off his legs, just the one. Gives Tom Price
psychologically they've got to 250. And that's an important junction rate to get to. Yes, it is. The penalty is in terms of fielders.
Mulder, and that's Tom Price trying to reverse him back down to third.
All sides are expected to be in position to bowl the first ball of the last over within the 3 hours 30 minutes. In the event of them failing to do so, one fewer fieldsman shall be permitted outside the fielding restriction area than would normally be the case in the power play in progress at the time.
Okay, so we have got, there are 4 men only in the discs at the moment.
You should surely it's the number of men out, not the number of men in the discs. Well, it's 63 as well.
That's gone over the top as Tom Price found the gap there. No, it plugs, and they just take the one, so he retains the strike. That's a good over there from Mulder.
He's taken the wicket.
5 off it. He won't mind that. That completes his overs. 1 for 47 off 10.
Well, I would have said that what you should have had was 5 men inside the circle and 4 out, but there was a point during that over where Leicestershire had 5 out.
Yeah.
Which I don't think was correct.
No, I don't think that's correct either. Barnes is going to bowl the last over.
Well, what can Gloucestershire get to? Another 10 from here, more than 10 would be great. Tom Price. He's only ever scored 38 runs in List A cricket before today. He scored 35
if they can get this
in one innings.
If they can get 10 off this, I think they'll be pleased with 260. From 199 for 7, you know, they'll be pleased with 260.
And that would mean they would have taken 48 off the last 4 overs if they can get that far. Let's just check if Leicestershire do only have 4 out here. Yep. Hendricks is now back on. If he's not,
yeah, they've got 3 on the offside and 1 short fine leg. That's it.
So here is Barnes to bowl the last over, and it's just squeezed out from Tom Price, but he turns the single down because he presumably thinks he's got more chance of hitting Barnes than Van Meekeren has, and that's his judgment, having been in for a little while.
Van Meekeren not happy. Shakes his head. Loves a chat with an umpire, doesn't he, Paul? Loves a chat. He's one of the real characters of the game. And fantastic bloke.
Barnes to Tom Price, final over. Price winds himself up, he's got it through, and it's going to go for 4. He's beaten the man at deep extra cover, Lewis Hill, and he's found the gap. So that dot ball off the first ball looks a good decision now.
Yeah, good shot as well, authentic cricket shot.
Barnes has been a bit hittable in this innings.
Yeah, that's not where you want to bowl in this final over.
That was right
in the slot with a little bit of width. That's completely not where you want to be bowling in the death over.
Now they've got to make, as a result, they're going to change the field again. Remember, they're operating under slightly different regulations for these last 2 overs because they've missed the cut-off. So they've got to have an extra man inside the circle, effectively. Barnes again. Again, Price tries to fire it through the same gap, and he's done it again. Even though they've got an extra man on the offside, he's really middled that, and that's gone away through extra cover, and that's raced away for 4 more.
Oh, that went like an exocet.
That's 2 really authentic shots, and now Paul van Rieken might say, yep, yeah, okay, then I'll accept the dot ball for the first of the ball of the over.
For sure.
You might have a situation where you're going to have 3 Gloucestershire players getting to 50. Harris, Taylor, could Tom Price do it as well? He'll squeeze that out. He'll try and run hard for 2 here. He'll want to back himself to come back for the second run, and he's dived in, and despite the direct hit, he's made it.
Yeah, it's clever cricket. That's a better ball there from Barnes. I mean, it's never easy bowling, what they call the dirty overs. And it's never, ever easy. But the first couple, 2 wide half volleys that got dispatched for 4 will not please Lewis Hill, because Leicestershire just in danger of undoing all their good work so far.
Tom Price still on strike. What's he got left? Scoop straight to Hendricks. Well, he tried to be inventive. Hendricks was effectively at short third man, and Tom Price is out for 45. But my word, that was an enterprising 45. 45 from 29 balls. He's out in the last over. Here's the second look at this. He's gone early, and it's like catching practice for Hendricks, who didn't perhaps take it cleanly, but he did cling on to it. And Gloucestershire's 9th wicket goes down in the last over. But still, he will get a good hand when he goes off. It's his highest score, again, by some distance in this format of the game. And that means that Jared Warner will come out with 2 balls to face. Barnes gets a wicket, but the Gloucestershire card is going to have 5 scores of 30 or above, but the top score is 58. So it's taken some graft to get to 261.
Yeah, I don't think it's definitely not as good a batting wicket as we saw in the Somerset or the Nottinghamshire games, and I think they'll be pleased with this total. It all depends on the informed guys for Leicestershire. The Nick Welshes, the Lewis Hill who can bat, and William Mulder. He is the man they want. They can get Mulder early. I think he could hold the key to this game of cricket.
So Barnes has got 2. Well, he's got 1 ball to go. In fact, that was the 5th ball of the over. So Warner has taken guard. Well, there was much point remains to be seen. Barnes to bowl to him. And he squeezed that out, and they will get 1 run off the last ball. 262 for 9, and Barnes finishes with 1 for 58.
Yeah,
262. It's a competitive score. About 5 1/4 runs per over. Leicestershire can't dilly-dally too much at the start with that sort of target.
No, they can't, and I think it's been a wonderful effort. And Tom Price, he's influencing games. You saw him at Durham. He got 4 wickets at Durham, and he's influencing games either with bat or ball in every game of cricket he plays at the moment. And I think he is being, I think he really could be one of the leading players of his generation here at Gloucestershire. I really do. I think he's going to be an absolutely wonderful cricketer. So the scores on the doors.
262 for 9.
Yeah.
50 from the last 4 overs. That feels like a big acceleration at the end. Leicestershire dropped a couple of chances in that Gloucestershire innings. Jack Taylor in particular was missed twice on his way to 50, dropped at 9, dropped on 31. Marcus Harris might have felt that having got to 58 from 63 balls, he was in good touch, but he was stumped off a wide, one of 4 wickets for Lewis Kimber. Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth in particular might have felt that they could have gone on. Tom Price, by contrast, probably did all he could in the time available out of the last one ball. 45 he made. The wicket takers for Leicestershire: Wright 1 for 36 from 10, Hendricks 2 for 52 from 10, Mulder 1 for 47, he also bowled out, Barnes 1 for 57 from 9, and Kimber, by some distance the star really, 9 overs 4 for 61. He bowled better than the 61 might suggest, and Tom Scriven bowled 2 overs for 6. Will he bat? He didn't field for quite some time in that Gloucestershire innings. We'll be back with you at around about 20 minutes past 3 for the resumption here. Could be a really good finish. We hope the weather holds, and Leicestershire, when we come back, will need 263 to win.
Welcome back to the second half of this intriguing game between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire in the Royal London Cup. Gloucestershire have started with 262 for 9, thanks to 58 from Marcus Harris, 50 from Jack Taylor, and a rapid 45, which was the icing on the proverbial cake from Tom Price. And I've noticed over the lunch break that my co-commentator Ian Randall has a real soft spot for jelly babies. I never knew this about you, Ian.
I have a Swedish tooth, more than one for a curry.
Well, let's see what Tom Price can do with the ball.
It will be Nick Welsh and Rishi Patel to open. Leicestershire only have one left-hander in their batting lineup, and that is Boyer and Hendricks. I don't know where he'll bat, somewhere down the bottom. So Price is just he's going to open from the Ashley Down Road end. So Gloucestershire will not. It's a simple thing, but the last over will be bowled towards the longer straight boundary if it gets that far. 2 slips then in for Tom Price, who bowls a full toss first up, which is punched straight to Charlesworth at mid-off. 2 slips in, Ollie Price and Chris Dent. Sorry, Ollie Price and... No, that's not right. Ollie Price and... Is that Ben Wells at second slip?
Harris, isn't it?
It might be Harris, actually, yes. Tom Price in, almost played on by Nick Welsh.
Wells seems to like backward point in this competition.
Yeah, Wells is there again. Jack Taylor at extra cover. .263, remember, is the target. Price in, Patel plays that out to Taylor on the offside.
He's a very stylish bat, Rishi Patel. He's got a lovely cover drive on him. He Essex won the county championship in 2018, and I think he played about 4 or 5 games, but he scored 500s for their second team in that period.
Tom Price running away from our commentary position, and Patel again defends. And Wells will come in quickly.
He got 170 for Potter's Bar in the Hearts Premier about 5-6 weeks ago. He's a good player.
Currently raining, I think, at Lords. I'll just update you on the test score in a moment. Here's Tom Price in, that's beaten everything. It's not bowled Rishi Patel, but it's beaten everything and done all but.
It's the second one this over. Welsh got one where he just about jammed the inside edge of the bat down there.
Second look at this. It's gone over the top of middle. Price in this first over. Cry of yes, no there from Nick Welsh. But maybe that Tom Price can use the energy from his batting in his bowling here, having made really important 45 at the end of the Gloucestershire innings. 263 is the target, and Leicestershire offline the first over, and Gloucestershire are going to give Zafar Gahar
interesting move
at the far end.
Interesting move. Jack Taylor's captaincy is innovative. You never know what he's going to do next, and I really like his captaincy. I liked it in the T20 campaign, and I like it here as well. And he's prepared to try different things. They opened up with Zafar Gahar in the game against Somerset, and I like it. I think it's You know, something a little bit different, something a little bit unusual, something a little bit left field. Anyway, here's Zaffa. No, he's not. He always throws me with that one. That ball that he runs up, just tests out his run up with. I wonder why Nick Welsh wasn't ready. Oh, here's Welsh. Here is Zaffa bowling to Welsh. Oh, and that turns first ball.
And of course, the advantage with Zaffa bowling with the hard. Yes, it's not perhaps quite so easy to grip with the hard ball, but he might get a bit of extra bounce with it.
Yep. Oh, that's well bowled as well. Goes past the outside edge of Welsh's bat. Welsh, 100 against Surrey in the last game. He's also played for Surrey, played in their second 11, as well as the Mashonaland Eagles back in his native Zimbabwe.
He's moving Charlesworth a bit finer at short fine leg. They're on the edge of the circle.
Zaffa in, and that's out. Ollie Price, he's done Welsh. 2 balls past the outside edge. That one takes the edge, and that is the end of the dangerous Nick Welsh. Great captaincy from Jack Taylor.
Here's a second look at this. It's a good catch, that, and that's pitching on middle and turning away. It's an absolutely orthodox slow left armless delivery. But Welsh has got his make his way back out for a duck, and as a result, the Duckworth-Lewis score at this stage, I know it's very, very early, intends to give you a guide, but the loss of an early wicket like that means the DL score at this point should be 25. So Welsh goes. And
good maths in Randall. That's good maths.
And that will bring in, I think is that Hill or Kimber? It is Lewis Kimber.
Well, he's had a good day with the ball. You said he was going to get 70 with the bat.
Well, it's a sort of day when Tom Price and Lewis Kimber might actually dominate matters, you fancy. Now the question is, of course, and I think he only had 3 overs in one of the other matches where he tried this. How long do you give Zaffa? Because you might need his overs in the middle of the innings.
Yeah, I get that. I get where you're coming from, but I think it's, Jack Taylor, brilliant captaincy.
It's innovative, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's Zaffa to Kimber, who punches that into the offside.
We've had an email from our good friend Ruth Charville. Which
hello, Ruth.
Dan will try. Can you see your screen?
Not really.
All right, shall I read it then?
No, yeah. Bold and Kimber defends.
Ruth isn't here today.
Oh. I saw her husband earlier. I saw Bob and Jan, her friends. Where's Ruth? I thought Ruth was here.
Bob and Jan are here, but Ruth is not.
Oh, Zaffa just drags that one down. Arm ball. That's beautiful shot there from Kimber off the back foot. It's not going to go. That outfield's slow down there. Wells is after it. Throws the ball in, and that's 3 runs.
Well, successful over for Zaffa to start with. And to get one of the openers straight away. Really good start. Hello, says Ruth. Enjoying the commentary today under the live stream, of course, from home. My other half, Adrian, along with Bob and Jan, are with you at the ground. I'm waiting for a friend who is walking from Land's End to John O'Groats to stay with us. Well played. I'm gutted to have missed seeing my favourite young player, Tom Price, score his runs today. And I agree with you, Dan, that he is the future. And with him, that is a bright future too. The good news is I'll be watching at the Oval on Friday as guests of some dear friends. Here's hoping that perhaps Tom can get another 5 on Friday to add to the 45 he got here today. Wishing him a fistful of wickets. See you soon. Ruth, thank you for that. As ever.
Yeah, lovely lady.
Appreciate your support of the team right throughout this season. Here is Price in, and Patel at the non-striker's end watches Kimber defend. Yeah, Kimber's got a 100 already in this tournament. Tom Price will cut aerially past the second slip. There is a man down at third man, and they'll just therefore get one that's good strategy, I think, to have somebody that's not the longest boundary down there. And Price at the moment has got mid on and mid off up, and both a third man and a long leg. Punched, but not through the field by Patel. Fielded by Jack Taylor. Give you an idea about what's happening in the other matches in this group in particular. They're off at Lords at the moment. 116-6 England. And the other matches in this group, Durham 228-8 against Sussex. Price in, pleasant shot, but again straight to Warner at mid-on. No run. Sussex are 43 without loss in reply, so they've had a good start there. They are one of the dangerous teams in this group from a Gloucestershire perspective. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 212 for 3. It's a 34 overs a side game there. And there are still 6 overs to go. Price in. I mean, that's a good length the ball to Patel, just keeps him quiet at that striker's end. And Surrey 302 for 9 against Somerset, who are 21 for 1 off 4 in reply. So those are the matches, those are the 3 other games in this group. And I think really at this stage Gloucestershire have only got to worry about themselves in this group rather than what's happening elsewhere. And I say England 1-1-6 for 6 in the test match. Having been put in. Price strikes Patel on the pad there. That's going to go all the way down to long leg. Was there anything on the bat? There was. So Patel will get a single. End of Price's over. But 5 for 1. 6 for 1, that with the addition of that final 6 for 1. And a wicket already to Zafar in Leicester's chase of 263.
I think if either of these sides win their last 3 games, they'll qualify. I think Leicestershire, because they've got the better run rate, might qualify in second place, which gives them a home game, because no one fancies Lancashire away or Hampshire away.
No. Well, the Hampshire stat from earlier on was, I think they have won 22 of their last 24 matches.
Yep, here's Zafar. Kimber leaves that alone. They had a torrid start to the T20 campaign and then just won every game, didn't they?
Yeah. It's an extraordinary run.
We're a bit lucky to win here in Bristol. Oh, that's well bowled by Zafar Gahar.
That's spun a long way.
The outside of Rishi Patel's bat. Here he is into the wicket. That's a nice shot. He's going to get a couple here, I think.
There's quite a lot of grind for Van Meekeren to cover there. Pleasant watching conditions now.
Yeah, it certainly is.
You can see the Mendips absolutely crystal clear. And so all the forecasts seem to suggest that if we got to this part of the day, this was the part which was most likely to be dry.
Yeah.
So we hopefully will get right through now.
Zafar twirling away, and it's a less pleasant shot by Patel, but that gets him one.
I reckon that was going to go over Marcus Harris at mid-on. That's where he wanted it to go.
Yeah, cleared the front leg, didn't he, to get the ball out there, but ball's just span away. And Leicestershire will know the importance of a good power play here.
There's the DL score. They haven't got to be bothered by that, having lost 1 wicket.
That's gone over the top, and that's 1 bounce 4. So Kimber just giving himself a little bit of room. Innovative cricket there, clever cricket. And putting the pressure back on to Gloucestershire. Here it is, just floated up outside off stump and get it over the infield, and it's 4 runs.
He still seems he's might have been taking leg stump guard too there, so 4 men saving a single on the offside for Zafar.
Nice shot there from Kimber. Just the 1 run out to Tom Smith. Now on the covers, that completes the over 14 for 1 after 4 overs.
I'll just give you some kind of a steer. Gloucestershire were 44 for 1 at the end of the power play first time round. So I wonder whether Zafar, whether maybe 1 more over. I mean, in a sense, he's done his job because he's taken the early wicket.
Yeah. I wonder if it's time for Van Meekeren, maybe, or
Warner.
I think Warner generally prefers this end. I think he'll come on after Tom Price. I think we'll see maybe 6 from Price, and then I think we'll see the man they call Jazza into the attack, Jared Warner.
Price from this Ashley Down Road end. Oh, that's a nice line. That's 4th stump. Kimber's playing inside that. Mind you that obviously Gloucestershire will hope that this isn't the last white ball game first team wise here this season. There is a chance that if they can get through, yes, they might have an away draw in the playoff, but it's possible they could end up with 1 more home game. The last 2 games in the group, both away. Price again, forcing Patel to defend. Our colleagues Mark Church, Johnny Barron and Ed Seaborn will deal with the commentary from the Oval. That's on Friday, and then on Sunday it'll be, I'm sure, Kevin Hand with Ed Seaborn from Radlett. Last game in the group. Middlesex, bit of a run machine at the moment.
Yeah, Eskenazi's on fire for them, isn't he? He's absolutely buzzing. Sam Robson's getting runs. Peter Milan getting runs for Middlesex, and Mark Stoneman getting runs as well.
So why wasn't Eskenazi picked up by somebody in the 100?
Well, you tell me. You know, why wasn't Chris Dent to a certain degree? You know, both of them are similar players, heavy run getters in domestic cricket. Price,
again, quite close to the umpire when he delivers the ball. Patel Kimber, I should say, sorry, looks a bit happier when the ball is drivable for him, just back of a length. And it's early in his innings, just seems to be content to defend at the moment, well, not to force quite so aggressively. 2 slips and 3 saving a single on the offside. That's worked into the leg side, straight to Warner. They're got ground to make up there, so it's a simple single. And the one I did inadvertently mention Chris Dent's name at the top of the commentary. Of course, he's not in the side today, and Gloucestershire will miss him in the field because he's got a good arm. He's a left-handed thrower. He prowls that area, doesn't he? He's like a cat, isn't he, Chris Dent? Sort of mid-wicket extra cover. Price in again. That's off the back foot, straight to Wells though this time. Patel can't pierce the field. Good over from Tom Price. And Gloucestershire defending 262 for 9 here in what is now very pleasant mid-afternoon sunshine. The lights will stay on for the whole of the Leicestershire innings, whether they're needed or not, because they are on at the start. That's how they'll be. And Price has bowled 3 overs for 4 runs. Zafar's bowled 2 overs for 11, but he has taken a wicket and he's going to have at least one more.
Yep, keep your emails coming in to Ian Randall and myself, Dan Whiting, to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Zafar around the wicket, played firmly away there by Kimber. No run, only can find Tom Smith at mid-wicket. Oh, Zafar's just having his little word there about running down the pitch. Oh, that's hit firmly back, and Zafar goes to shape to throw back at the stumps, which makes Patel scramble back. And that's a lovely shot there by Kimber. Very strong through the offside. Any widths he latches onto, front or back foot. And I think with Kimber, I'd like to see maybe Zafar go over the wicket and let's see what he's got on the leg side. Because he's already shown that he can play with panache through the offside. Zafar in, and that's played out to Van Meekeren at long off.
Went very much inside the ball there to play that shot, didn't he?
Yeah. 20 for 1. Oh, Bracey whips the bails off and asks for the stumping. Ball goes past the outside edge of Rishi Patel's bat. So Patel's on 4, Kimber on 15. Let's have a look at this again if we can. No. Zafar in, and that's on! Another one, Ollie Price at slip. And that is the end of Rishi Patel. Zafar Gahar opening the bowling. This is a master stroke from Jack Taylor. Real turn in this Bristol wicket, as we thought there'd be in as well, as we discussed. Hence why Gloucestershire go into these games with 4 spinners. And
I heard Chris Dent talking after the Durham game, and he said, you know, the spin options here are important, particularly, you know, the later in the season, dry wickets, worn wickets. There is potentially some joy, and a second good catch from Ollie Price as well. That one was rather more straightforward than the first one, but you've still got to take them. And Zafar now has 2 wickets, and you do wonder whether that really is, you know, bonus time effectively. He's taken 2 for 16 in 3 overs, and that still might be the point at which you say, okay, I'm going to cash out, so to speak.
His Lily's come into the wicket.
So Lily ahead of Lewis Hill and Vian Mulder.
That's an interesting move.
So both the openers gone. And Zafar getting a good hand from the mound stand.
Lily averaging 17 in List A cricket.
Well, what can Gloucestershire do here? Can Tom Price get on the act? He's down to 1 slip. Well, clipped away, good stop, very good stop by Tom Smith. He did just dribble past him, but he took the pace off that. No, that was travelling. And there isn't a man out at deep mid-wicket, so that's saved 4 runs.
You call him Alan Lilly then, the old Essex opener. Do you remember him, Alan Lilly?
Yes, I do.
Good fielder, wonderful fielder.
Where's Harris gone? Harris has gone out to plug an extra gap on the offside from the slip cordon. Lilly defends. Now, I'll just use the much used scenario in a cricket sense, but you can hear it in other sports as well. You know, Leicester should get the start wrong here. They can be out of the game early. Even if they're behind the clock, the important thing is that they can slowly rebuild, having lost 2 early wickets. They are not The game isn't dead in the water yet by any means. Oh, but Price bowls. That's twice he's done that. He's bowled 2 Jaffas today. He hasn't got a wicket with either of them. He cut Patel in half earlier, and he's done the same here with Lewis Kimber.
Robbie Joseph's come in as looks like a bowling consultant, maybe on a temporary basis, and he'll be pleased with that from Tom Price.
Just the one that's slightly wider, just going the other way.
Joseph, good career at Kent.
It's a good start for Gloucestershire. This, if Price could get a wicket as well, they'd be right in the box seat. Work straight to Smith. Kimber's not getting in away at the moment, but a long way to go in the game. Net run rate might become important later in the piece, but Gloucestershire will join Leicestershire on 8 points if they can win this game. If the margin of victory will depend on whether they can squeeze past them on net run rate as well. But of course, the later you go in the competition, the smaller the impact the net run rate has overall. Pricing played into the ground by Kimber, and Tom Price is going to get a good hand after that over. It's a good effort.
Yeah, they love him down here, don't they? They love him in Bristol.
So he's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. And as I say, Zaffar's taken 2 wickets at the other end. Now he's walking up to mid-on, but he's not going to be given the ball. So he's bowled 3 overs, taking 2 wickets, and he's going to be held back now, and you're going to see Jared Warner, I think, from the pavilion end. If you've joined us, where are we now? 20 minutes to 4. You think, yeah, I'll just catch up on the cricket. Yeah, you've missed the first act, so to speak, of what promised to be a pretty good contest. 262 for 9, Gloucestershire having been put in. Harris 58, Jack Taylor 50, Tom Price 45, 4 wickets for Lewis Kimber. We probably feel that ideally Gloucestershire would have liked another 20, but the pitch, there's a bit in it for the bowlers, and Zaffar's taking 2 wickets already, which just accentuates the thought this is going to be a really good contest.
Here he is, Warner, steaming into the crease as he always does. Surprised? Lily there with... Lily, I think, seems to think now is out the back of the hand, but I think it's just Jared Warner's wrist position with the ball that does that.
Was it out the back of the hand, or was it just the slower ball?
I don't think so. I think it was just the way he bowls.
Just the slower ball. Didn't read it. Quite a long run, Warner.
Yeah, was it 28 metres, he said. That's just angled into the legs. Looked like that reversed a little bit, actually. And Lily's off the mark with 1.
So the rest of the Leicestershire batting, probably Lewis Hill at 5, Mulder at 6, Swindles, and then I'm not sure of the order beyond that. Scriven might be at 8, provided he's all right to bat, and then Barnes, Hendricks and Wright. So again, quite a bit of the pressure would be on this pair. Hill and Mulder would be expected to get the bulk of the runs if they're going to win.
Warner in, and that's just watchfully let go by Lewis Kimber. Yeah, I think Warner told us at Cheltenham that he's off 28. Is it 28 metres?
It might be 28. I mean, his run starts. It's probably more 28 paces as he paces it out. He's not quite 28 paces as he runs in. It's more like probably 20. But
he's gone beyond the 30.
Yeah, he's beyond the circle and well beyond the sawdust. It's Proctor-esque, dare I say, the length of run.
Here he is. Well bowled, Jared Warner. Good lines, good areas. Hard to score on this wicket. If you bowl it in the right place, it's hard to score. As we said earlier, some balls are sticking in the pitch, others are skidding on. And you can never really trust. You can trust the bounce, you can't really trust the pace.
And you also made the point, quite rightly, Dan, that it might be the Gloucestershire Bowl, the spinners at the pavilion end and the seamers at this Ashley Down Road end, albeit Kimber bowled from Ashley Down Road end and took his wickets from this end.
Warner in, that's wide, and that's a flashing shot there by Kimber, who's in the air for a while. I thought Ben Wells was going to be interested at backward point, but a bit too much width there from Jared. Lovely lad, Jared Warner, top man. Big mates with Josh Shaw. Another of the good guys, a couple of Yorkshiremen down here in Bristol, enjoying life. Here is Warner. That's a nice shot. And that's beaten Van Meekeren at mid-off. And that's going to be 4 runs. That's a lovely shot there from Kimber. That wasn't even a half volley. That was just pushed on the up. Kept it down. And it was too hot for Van Meekeren to handle there.
There's the overall position. Kimber with 23 out of 29. And he is dominating that ball. Just having a look at the Gloucestershire innings, there were 27 fours and 3 sixes in the innings. It's the boundaries that Gloucestershire have got to keep down. They can force Leicestershire to work and have to run their twos through bowling a good length, accurate length. Then will keep the brakes on the scoring a bit. Remember, Gloucestershire scored 50 in the last 4 overs. That made a massive difference to the total. Here's Price, part of the reason for that. In, and yet just dabbed out by Lilly, who still acclimatising out. They didn't get a bowl today. Tom Price into his 5th over. This is, remember, the last over from this end in the power play. You wouldn't be surprised to see Tom Smith on straight away once the power play is done.
No, I think we'll see him. I think we'll see.
Oh, almost Yorker length from Price. That's a good delivery again.
I wonder when we'll see.
Every dot ball is applauded by all the fielders, unsurprisingly perhaps.
Yeah, I wonder when we'll see Paul Van Meekeren into the attack, because he's been a wicket taker, albeit an expensive one, hasn't he, in this campaign?
So I think it's 9.
I wonder if they're trying to use him in a different capacity.
So he's got 9 wickets, but he's going at, well, over 7 and over. Again, accurate from Tom Price. This is good stuff here. He got a bit of tap in the game at Hove, I think it was.
Lily just walking across his stumps here. Tom Price will be aiming at those big pads.
Four men walking in, trying to save the single on the offside. And they're going to be all right here with one of Tom Smith's throw was a bit high at the bowler's end, but it's well backed up. But in a way, keeping Kimber off strike at the moment is fine, because that's just checking his ability to influence the power play.
Yeah, for me it's Mulder still who holds the key to this Leicestershire chase. Mulder and Hill.
Next 2 men in. Tom Price still has a slip. In the air from Kimber, lofted into the gap at mid-wicket. That will run away for 4. He picked that length up very quickly.
Looks a nice player, doesn't he? Averages over 43 in List A cricket. Brother James plays for Lincolnshire in the minor counties, or national counties. Not allowed to call them minor counties anymore, are we?
I mean, and he's got, I mean, he's not played a lot, but he's got 104 50s already in a dozen or so games. Lewis Kimber.
How many?
It's a good shot. Just punched down the ground for 4. And what looked to be a good over from Tom Price to Aaron Lilly has been finished off with 2 4 balls, neither of which were particularly dreadful. He said, look at the second one. That's just a good length ball. And he's just got into in position and powered it down the ground to the straight boundary for 4.
Same with the one from Jared Warner in the over before. It wasn't a bad ball, there's nothing wrong with it. He just leant into it and pushed it. And they're going to want to see the back of this young man.
So Price now 5 overs for 13. Still a very good effort at the start of a 50 over chase. Warner's first over cost 9. Cost you can't need too many of those.
Here's Warner to Lilly. Does go a long way across. I don't know what his LBW ratio is, but
well, yeah,
does go a hell of a long way across in front of those stumps.
A reminder, you can drop us an email during this Leicestershire chase. I appreciate that, you know, you want to concentrate on the cricket, and indeed so do we, but happy to take any questions or thoughts. I mean, there was a long email from Adrian about, you know, the proposed revised structure, etc., etc. In the Gloucestershire innings. There's our email, commentators@glosscc.co.uk.
Warner in, and that's a lovely shot there from Aaron Lilly on drive.
Gloucestershire might need all their spinners here, all their spin options.
Lovely shot. It's one of the toughest shots to play in the book, that. Like a good writer with a semicolon here, and only the very best can do it.
Gloucestershire 44 for 1 after 10 overs. This is the 10th over.
Yeah.
42 for 2. Nothing in it.
Warner in, and that's carved backward a square, and that's going to be 4 more as well. Tom Smith can't cut that one off. And I think it's time to get the pace off the ball ASAP here. You can always bring back Warner, Price, Van Meekeren later in the innings. But at the moment, I'd get Tom Smith into the action and let him use his experience, tuck them up for room, not allow them to swing their levers. And I'd get a skipper on himself because he's got the golden arm in this cup. Warner. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a good comeback there.
I wonder, actually, if you didn't want 2 spinners at the moment, whether you maybe give Van Meekeren this end, this Ashley Down Road end, and bowl Tom Smith from the pavilion end with the slightly longer straight boundary.
Smith quite likes this end though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't mind.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind, but
he's flexible. He's ambidextrous.
Yeah.
Can drink red or white wine. Jared Warner. Past the umpire. Lilly drives handsomely towards Jack Taylor.
50 again for Jack today, but this time unable to build on it. Got out when he had made a half-century, run a ball, half-century. Just a reminder too that in this competition it goes right through until next Tuesday, but because there are 9 teams in the group, 1 team doesn't play in the last round, and that team is Gloucestershire. So they have got to do what they need to do today at the Oval and at Radler, and then sit and wait. They can do no more than that.
46 for 2. This is neck and neck.
Yeah, nothing in it. Gloucestershire 92 for 3 after 20. So here's the power play, and here is Tom Smith straight away. So he's going to be bowling at the end where Kimber had the joy for Leicestershire. Both the openers already out. Both caught at slip by Ollie Price off Zafar Gahar, who opened the bowling and bowled 3 overs and took 2 for 16. And given Warner's 2 overs, of course, 17. Not impossible to think that Zafar might be in quite early. But it might be Van Meekeren from the other end, we'll see. So still one slip in. Split field, 4 saving the single, 2 on the offside, 2 on the leg. Smith round the wicket. Oh, that's almost Yorker length and punched down the ground by Kimber. Only get 1. Out to Ben Wells, who is at long off. Marcus Harris at long on's coming up now.
Yorkshire 76 for 6 at Chelmsford.
Smith round the wicket. Oh, that's an awkward, a very ugly looking paddle shot. Way out into the country on the leg side. Oh, sorry, under the offside, I should say, because he played it that way. It looks as if it shouldn't have been an offside shot. Kimber waits and hits that aerially away over wide, long off. That's gone for 6. That when you look like a clip, he got inside the line, and Kimber's just, that's all in the timing. He's got to 32 to 38, as you were, really quickly. And Tom Smith, and indeed Gloucestershire generally, have got to quieten him down here. Again, that's punched up to mid-off, straight to Wells. But that 6 was no more than what looked like a gentle clip.
He's looking a very dangerous customer here.
55 for 2 in the 11th. Remember, the start rate was about 5.24.
We're going to be joined shortly by Peter Lamb from Community Hub here.
Smith in, that's tossed right up, and I think Lily's just going to give Kimber the strike here. He's not going to try and do anything too dramatic himself, because Kimber looks in such good touch. That he's going to let him get on with it. Smith around the wicket. Kimber goes back. That's not quite so easy. That one followed him a bit. And Jack Taylor.
I think that's what you've got to do with him, is follow him, cramp him up for room, and not allow him to get his levers going. And you know, he looks a dangerous man.
Yeah, 39 off 31 he's got at the moment. 6 4s and a 6 already. There's the card. Good start. 2 wickets for Zafar, and then Kimber in particular, with Lily as a bit of a foil, have brought Leicestershire they're only 10 behind on Duckworth Lewis at the moment, so that's as near as makes no odds at this stage of the innings. And Paul Van Meekeren is going to replace Jared Warner. 2 overs for 17, and Van Meekeren on for his first bowl. You're right, Dan, you know, he has been a wicket taker, but they have come at a bit of a price, if you pardon the pun.
Here he comes. Full toss, first ball on leg stump, and that's going to go away for 2 runs. But Gloucestershire need to tighten this up. They've allowed the opposition to get off to a flyer Somerset got to 44 off their power play. Nottinghamshire got to 52 and now 46. And they'll be looking, Jack Taylor will be looking to put the squeeze on in this second block, which they've done in those 2 games. And that's all perilously close there to Ollie Price's 3rd catch of the innings. Lilly just gets it above him, but it goes for 4. So the Somerset game, they went from 44 after 10 overs to 86 after 20. Nottinghamshire got 70 off their first 10 and then 141 off 20. Yet Sol Budinger went ballistic, didn't he, in that game? So they'll be looking.
Price is a tall man in that position too. I mean, probably the best option.
That's darted in. It's a quick run here. Oh, if that was picked up cleanly there by Marcus Harris. And that could have been tied.
Probably Ollie Price, almost, other than Van Meekeren himself, probably the only person who might have reached that clip at mid-wicket.
Sure, ex-Leicestershire player Will Jefferson might have... might have pouched it at chest height. Here's Van Meekeren his side, needing a wicket here. And that's played nicely by Louis Kimber. Cries of support coming out from the Jack Russell and the Marker Lane stands down below us. Some of the more vocal element of the Gloucestershire support. Love their cricket in the West Country, as they do in Leicestershire as well. Van Meekeren in, and that's well bowled, good Yorker. Kimber digs it out, plays it to Marcus Harris at mid-on.
Van Meekeren just turned there with a rather rueful look on his face, as if to say, well, I nearly got through there.
Yeah, I think he enjoys a chat.
Looks like we're heading for around about 6:45 finish line. In fact, the cut-off is 6:43, I think, judging by the scoreboard.
And Meekeren in. Oh, and that's a shy at the stumps there, and he's given! Oh, Kimber's turned back Lilly. And Lilly... Who's it? Jack Taylor, I think, at mid-off.
Ollie Price.
Oh, it's Ollie Price.
Can't keep him out of the game.
And he's thrown it in at the stumps, and Lilly's out of his ground, doesn't even slide his bat in. Oh, that's a gift of a wicket, that really is.
It's Ben Charlesworth, in fact. I saw the 6 on the back of his shirt, and I think it's Charlesworth who's run him out.
That's a gift. That really is. Because Gloucestershire was struggling up until that point, so they really needed that. But good stuff, good pressure there from Van Meekeren, keeping Kimber quiet for a little bit. And we're going to be joined shortly by Pete Lamb from the community department here, Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. And we'll be talking about the work that he's doing here, or the work that him and his team are doing. And here's the skipper,
Lewis Hill coming in at number 5. So, well, if you can't find a bowler to get people out, Pete, no, there's a chair there, but I think that chair may have been out in the wet, Pete, over the weekend, so I'm not necessarily sure you want to sit on it. But he's a good chap. He'll sort it out.
Only the very best here in the commentary box.
Tom Smith to continue. Pete will just scribble a note or two about what he wants to talk about. And Tom Smith to bowl from this Ashley Down Road end. So Skipper Hill on strike. That's tossed right up on the leg stump, and Hill can get a single straight away. Out to Jared Warner. .263 is the target for Leicestershire. Gloucestershire 262 for 9. And Smith staying around the wicket to these two right-handers. Kimber, who's looked in good touch so far, gets a single up to Ben Wells. In fact, Pete, just before you get onto the community stuff, just a thought on what's going on in the middle?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ian, Dan.
Of course.
Yeah, it's been a good start to this innings. I guess I have to say I haven't watched much.
Well, you're a busy chap.
You've been working hard, Pete. Not like us just loafing around watching the cricket. I mean, you're whole man hard at work.
Opening the bowling with Zafar, great move.
Yeah,
it looks like it was.
Yeah, good captaincy.
2 wickets obviously in 3 overs, but he's got some overs left in the tank for later. Smith tosses that right up, and that's gone over extra cover and away out to long off. Can Ben Wells get round? He can, and that's a good bit of fielding. Keep him down to 2. Kimbers looks like he's targeting that long off boundary. It's not the longest one on the ground, but he's comfortable to get inside the line and try and hit it over the infield. Gloucestershire have got cover now that the power play allows them to have an extra man out, and Kim will pick up one more to the left of Jack Taylor.
Pete, we've had a couple of wonderful community days, one up at Cheltenham and one here in Bristol. They seem to have gone down well with the people of North and South Gloucestershire.
Smith in still with the slip in, driven back to the bowler. Smith fields off his own bowling. End of the over. We've had 13 overs in all. It might be easier to talk to Pete during a Van Meekeren over, actually, because he's a bit longer with his run up. So we'll try and do that now.
Yeah, it's been a good couple of days, hasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I think the idea of the days was to bring partners to the cricket, to create days for people to remember, to create other opportunities than just watching the cricket. You can come along, families there's something here for everyone, and I think 50 over cricket gives a great opportunity for that to happen.
Yeah,
people who maybe haven't watched cricket before.
Yeah, and I saw police dogs, police horses, and police car nearly got hit by Sol Buddinger at Nottinghamshire. One nearly went through the windscreen. Here's Van Meekeren in. That's got to be just angling down the leg side. Ball gets trapped in the top of Kimber's pad. Police car nearly got hit here. One nearly went through the windscreen. I mean, how much trouble would you have been in personally if that had gone, would the Avon and Somerset police be sending you the bill?
Yeah, I don't know who you call in that situation. You had the army in.
Yeah.
Down here in Bristol, Bristol Rovers Community Trust.
Yeah.
We had local gardeners doing some gardening, chess club, Empire Fighting Chance, so an array of partners.
Van Meekeren approaching the crease. That's played backward a square where Wells does the fielding. And how important is it for Gloucestershire to be in touch with, the people around, not only sort of up in Cheltenham but here in Bristol as well? How important is that?
Yeah, I think it's vital that whilst we're always looking to promote the game to people who already love cricket, that we're making sure we're giving an opportunity for people maybe who aren't involved in the game yet to come on in through the doors.
Oh, that's uppish there from Kimber. He's going to get 4 runs because he's bisected Charlesworth. Oh no, he's not. Charlesworth very quick across the ground, and he saved a run there, but he just got in that gap between Jack Taylor and Ben Charlesworth, and he's going to get 3 for it. And I saw something on social media which actually sort of quite touched me was James Bracey, Tom Lace and Chris Dent with doing some work with a children's hospice here in Bristol. Is that right? What went on there?
Yeah, Children's Hospice Southwest is one of our charity partners for the year.
Yeah.
We were very lucky earlier this week actually to invite them and their families into the ground, have a bit of a special day. It was called Sibling Day.
Okay.
I can explain why in a second.
Yeah, Van Meekeren. That's a freebie really, down the leg side. He just tucks away, down for one.
The Children's Hospice Southwest, so they've got a venue at Charlton Farm, and they look after children with life limiting,
who are terminally ill.
Absolutely, yeah. And one thing that they run is called a kind of siblings group, to understand that actually in a family, if there is one child in that situation.
Van Meekeren in. Oh, and that's a caught and bold drop. Kimber pushes that back firmly. And Van Meekeren goes to make out that he's parried it around the corner. Let's just have a look at this on the replay. Here we go. Kimber pushes hard hands back at this. And they either stick or they don't. So sorry, Pete, so the sibling day.
Yeah, quite often other siblings may miss out on things that another child might do, and just making some special kind of memories for them. So it was noticed from the parents, and they were really grateful that we could put something on for those individuals. It was a fantastic day. Our thanks to James, Chris and Tom for their efforts, as well as Doc, who came and got involved, who's actually already run a marathon for the Children's Hospice Southwest, and if he gets through his current injury, he'll be looking to do the same again in October. So absolutely fantastic from him. Yeah,
and the players, they give up their time for nothing as well, don't they? So is Van Meekeren in. The players, sort of really got involved as well, and I thought that they went over and beyond the call of duty. I mean, I saw them in the indoor centre over there having a net with them, and I mean, it actually sort of quite touched me. And there was some comments saying this is why Gloucestershire are one of the best cricket clubs around, because they're so sort of in touch with their community. Would you say that's a fair comment?
I mean, I'd agree, but I probably have to agree. I think I completely would side with that. I think very fortunate to have a group of in the men's professional squad that are very understanding of their responsibility. They probably don't quite know that a lot of people look up to them as role models, but what they do, they're very grounded. Yeah, they'll understand that they probably do have a part to play in these types of days, and they can add a real bit of sparkle to events like this.
I've got a question for you, Pete, in a minute along a similar tack. Tom Smith, though, is going to get ready to bowl what is the 15th over. Worked away by Lewis Hill for a single. Is it a bit, though, like having a bird? A little bird's always got its mouth open. It always wants food. Is it a question that, however much you do, you can always do more, and you just love to have the resources to do more and the people to do more? Smith in. Oh, it's just short. Didn't carry. Too short extra cover.
Absolutely. I think you can always do more. You can always want to do more. I think the key to it is possibly not spreading what you do too thinly, and making sure that if you put events on or you're going to do things, you do them really well.
Smith around the wicket. Kimber declines the offer of the single there. Jack Taylor very close to that last delivery. Probably only a stride and a dive short, perhaps. She could just do with nipping one of these two out. Smith around the wicket. Just a dab again to Taylor. Bracey's missed the stumps anyway. Not sure he would have been out, but I needed a direct hit, like the one from Charlesworth earlier.
I mean, I've sort of worked with another number of cricket clubs, county cricket clubs, and I think we do things really well here at Gloucestershire. I think you should be very proud of the work that you're doing, that Jess Jones is doing in the office, John Hook.
High in the air, over the top, I think, of Wells and Charlesworth. Neither can get to it. That's Warner, in fact, coming in. It drops safe. Tom Smith enticing an error, though, from Kimber. Trying to go over the mid-wicket boundary. Warner coming in, Charlesworth going back. Neither able to cling on to that. And Leicestershire will get one more up to Ben Wells. Do you find Bristol a responsive community, Pete?
Absolutely. I think it's it's huge. You can turn a corner in Bristol and it completely changes what it looks like, how it feels, who lives there. It's certainly a special city, and I think equally throughout the county it kind of changes as you move in all directions of the county of Gloucestershire. I think one thing that's certainly on the agenda and the drive for myself and the team that I'm lucky enough to be a part of is to ensure that we include all aspects and all areas of the county in the work that we do.
Van Meekeren in, and Hill plays that out to mid-off. Direct hit there by Marcus Harris from mid-on, but Lewis Hill comfortably home.
They're just reminding these batsmen, aren't they, that they can hit the stumps with direct hits. We've had, one that's cost Leicestershire a wicket already.
Yeah, certainly is. How important is it for any county cricket club to be sort of involved in its community? I mean, I think certain ones that I just intimated are better than others. How important is it for a county to engage with its sort of locale? Is Meekeren just tucks that around the corner there, Kimber, moves on to 49.
I mean, I think it's vital. I think it's crucial that all counties do. I'd probably take it further than that. I'd say the majority of businesses, no matter what industry they're in, we've seen certainly over the last 2 or 3 years that it's crucial that you are invested in your community and that your community, responds to you in a positive light.
Yeah,
it can create real difficulties if that doesn't happen.
That's dot ball there from Van Meekeren. I think what's lovely is you see all the sort of sports clubs from the area. We've seen Bristol Rovers get involved, we've seen Forest Green Rovers get involved, we saw Cheltenham Town get involved, and everyone's sort of mucking in together. How crucial is it to have, because obviously you've got community guys who'll be interested in sport in general, so how crucial is it to build partnerships with the likes of Bristol Rovers or Cheltenham Town or Forest Green or whoever? I'll come on to that after this ball by Paul Van Meekeren. Just one there around the corner to Ben Wells. Good running from the Leicestershire pair. Takes the score on to 81 for 3.
Yeah, vital. Generally speaking, people who try their hand early at sport when they're young, they'll try a number of different sports. And I think as people get older, we channel into one or maybe two activities. I think it's probably we have to collaborate. We have to work with other organisations who are all looking for kind of similar outcomes.
That's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide there from Van Meekeren.
But that kind of cross-contamination of organisations, I think for a long time sport has feared it. Sport in general has been very exclusive in the way it operates. If you're a football club or a cricket club, you're only interested in people coming to watch or play football or cricket. whereas that's just not the way the world works. I think you have to understand, respect and embrace the fact that people enjoy different sports, and certainly at different times of year.
Yeah. That's into the leg side. That's going to be one run out to deep square. It's like Ian Randall, he can eat grouse or foie gras, depending on the mood that he's in. That's 50 for Louis Kimber of 47 balls, and they're going to want to see the end of him, aren't they, Ian? Gloucestershire, they really will.
Indeed, yeah. He's had one or two opportunities that have, might be half chances that have dropped safe, but
I think he's batted very well. Actually, I think he's
struck a clean ball. That's for sure.
Here's Van Meekeren into the pads, not allowing any room, any width to swing the levers. And I saw, the Army were here with a gun I saw that fired 17 kilometres the other day. Ian Randall was quite tempted there to press the trigger, but the blokes were there on it. There were a couple of burly Army boys there on the trigger. And it's great as well that, certain sort of, because we're in Bristol, and the police were here as well. We're in Bristol, and there can be gang cultures, and there can be kids can get into the wrong crowd. And I think if you show that there is a human side to these organisations as well, the way you're doing, I think it's fantastic for them and for Gloucestershire as well. I think it works both ways. Would that be a fair comment?
I think the police and the Army, certainly the Army, it was the first time that they've had a chance to interact face to face with people since COVID, and that partly why they were really looking forward to it. But if you talk to them and why they want to come and work on those kind of events, it's because they want to interact with people when it's not at crunch time, when they're not looking to kind of resolve issues. For example, in the police, just get to know people. Be a face in their communities as well. So it was great for both organisations to come along, as it was every single one that participated.
I've got another question for Pete, just about sort of how you, I suppose, entice, if that's the right word, people into the club. Here is Zaffa, though, back for a new spell, and that's the second ball. First ball was a single, but he's getting a little bit of bounce there. Obviously, the ball, obviously you can use a different ball from each end, so this ball is only 8 overs old he's bowling with, effectively. Zafrin once more tries the paddle, and behind square. They will get one. What do you think? I'm sure you have feedback from the people who come to these community days. What do you think the trigger is that entices them to come to the cricket in the first place? Here is Zafrin, that's into the ground, past a combination of both Ollie Price and Zafra on the dive by Kimber. Picks up one more.
Yeah, so I suppose the reason for bringing partners in was also, speak to their networks. We could get people in through that way. So people involved in the Bristol Rovers Community Trust, as an example, would then know the event was happening, and they could come along.
Zaffa in once more, let go this time by Hill.
I actually, probably didn't, for everybody, I didn't necessarily want that community day to be looked at as a game of cricket. We wanted it to be looked at as a community day that took place while there was a game of cricket going on. And I think, that's a way. We're very fortunate with the venue we've got here.
Zaffa in. Driven past the dive of Jack Taylor for a couple. Albeit, and I get the fact that you might say it's a community day that happens to be at the cricket, but what you really want, if they're to be have a long-term connection, is to actually enjoy the cricket, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I think what we find time and again is that people who come to their first ever game of cricket will enjoy that game of cricket. So it's about
particularly if the sun's out.
Absolutely. So it's about how to get those people through the doors in the first place. and we probably all remember our first or one of our first games of cricket, or that favourite special memory as to why you began to love cricket, and we want to make some more of those.
Van Meekeren in, and that's just worked back with a square on the offside. And
if you could order the weather for every community day, that would be a start, wouldn't it? Because you have no issues, and you have that. The memory is about a sunny day when you're out doing whatever you're doing, rather than sat under an umbrella.
Absolutely. I suppose equally, if you're going to be a die-hard cricket fan for years and decades to come, you probably need to know that they're not all like that as well, don't we?
We certainly
And the
do.
side doesn't win all the time either. That's the other thing you have to understand.
Van Meekeren in. That's wide outside off stump and cut. Smashed into the offside towards Jared Warner. And what are the plans for the future for the community team? I mean, are you looking to sort of make any new relationships at all? And if so, where?
Absolutely. I think collaboration is a must. I think looking at the face of it, we're a medium-sized organisation. We have to work with partners. We're lucky enough to have a number of those at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think we're always keen to make more partners.
And Meekeren in. That's a nice shot there. Well fielded by Jack Taylor. That's the sort of leading from the front attitude that Gloucestershire need at the moment, because this is starting to run away from them a little bit.
92 for 3 is where Gloucestershire were after 20 overs.
Yeah. Yeah, so is it, are there collaborations with businesses or with organisations like the police, or for instance, or with individuals, or all three? Here's Van Meekeren. Rhythmical approach into the crease. That is over the head. That's going to be a no ball. We've seen him do this a few times here, and I know the short ball should be a weapon, but what you're giving away here is 3 runs. And I think it's time for Jack Taylor to come into the attack, possibly from down there. Yeah, so is it with businesses, organisations, or how's it?
Yeah, I think it's with lots of different organisations. I think we're really lucky with the facility, for example, we've got here in Bristol.
That's outside the off stump. Yeah.
The Seat Stadium can serve a huge amount of purposes. As we know, there's a lot of non-match days here, and I think making sure that the facility is used and useful for our communities, be it charitable organisations, be it bringing our ways of bringing our community together. Do we want people to be learning about sustainability, gardening? Do we want walking cricket sessions that we have in the off season here at the ground?
And Meekeren in, then they're going to scamper through for a quick run.
We have weekly sessions, Sporting Memories, which are reminiscence sessions for those who may be suffering from dementia. We have 2 charities who come in and work on an evening, Changes Bristol and Andy's Man Club, and they're supporting the mental health of local individuals who may want to come and use those services.
Okay.
And recently formed Walkers and Talkers.
I see the Walkers, and there's been some wonderful guests with Walkers and Talkers. There's Andy Brassington behind that, isn't it? And yourselves.
Absolutely. Andy must take all the credit for the efforts that he's put in to make Walkers and Talkers the success it currently is.
Ex-Gloucestershire wicket-keeper. Here's Van Meekeren. And that's played out to mid-on. Oh, and it's another direct hit, but Lewis Hill manages to get home. It's very important to engage the community and to get them. Because tell us about Walkers and Talkers. You know more about it than I do. Or more about it than the people listening in do.
So Andy came to me and said he'd like to put something on at the ground. He's been, he's been walking and talking and finding it a real release for him and some close friends of his that they used to play cricket with, and kind of in a nutshell, he said this would be a great venue to do it at. We completely agreed, and we said let's make this happen. At least let's give it a go. It's absolutely flown from there, and anyone who knows Andy Brassington will know he's very well connected, and he's got some fantastic speakers in.
Zaffa in for the start of a new over from this Ashley Down Road end. Pleasure to have Pete Lamb with us. We have had some emails which we'll get to when we've finished our chat with Pete. I think there's only fair to say that we've had a couple in regarding the format of this competition, and also one about Louis Kimber, and we'll talk to that in a sec.
Yeah.
Ollie Price has come in now at short cover on the miscue, or the attempted miscue, if there should be one. Kimber doesn't look like doing that too much, mind you. He's picked up another couple there. Wait to deep point.
He's had some fantastic speakers. I mean, he's had Mike Proctor. He had Paul Cheesley, who got Bristol City's first goal. I know you don't like talking about Bristol City, Pete, being an avid gas head, but he got the Bristol City's first goal in the First Division against Arsenal back in 1976, I think it was. And he had Gareth Chilcott here the other week as well.
Zaffa in. Lily can work that into the Hill, as you were.
Yeah, I think the conversations that and the talking has been fantastic. Some really impressive individuals, and the walking, great venue to do it when it's nice and there's a nice easy flat lap. For me, the biggest takeaway from walkers and talkers, though.
Zaffa to Lewis Hill. Has to defend, half an appeal, but only really interested behind the stumps.
Are the conversations that aren't spoken about, the ones that may be happening on the laps of the ground, the checking in with people who we don't know if those individuals get to see people on a regular basis, week in, week out. So we want to provide that opportunity for them to have that kind of social network.
98 for 3, chopped away by Lewis Hill, down towards the boundary at third man, sliding stop from Thomas Smith, but that will bring up the 100 for Leicestershire. 100 for 3, chasing 263. They're right in this game, no question about it.
Yeah, definitely. I thought I would have Leicestershire slight favourites here on the old Wasp chart, wouldn't you, Ian?
Gloucestershire could do with another wicket. Zaffa around the wicket. Nothing doing there. Again, solidly back down the pitch. So Zaffa has bowled 5 overs now. He bowled 3 at the start when he took his 2 wickets. He now has 2 for 27, as you can see. Warner 2 overs for 17. Tom Smith 3 overs for 21. Van Meekeren 4 overs for 21. Tom Price 5 overs, no wicket for 13. So 98 for 3. 100 for 3. Gloucestershire were 92 for 3 after 20, so that's marginally ahead, and with Kimber going well, so that is the wicket they really need, and Tom Smith's going to change ends.
Yeah, Jack Taylor's shuffling his pack of cards, because his side really need a breakthrough here. Leicestershire needing 163 off 30. And whilst this man, Louis Kimber, is at the crease, they'll romp home.
Just one quick email from Tom, who's on the ground. He said, that 6 from Kimber earlier bisected my mate and I perfectly. It just looked like a push. We're fully focused on watching the play.
Smith in. And that's guided into the offside for 1. So Pete, it's been fantastic having you, and it's been great to sort of hear what you've got to say. Anything else you want to add at all, or anything else?
No, I suppose, unfortunately for us, the cricket here from now on until the end of the season is limited in its days.
That's swept nicely backward a square, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a nice shot there from Lewis Hill.
there's a one county championship match here at Bristol. There's an England women, India women match here, and then we're into the doom and gloom of the off season. I think I just want people to know that there's plenty going on here at the Seat Unique Stadium through that off season for everyone, and to have a think about maybe getting involved.
That's again swept around the corner by Hill. Well, it's fantastic the work you're doing and the team are doing, and I'm sure, we appreciate you within the club, but I'm sure, the people of Bristol, the parents of those kids at the hospice where you're, getting involved with those siblings, appreciate what the players and what the whole club are doing here. That's a stick outside edge. That's going to run away for 4 runs. And this is starting to get away from Jack Taylor. He needs to bring himself into the action and see if he can winkle out one of these Leicestershire players, because whilst they're there, it's looking rather easy for the Midlanders. Here we go, changing the field. Smith, and he's just brought another man behind square on the offside. You can see Kimber's playing with an open face there and trying to sort of guide the ball, trying to rush it off the face and play with his wrists open. And Pete, it's been fantastic seeing you, and keep up the good work, and what you're doing in the community is absolutely wonderful. Thank you for your time, mate.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Thanks to Pete Lamp for sparing some time on a busy day to explain part of what the small community team, and it's not a big team, Pete fronts it, but it's not the biggest team, so therefore they just spread themselves as thinly as they can in a way, and thanks to Pete for sparing some time just to explain what they do. And here 110 for 3 Leicestershire, chasing 263. Zafika Hart tosses that right out at the start of a new over, and they are ahead. So where Gloucestershire were at this point. I've had a couple of emails, one from Tony Newcomb and one from Mark Jeffrey, asking about the format for this competition and how it works in the knockout stages. I'll try and explain that briefly if we can. Zaffa in, and Kimber again defends. So only 3 teams go through from each group to the knockout stages. That makes 6. You'll think, how does that work? Well, the team that finishes top goes straight into one of the semi-final spots, and the other semi-final spot is decided by Zaffa fields off his own bowling. A playoff between the second team in Group A and the third team in Group B, and the second team in Group B and the third team in Group A, and the second place team has home advantage. That is the way you get 6 down to 4, and then it's an orthodox knockout from there. So hence why Gloucestershire really, last year they got through by finishing 3rd and had to go to the Oval, which didn't turn out well when Tim David got going. Zaffa tosses that right up and punched down the ground by Lewis Hill. Straight.
Well, Ian, you predicted Kimber might get a 70 here.
Is that what I said? Yeah. Zaffa again tossed up. Oh, it's gone over the head of Jack Taylor. He's got that right on the ends of his fingers. Well, that would have stung a bit. Very nearly caught it. But if it's your day,
yeah, he's been dropped.
It's your day. It's a really difficult chance, that. It's travelling hard. It's above you. But Kimber and Lewis Hill are steering Leicestershire at the moment comfortably on this chase. Max has also been in touch about Kimber. He said, I played with Lewis in the Lindham Cricket Club. An exceptional player, no surprise he's gone on to be a professional. We won the under-15 national championships in 2011 at Kibworth, the first ever team from Lincolnshire to do so. I think I'm right in saying that no team from that county has ever got past the regional finals before.
One more there to Kimber, bowling by Tom Smith. Kibworth is in Leicestershire, isn't it? And I believe Steve Kirby played at Kibworth. I think that he got released by Leicestershire with a bad back and played a bit of club cricket at Kibworth before getting picked up by SO Steve Oldham up at Yorkshire. Here's Tom Smith. Oh, and he'll go sweeping.
And Zach Hayes has also dropped us a note. I'll get to that in a moment.
Smith. Oh, and that's uppish as well.
It's a cry of catch there, wasn't it?
Let's see if we can see this. I think it came from Bracey. It was uppish. And that's sliced again into a gap. And these two riding their luck a little bit here, but what they're doing is making a big dent in this total that they need to get. Smith in, and that's elegantly played out through long on by Kimber.
Really quite pleasant conditions now after that murk of earlier in the day.
Yeah. Good toss to win, potentially.
I think we thought that at the time.
Yeah, but we didn't think it would be... I didn't think it would brighten up this much. Oh, Bracey wanted the stumping there and was confident.
Umpire Taylor not.
No, Billy Taylor not having it at all. Let's have a look at this, see if we can see.
His back foot never moved, I don't think.
No, his back foot hasn't gone anywhere.
End of the over. Zach Hayes on email says, hello fellas, I've been following the game since 11 o'clock this morning. Tom Price did Gloucestershire proud with his 45, much needed to keep us in the game. I reckon we need him to bat higher from now on. Not an awful start, but we need our spin bowlers to step up and do their thing. It's a tough wicket to bat on. I feel confident we can stay focused and positive. This is our game to lose. Ollie Price also worth a mention for his catches at second slip. He manifests the catches. The ball seems to fall perfectly for him. Keep up the commentary. Come on, Glos. Zach, thanks for getting in touch on your email, and I hope I've explained how this competition unfolds as well as simply as I can. Chat here between Marcus Harris and Jack Taylor. And they're going to bring Jared Warner back. So Zafar has bowled 6 overs and taken 2 for 31. Has he gone off the field, Dan, or is he still out there? I'm just going to see if he's out there, whether this is a genuine change or it's an enforced one.
No, he's gone down to long leg.
Oh, so he has. Yeah, so, well, different tack. Warner from this Ashley Down Road in for the first time today. Pushed into the offside. Yes, no is the call. And they're going to get one anyway because it's only a partial stop. At short extra by Ollie Price. So since Zafar's 2 wickets in his opening 2 overs, the only wicket Gloucestershire have taken has been a run out. And that is pushing Leicestershire into control, you feel?
Yeah, it certainly is. Certainly is. This pitch has flattened out by the look of it as well, hasn't it?
Warner on his long approach back and slightly rolled the fingers over the top of that, and Lewis Hill couldn't get it away, but Kimber's got 66 here at a run a ball. 7 fours and a 6. I can't chew a jelly baby on air, Dan. You mustn't ought to know that.
I wouldn't be. I would never ever do that on air.
Warner, 3 men saving a single on the offside. Cut away down to third man. They come back for 2. That's a good return, but they're scampering hard, these two.
Seeing as the bowling 1 or 2 bad ones and over, which is just lifting the lid off the pressure cooker.
Yeah, they've added 57 for the 4th wicket. Gloucestershire could do with, well, to give them any kind of control. You feel they probably want 2 wickets here. Bit of a double breakthrough. They've got to get 1 first. Warner in once more, and again cut away by Hill. Recently got to 5,000 runs in all formats for Leicestershire, Lewis Hill. Not a massive score in 50 over cricket, but he does have 300s in this form of the game, which is pretty respectable, but not unnecessarily all that much to go with them. Warner in. That's crunched away again out through the covers, but Leicestershire just picking off the singles at the moment.
It's too easy. It's too easy. I can't understand why Jack Taylor's not come into the attack yet.
Well,
he's
everybody else
4 for 31 against Somerset, 2 for 56 against Notts, and he's a wicket taker. Okay, he can be expensive at times, as any leg spinner can be, but even the next wicket costs 20-30 runs. They've got to make the breakthrough.
Warner to Hill. Again, that's punched up to mid-off as well. Taylor tries to throw the stumps down at the bowler's end. Good backing up from Ben Charlesworth. He didn't hit anyway. And Warner has now bowled 3 overs for 23. And at the moment, Leicestershire look like they're pacing this really well. I don't say they're necessarily ahead of the game here, but they're right up with it. The Duckworth Lewis, in fact, they are 10 runs ahead. So, in fact, they are more than competitive. One might argue it. I think it's down. Do you make them slight favourites from here?
Not even slight now. I'd probably give them 60-40 in favour of Leicestershire. I really do. I think the sun's come out. I think the wickets got easier, and the way Kimber's batting. The way Kimber is batting here, I think they might even stroll this. Tom Smith, and that goes again out to long off in the air, but not near a Gloucestershire fielder. And they really do.
Gloucestershire know that really, if they were to lose this game, the chances of getting through in this group would be very, very slim.
Smith just bowling an arm ball there.
Hard to see how 10 points would get you into the top 3. Doesn't look likely, does it?
No, I'm afraid not. Trip to the Oval on Friday, which is Smith, and that's Oh, I thought that bowl embraces with the bails off. Oh, nothing going Gloucestershire's way.
And you must say, too, that this pitch was used last week for a 290 plays 290 game. It's still playing pretty well.
Certainly is. That's just tickled round the corner. One more onto the total. Hill. Mulder still to come, who's had a really good tournament. Swindles come back. That's in the air. And that's gone. That is the end of Louis Kimber for a really well-made 68. And that's caught out in the deep. Is that Ben Charlesworth out there?
It might be Van Meekeren, I think.
Is it Van Meekeren? Yeah, it's
Charlesworth. Just Charlesworth. Way down in front of the Thatcher's bar down there. So he's had a run out and a catch now.
Yeah, and they needed that badly because this game was just starting to run away. But that is a really good 68 from Louis Kimber. 126 for 4. Being Mulder, but then Swindles come back. Swindles has had a good tournament. He got a 70 v Somerset. He got 54 v Warwickshire. So he's a decent player. He's played his club cricket in Narborough and Littlethorpe before going to play Leicester Premier League at Leicester Ivanhoe. But here is the man who I have identified as the danger man, and this wicket could be game defining. Ian Mulder comes to the crease and they'll want him nice and early.
Interesting. Kimber's catch has been given to Ollie Price, according to our friends at Opta. So they have a different view on the ground than we do. So we assume that they are correct.
Well, it's Ben Wells is going down to long off down there now. I thought that was Charlesworth.
Well, perhaps have a look at that again at the end of the over.
Ollie Price has gone back in to slip. That would be Ollie Price's hat trick. Smith to Mulder, who plays that in a South African firm fashion, as they often do. They're not delicate players generally, are they, South Africans? They like to play the ball, you know, put bat to ball. 127 for 2 at the 24 over mark.
Yeah, just a reminder of the rest of the batting order with 4 wickets down. Mulder up 6th, probably Swindles, and then Scriven, Barnes, Hendricks and Wright.
It'll be interesting to see if he can bat, because he limped off earlier, didn't he? Whether he comes off with a runner. Please not a runner. Can't cope with that.
Organised chaos if it's a runner. Generally is. 127 for 4, almost at halfway. The target is 263. And Leicestershire, having lost that wicket, are now 10 runs behind on Duckworth Lewis.
Whoa.
It's a tight old game, this.
Yeah.
You don't think there's going to be much of a change in the net run rates come the end of it. Warner off his long run into the new man Mulder.
It's important now that Jared and Tom Smith just bowl a few tight ones. Keep them tidy, keep them honest. Just bowl next 5 for 10 runs. Or next 6 for 10 runs.
I wonder if Jack Taylor might be tempted with a new batsman to have a bowl.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Before Mulder gets set.
Yeah. I think Mulder will take him on as well. I can't wait for that battle.
Taylor's at mid-off at the moment. Warner, this high kick of a run that he's got. Comes in and bowls to Mulder. And they will get another single. Just looking at the other games in this group where Gloucestershire are doing battle at the moment. No play at Derby, that's in the other group. Sussex coasting, 151 for 3, chasing 229 to beat Durham.
Sussex coasting? What, Worthing, Littlehampton?
Somerset 68 for 3, chasing 303 to beat Surrey. Little dab from Lewis Hill, doesn't get him a single. To backward point. And Notts 63 for 1, chasing 272 to beat Warwickshire, but that's only a 34 over game. And Notts have used 10 of those overs already, so they need 209 from 24.
A couple of emails come in. Mark Jeffrey. Surely Jack should bring himself on to get a breakthrough as the game's slipping away. He's not injured, is he? Not that we know of, Mark. Not that we know of, mate.
Warner in once more again, back foot from Hill, straight to Ben Wells.
And Mark Kidger.
Mark from Madrid, aka.
Yeah. He said, looking at Jared Warner, he seems to have an inordinately long run for the pace that he develops. Would you ask him to shorten his run, maybe by a third, and concentrate on accuracy and movement, or should he go for all-out pace? At the moment, he seems to be caught between two stools. He isn't fast enough to blast out batsmen, but not tight enough to tie them down. We spoke to Jared about this at Cheltenham, and Jared has tried to cut down his run-up.
Edged, but through the slip cordon, down to Zafar at third man.
Didn't he tell us that he was no balling when he tried to cut his run down?
I don't know if he said that, but obviously a run is very individual to every bowler who plays cricket. I don't know why he said his original run was as long as it is, but it's not as if he's lengthened it at any stage to try and get extra pace. I think it's always been this length.
Trust Jared, though. I think he's got a bit about him. I think he's got a little bit of extra zip.
Sprinting in once more. That's almost Yorker length. I can see where Mark's argument would be.
It's good over there from Jared Warner.
You might get longer spells in red ball cricket out of him if there was a little less energy taken out of the run. But he's a fit lad, and at the moment he's still got another year here at Gloucestershire. 2023, I think his contract runs still. So he's got still a bit of a chance to develop. Thank you, Dan, for rescuing my notes.
That's okay. Tom Smith, halfway through, 129 for 4, 134 runs required.
Gloucestershire 106 for 4 at the same stage.
Tom Smith. Oh, Hill goes on the dance floor, moves his feet down to Smith, and then changes his mind and defends. James Bracey waiting for that to beat the bat so he can whip those bails off. Tom Smith. Oh, and that's late, and that's an appeal for LBW, and that's gone straight through the legs of Paul Van Meekeren there. And Gloucestershire can't believe that has been turned down. Umpire Paul Nichols tapping his hand as if it hit the glove. Oh, I think Gloucestershire thought that was pad first. It's gone pad onto the glove.
Very, very unusual for Tom Smith to react in that way.
Yeah.
but he can't do anything about it now.
Here he comes, tossing the ball from one hand to the other. Hill plays it back to him.
.33 off 43 now, Lewis Hill.
Smith. Hill fetches that one out towards mid-wicket. He's going to get 4 runs for it. Placed that one really well, just wide of Ben Charlesworth at short mid-wicket. And Gloucestershire just need to keep their heads here, because yes, decisions go against you, but you just need to keep your cool. Just go back. Here's Smith. Oh, and that's deft. That's good work there by Van Meekeren at short third man.
Yeah, this is the key partnership for Leicestershire.
Yeah, I agree. Mulder. And he defends that out to Jack Taylor.
So Smith's bowled 7 overs now. So 3 overs to go. I mean, if Jack Taylor isn't going to bowl, then he's got 5 other bowlers he could use. But at the moment, he might just need something a little bit different. Having a chat with Tom Smith. There's a thought about whether he himself might come on. Smith has bowled, say, he's 1 for 45 from 7 overs. Tom Price 0 for 13 from 5, bowling at the start. Zaffar's had 2 spells, 2 wickets in his first 3 overs at the outset. Now 2 for 31 from 6. Warner 0 for 25 from 4. Van Meekeren 0 for 21 from 4. And no real break being applied. Need to take another wicket to do that, you feel. Warner in. And there is enough time for Hill with Warner to play almost everything off the back foot. If he's going to bowl it just back of a length, he seems to have oodles of time.
Yeah, I think that goes to show not so much the fault of Jared Warner, but maybe the sluggish nature of this pitch.
Yeah.
Leicestershire's no showing.
Hill
They're a white ball side.
Yeah, Hill looks pretty well set here. Can they get Mulder early? Warner in again, back foot. Nudged out to Ben Wells. Gloucestershire's 262 for 9. As most 50 over innings are. Bit of a peaks and troughs effort. Marcus Harris with 58. Jack Taylor with 50. Tom Price with 45. At the end, good knock from him. Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth both got into the 30s as well. Kimber took 4 wickets. Leicestershire were expensive at the end, though. The last 4 overs cost 50. Warner in again. Mulder almost gets a clean bowl. They almost got through him. I mean, you would think what Leicester, if I'd have had even 30 off the last 4 overs, they've been chasing 242. You'd really be fancying them now, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would.
The extra 20 runs just gives Gloucestershire a little bit of extra cushion. It's not quite leeway.
Yeah, I was surprised that those overs went from those guys with such nous, and 18 from Mulder and 17 from Hendricks. Was he experienced? Jimi Hendrix.
Warner again into the ground, back foot. Everything square of the wicket from these two at the moment. Not going down the ground much. Another good return. Taylor's got boundary riders out at deep point and deep backward square for Warner. To make the point earlier that with the exception of their batting performance at Sussex, Leicestershire have batted pretty well in this tournament. Warner in, slower ball and steered down to third man. It was quite a wide attempted Yorker as well. Didn't get the accuracy right, but it's going to be a good chase this. And I think, which dressing room would you rather be in? I think on balance at the moment you'd probably just about rather be in Leicestershire's, but one more wicket relatively quickly. It's right back in the melting pot again. To Mulder. Again, one more. Out to Tom Price on the deep cover boundary. There doesn't seem to be a lot of threat down at the moment, does there? And if I can put it like that.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit easy.
You want the ball to look as if they're going to take a wicket. Doesn't look much from the quicker bowlers at the moment.
Jack Taylor from the pavilion end. Coming into the action. Here we go. The talisman. Can he make something happen here?
This is where it gets interesting, I suppose, because with a leg spinner, inevitably you risk quick runs, but depends how Mulder and Hill are going to play him here.
Mm.
3 men saving 1 on the leg side.
Intriguing.
3 on the offside.
Here's Taylor. In, and that's sliced away. They're going to get 2. Oh, wow.
Mulder didn't know where that had gone.
No, he hadn't got a clue.
Hadn't got a clue. Didn't read that at all.
Taylor. Mulder rocks onto the back foot, plays it out to long off. Much more in control of that shot.
Leicestershire.
So, DLS score is 143.
Yeah, I was just going to make that same point. That's exactly where they are.
The real score, 143.
Zafar's dropping back here for the top-edged sweep by the looks of it to Lewis Hill.
Taylor. He's gone out very fine. Well, it's come off. I think it's come off the pad. Great work by Zafar. Cuts off 2 runs down here at long leg.
That went very, very fine.
Went very fine. Jack Taylor appealing for the LBW. Let's have a look. He's got bat on it, but he's taken it from outside off stump or on off stump.
They're going to change the field now for Hill. They've gone to an orthodox deep square, and Zafar's come up short fine leg.
Taylor, and that has gone over the top, and that has gone straight into the what we call the bus shelters, the players area down there. 6 runs. Lovely shot there from Veer Mulder. And this is what he can do. No, it's from Lewis Hill actually. Taylor to Hill, defends. 151 for 4.
Hill hasn't got a significant score in this competition this season. Highest score only 18 before today, would you believe?
Taylor. That's played off the back foot. Out into the covers. That completes Jack Taylor's first over.
And with a 6 in it, in pure numbers, it looks expensive. There is the core details of the Leicestershire reply. 126 when the last wicket fell. But these two steering them towards a position where, well, they probably feel they're in charge of the chase while this 5th wicket pair are together. 263 is the target. So 111, 112 to win in 22 overs. They're just about on the rate. Change of ends for Van Meekeren from the Ashley Down Road end, and a partial stop off the first ball of a new spell. Doesn't do any damage to the scoreboard. Leicestershire lost both openers within the first 6 overs. Zafar Gahar had 2 early wickets, both to catches by Ollie Price at slip. Lee made 19 before he was run out by a direct hit from Ben Charlesworth, and then a good stand between Kimber and Hill. 63 for the 4th wicket. Worked again by Mulder this time. They'll just take 1. And Leicestershire can work themselves into a position here where they might have a bit of a chase at the end, but if they score steadily, Gloucestershire won't have much buffer, will they, Dan?
Much wriggle room.
No, that's that's a very good phrase to use.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Van Meekeren to Hill, short, and Bracey asks about the catch off the glove, but it's another wide. That should be fair, we've only had 1 in this innings, but I think Van Meekeren's bowled both of them before. There have been 2. His radar can be a bit wayward on occasions. He is a wicket taker, no doubt about that. But you have to kind of accept what can go with it sometimes. Worked away by Hill, who'll take 1. He won't get his 50 there because Tom Smith's onto it. But this is we all enjoy the cut and thrust of the T20 and playing under the lights, although we're under the lights today for different reasons. But this is a proper. I mean, not saying T20 isn't tactical, but this is a proper tactical game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Van Meekeren. We'll get a single there. Or Vian Mulder is to the right of Ollie Price.
I'm still shocked about the over rate. I don't understand what went on there at the end of the first innings, because
Leicestershire were outside their cutoff. They were 2 overs short.
Yeah.
They've only bowled 48 by the cut-off.
And yet there was no penalty. There were 4 or 5 outside.
There still appeared to be everybody. And to be fair, I had a message during the break from a colleague at the other end of the ground who said that they were also confused as to why there was no penalty.
Yeah.
Van Meekeren to Lewis Hill. And he will get his 50. A half century for the Leicestershire captain. He's glued this chase together along with Lewis Kimber. He gets a bit of a acknowledgement from Vian Mulder. And 50'd almost to run a ball. In fact, only 2 fours and that big blow off Jack Taylor. So he really has worked the ball around, economically.
Yeah, clever cricket.
Mulder waits for Van Meeken. It's a short one. Tries to surprise him with the bouncer. And Mulder will get a single down to Jared Warner. So Gloucestershire, they've got to find a bit of extra threat from somewhere. Taylor, in a different kind of way, might be that. They've got to be a bit careful that just a couple of expensive overs don't take the game right away from them. They're still ahead on DLS. 30 overs. Gloucestershire were 131 for 4, and Leicestershire, as you can see, 157, and they've still got this over to go. So they're quite a bit in hand, really, at the moment.
Jack Taylor going to be bowling to Mulder.
And equally, Dan, I'm guessing Gloucestershire know about they've got to win the game. Of course they do. But Leicestershire will know that anything they can get to enhance their run rate might be critical later on.
Certainly will. That's well bowled by Jack Taylor. A little bit of drift back into the right-hander. Very well bowled. See if he can build the pressure on Mulder. Short one. And that's played out into the offside. Well fielded out there in the deep by Jared Warner. Taylor in, played out to long off. Lewis Hill making this look an absolute breeze at the moment.
I don't suppose he feels it's an absolute breeze out there in the middle.
Oh, that's big appeal for LBW. Is that going down the leg side or is that too high? Oh, that looked quite close from here.
That's a better line is from behind the bowler's arm. This is
Taylor in, 1 run down the ground. It was going down the leg side, I think.
He's not finding it easy to read the leg spin, is he, Mulder, at the moment?
No, he's not. That's a good over from Jack Taylor. So, 30 overs gone. 160 for 4.
Yeah,
Gloucestershire 131 for 4.
Yeah, Leicestershire look like they're about 5 overs in hand here.
Well, especially as the next, in 10 overs time, Gloucestershire were only 186 for 5.
So they've got to find the break from somewhere.
But have they got a Tom Price figure down the order who can give the innings that turbo charge towards the end?
Yeah, they've got to basically bowl 10 overs for 40 here to give themselves a squeak, and they've got to get some wickets. On the bounce, cut away by Mulder down to 3rd man.
I wonder if they'll be tempted to go back to their best bowlers at the moment, who seem to be Zafar and Tom Price.
Zafar's got 4 left. Tom Price has got 5.
But it's a gamble because that leaves Warner and Van Meekeren at the end.
Got to stick with him. Stick with the captain at the moment, I think. Tightish single. Mulder answered the call. Ben Wells throwing to the striker's end. Lots of chat out there in the middle. Jack Taylor trying to encourage. Van Meeken walking back towards us in the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. Looks pretty thoughtful. Mulder waits for him. Mulder defends. That's just a length ball. Can't do anything with that. The required weight fractionally less than where it started. 5.13 is where they're at the moment. So Leicestershire, I say, really pacing this well at the moment. Yes, they're 4 wickets down, but they've got Hill looks very well set. Mulder played a couple of risky shots, but he's a talented player. That's punched nicely into the ground. In fact, that's more than punched nicely into the ground. That's going to go for 4. That's going to race away through extra cover. Ground first, but Gloucestershire at the moment unable. I think you said earlier, Dan, just seems to be a 4 ball in most overs at the moment from the quicker bowlers.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Meekran's had a miserable Royal London campaign. I know he got a 5 in one game, but as you said, he's going for 7 and over, and today he's gone for 33 off 5.4.
Yeah, that's not quite as bad actually. But in this context, Gloucestershire haven't got that many runs to play with. They need a bit more of his wicket-taking abilities. Economy alone. I think I may have asked the question actually at the start whether Gloucestershire could restrict Leicestershire to less than 262 without bowling them out. Well, I think we know the answer to that now. They're going to need to bowl them out to win.
Yeah, they are. They are. Hill and Kimber have batted very well though. Take nothing away from Leicestershire. They batted really sensibly.
41 they've added at the moment, these two. Van Meekeren in once more again. It's shortish outside the off stump, but because the boundaries are so long square of the wicket, they're going to run, in fact, 3 for a slight misfield out there. Tom Price got to the ball and then there was a fumble and they took 1 on the arm. So Leicestershire, you would say, in the box seat at the moment. They're driving the game, they're chasing, and unless Gloucestershire can split one of these two pretty quickly, then there's not going to be much scoreboard pressure down the order. 93 off 19 is not a big chase. So Zafar is coming back.
Yeah, Gloucestershire just look a little bit leggy. I don't know if they, that game up at Durham took more out of them than we thought, but their fielding has been really good in this Royal London Cup. They've had energy, and I don't know if it's Chris Dent missing perhaps as well, but they look not as sharp in the field as I've seen them. Here's Zafar. And that's going to be played out to long on. Well, Ben Charlesworth does the fielding before the ball can get there. And I think these two will be content just to work the ball around for the next 10 overs. 6 and over leaves them 32 off 9. Happy days. Oh, that was nearly played out to Jack Taylor there. It's short cover.
Yes, it may leave the younger bowlers towards the end, and Leicestershire might say, well, that's okay. We'll take Warner at that stage, perhaps Tom Price at that stage, even though he's bowled well at the outset.
Zafar. Oh, that's well bowled. That turns round Lewis Hill, but not a lot of luck here for the hosts. They'll be wanting that to change. Bit quicker from Zafar, and better throw there from Ben Wells.
Tried the scrum half pass, didn't he?
Yeah,
there
got stuck in his hands a little bit. It was a short, sharp, flat one. Scrum half pass would have been.
It was the dive pass, but the ball didn't go with him, did it?
Yeah, it was a hospital ball to his fly half bracy. Here's Zafar, and Mulder prods onto the front foot.
Mulder looks much happier against the seamers.
Yeah, he does.
Much happier.
That's
Good stop.
Oh, is that... Oh, nearly run on a misfield there too.
It's Taylor again.
It is Taylor, but he's wearing Tom Smith's jumper. He's wearing number 6 on his back, which is Tom Smith's number. And he's throwing me, but it is Jack Taylor because you can tell his distinctive way he rolls his sleeves up. Tom Smith's out at 6 out on the boundary over there, but Taylor's got a short-sleeved jumper with number 6 on the back. There's 2 Tom Smiths.
Tom Price, though, is coming back. So yeah, you've got to try something a little bit different here. Nothing much is happening for Gloucestershire at the moment. So Jack Taylor turns to Tom Smith, who gets driven down the ground for 4 straight away. That was in the slot, and that's where Dan was talking about Mulder being dangerous. He may not have looked all that comfortable against the spinners, but that boundary brings up the 50 partnership between these two. This is Price's first ball of a new spell. Oh, he just used half a step and a push. That was all. 178 for 4. This feels a bit like the game against Notts when Bracey and Jack Taylor were in control, and Gloucestershire got there with 10 overs to spare. I'm not saying that Leicestershire would get there with 10 overs to spare here, but they might get there with 5 if these two stick around.
They're romping home in. A cakewalk. Unless Gloucestershire can get 1, maybe even 2 wickets, Leicestershire are going to walk this game of cricket comfortably.
The scoreboard pressure is going, if it hasn't gone already. 85 in 7, you're no more than 5 and over. Mulder waits for Smith. That's short, but he pulls it. Keeps it down, almost plays it like a tennis smash out to the real Tom Smith. If you are watching on the screen, there are 2 fielders wearing the number 6 shirt, and that's because Jack Taylor, for some reason, has put, maybe, I don't know why, somebody went to find him a sweater, and the first one that came to hand was one with somebody else's number on. Price to Lewis Hill, the Leicestershire captain. He's had a pretty good day. Not quite as good as Lewis Kimber, but certainly not a bad one. Kimber got made 68 and took 4 wickets.
Need Tom Price to have a good day.
Price made 45 with the bat late on. Finally out off the last but 1 ball. You could do with a burst of wickets from him here. Mulder waits. And again, that little dab. And Bracey will try and hit the stumps on the sharp single, but he misses. And actually, I think over the season, that hit today from Charlesworth that ran out Aaron Lee, we haven't seen an awful lot of direct hit run-outs from Gloucestershire this summer. It doesn't feel as if we have.
No.
I mean, obviously, we only do the home matches here in Bristol or at Cheltenham, but don't get the impression there have been that many.
Yeah, Bartlett was just a miscommunication against Somerset.
Don't recall much at the festival.
I think that might be the first one.
It feels as if we haven't had many sort of really good 1-stump bits of fielding. Zava to continue. He's got 3 overs. What can he muster?
Here he comes. Mulder plays that out to Jack Taylor. Delray Rawlins was run out in the T20 game against Sussex. I can't remember what happened there.
That was away, wasn't it?
No, home.
at home, sorry.
Yeah, 1 run to Mulder. Lewis Gregory was run out here against Somerset.
Right. There haven't been many. I think what we're getting to is there haven't been many.
No, there haven't been many. No. Zaffa. A little bit of turn. Oh, and there's a mix-up here. Oh! Hill would have been miles out.
Charlesworth went to the bowler's end.
Charlesworth went. It was the right end to go to, I think, but he should have just had a shy at the stumps. He threw a gentle one to Zaffa, and by that time Hill had got home. And that's sliced out into the offside. One run.
You wouldn't. I mean, on the evidence of this innings, and we can only go on what we're seeing today, you wouldn't call Mulder aesthetically pleasing, would you?
No. Tossed up. Some of these is running though from Leicestershire. It's
sketchy.
They don't need to do it. They just do not need to do it. They're walking this game. If they lose one of these two now, lose Swindles, then it exposes the lower order. So that's played out. That completes the over. So 184 for 4 after 34 overs.
Leicestershire well on top here at the moment. Tom Price just gets a slap on the back from his brother, but their middle order has really got them into the game here. Kimber's 68, still the highest score on the day, despite the fact we might see over 500 runs. Can they stop Hill getting past him? Can they get Hill and Mulder? Between them, interestingly, only 4 boundaries and 1 6 at the moment, these two. Hill only 2 4s and a 6 in his innings. It really has been what you might call, low risk, high reward kind of innings.
Yeah.
Very methodical. No run there for Mulder. Tom Price starts a new over.
78 of 16. Should be a breeze. And with this goes Gloucestershire's Royal London Cup campaign, I'm afraid.
Clipped away by Mulder for one more. Sussex have not exactly strolling that game at Durham as I thought they might. 184 for 5 in the 42nd over.
They can implode, Sussex.
229 is the target. So that's not a done deal there. That's a bit untidy from Hill. He'll scramble to the other end and get a leg bye out of it. Play has been abandoned at the Oval. Surrey have been declared winners on DLS by 43 runs there.
Been a miserable campaign for Somerset, hasn't it, in this Royal London Cup?
Not much better for Surrey, to be frank.
No, but
certainly weather trouble in the eastern part of the country because they're off at Chelmsford as well. They've decided that on DLS too. That's in the other group. Essex have beaten Yorkshire by 88 runs on DLS. Notts need 143 from 15 overs to beat Warwickshire. They're 3 down. That's at Edgbaston. That's a reduced overs game. We've been fortunate with the weather today.
Yeah.
Very fortunate, and no play at all at Derby. So you'd have to say, people who bought their tickets for today now have a full match. They're going to be.
But if Gloucestershire lose this, then they'll have lost a point on the others, won't they?
They will. They will. If Sussex do win, that will be a poor result as well, because they need 44 off 50 balls. Here, Leicestershire finding a gap once more. It's a nice shot. That might also go for 4. It will. Van Meekeren won't call that in.
Class.
And Leicestershire just, even in a quiet over, they found a ball where they can pick off a boundary, and that has been the problem. Nothing much wrong with that, but just enough room at the fourth stump, maybe fifth stump, and Mulder punched it away. He's far happier against the seam bowlers than the spinners.
This game is running away from the hosts here.
Ollie Price perhaps might have a bowl shortly.
Yeah, see if he can winkle one out, but I'm thinking the end might be nigh here. 73 off 15. Not even 5 and over. Zafar, short again, cut, 1 run.
It's unequivocally Leicestershire's to lose, and I come back to that point about, you said 73 or 15. I tend to mentally think, I'd have thought this for some while, if you're batting second, 75 off the last 10 is certainly doable.
Yeah.
So I come back to the point I made. 5 overs in hand at the moment. No scoreboard pressure at all.
No. Zafar to Mulder, who tickles that one around the corner to Van Meekeren.
This is
no run.
Zafar's penultimate over as well.
Yeah.
Tom Smith's got 3 left. Jack Taylor's only bowled 2. They've been quite expensive.
Mulder.
Sometimes you've just got to say that the other side have kind of been slightly better than you across the main disciplines.
Yeah, they have. I think it's also very good toss to win as well. Zafar comes in, and that's going to be whacked down the ground. That's going to be 4 more. 196. Hill moves on to 64.
He wants to be there now at the end, doesn't he? He wants to boss this.
Yeah, he does. Certainly does.
Kimber gave the innings the acceleration it needed when he was in, and Hill has just picked that up.
Open face there from Hill. No run.
Yes, Kimber really has been the man of the match today.
That's hoiked out into the deep. That's going to be 4 more, and this is starting to... That's 200 up in the 36 over. And this is starting to really break Gloucestershire hearts. The other thing you can say as well is many of the major batsmen got set. Charlesworth 31, Harris 58, Price 37, Taylor 50. Tom Price you can't attach any blame to, but no one went on and went big. And you know, you look at the Leicestershire guys. Hill looks like he's going to get a 90 odd here, maybe even 100. Kimber 68, and that's what wins you games, those big scores.
So Ollie Price is going to have a bowl from this Ashley Down road end. 7th different bowler used. That sometimes tells a tale too, doesn't it, when you're just trying things because there is no breakthrough. 5 inside the circle and 4 out, of course, for Ollie Price. That is quite wide. They're trying to scamper a single, but they're running their singles well, these two. Look to have a reasonable understanding. They haven't had too many nervous moments. Price with his off spin. Tossed right up, but Hill again just works the single. That's all we need to do at this point.
You look at the Leicestershire batsmen, and a lot of them don't move. There's not a lot of foot movement. They swing through the line of the ball, and you wonder if that's why they've struggled so much in red ball cricket this year.
They play their cricket in the second division. They haven't won a game. 4 draws, 6 defeats. But because they were more, or have been more lightly affected by calls for the 100, perhaps this is one of the competitions where they really felt they had a decent chance. Hill wants a drink. Gloucestershire, Leicester have lost 4 players of the 100, Gloucestershire 6. It's been a competitive game, this. But I mean, Leicestershire could have made it an even smaller Gloucestershire score had they taken one of the 2 catches they dropped off Jack Taylor, particularly the Chris Wright one, which I think if he just got his geography correct, he would have caught it.
It's been competitive, but you know, it's the same old story. The bowling doesn't look like it's got the firepower to actually, you know, as we've seen in 4-day cricket for Gloucestershire as well, bowling hasn't got the firepower to take 20 wickets. The bowling here, you know, 204 off 37 overs. Leicestershire have made this look easy, and I think that Gloucestershire need an injection of bowlers over the winter.
I'm just going to see what a Marchant de Lange would have done in this situation.
Well, he can be very expensive.
He's kind of a faster version of Van Meekeren, you might argue.
Yeah, he can be really expensive, de Lange. When he gets it right, he can be an absolute handful.
But you know what you're getting with him. You are getting extra pace.
Getting a few runs down the order as well.
Yeah, not the worst bat. Zafar then. This is his last over. 2 for 48 at the moment.
Here he comes. And that's 4 more runs onto the total. A little feather around the corner. And
Hill's score goes to the highest in the match now.
74. Wrong line from Zafar.
Yeah,
Gloucestershire look beaten up here.
There does look to be the chance that Hill might get 100.
That's gone up in the air. Oh, and it's been dropped.
Tom Price, I think.
Been dropped out in the deep there by... It is Tom Price. No, it's Van Meekeren. Oh, it's Goodman on a sub. It's Goodman on a sub. And now, I'm afraid, could be Gloucestershire's chance gone. Horrible shot by Hill. Real slog got top edge. That's better from him. Doesn't need to play these shots. He's got 13 overs left to get 53. Doesn't need to play anything silly. There he goes again, and that is the way to punish a side. Lift Zafar in 6 into the mound stand.
Yeah, Goodman, to be fair to Goodman, he had quite a long way to make to try and reach that shot. That is the one that went for 6, not the one that was the catch. I don't know whether James can try and find another camera angle on that catch to see how far Goodman had to run to make it.
Zafar, and that's gone up in the air, and that's out. That is the end. So it's only cost 6 runs. That's the end. That's Van Meekeren. So that is the end of Lewis Hill for what is a captain's knock of 82. And it's 2-1-6 for 5, but Zaffa's third wicket, but too little too late.
You would think he's broken the back of it. It's hard to see Gloucestershire winning from here, but they did it at home in the T20 when they didn't have much to play with. And Hill gets a generous hand. He's batted well. He's got his team into the position where they ought to win from here. He's tried to break the back of it really quickly. And
yeah, there's a sporting crowd. You know what I noticed? I was watching Somerset v Middlesex last week on the stream. There's good shots from Middlesex players, and you've got a sporting and a knowledgeable crowd here at Bristol who appreciate good cricket, whether it comes from the home crowd, they shout louder, obviously, but it comes from the opposition, you know, they still appreciate it and applaud it. There were some really good shots there from some of the Middlesex guys, and it just was deathly quiet around the Cooper Associates County Ground down at Taunton. And
Harry Swindles has come in at number 7. Zaffa's got 1 ball left of his spell.
One more here, and it could be very interesting.
Need to get Mulder, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly. But, you know, 47 needed. It's not, the overs isn't really the issue. Not at this point. It's the wickets column.
Zaffa in. That's a awful delivery, which has been whacked out into the deep. That's not a good delivery to finish off with from Zafar Kahar. Halfway down the track, and he finishes 10 overs. No maidens, 3 for 64. And that's expensive.
In a game like this, when you would expect the spin option to be Gloucestershire's strongest suit, that's not ideal.
Well, Kimber went for 60 odd off 9, but he was backed up by their pace bowlers, by Hendricks, Wright, Mulder, who got 4 wickets between them.
Ollie Price.
No, none of the pace bowlers for Gloucestershire have got a wicket here.
Yeah, that's true. Price in. Mulder cuts that away. That might be 4 more. He's timed that really well. Long chase round and a sliding stop in their run 3. Good cricket from Mulder. Now you wonder if Tom Smith might have to be brought back in place of Zaffa at the pavilion end. Jack Taylor might bring himself back, I suppose, but the leg spinner doesn't have many runs to play with now. Only 40 needed. Needs a bit of a rat-a-tat-tat collapse if Leicestershire aren't going to win this game. Swindles takes strike. Six saving the single. We've worked out that Mulder doesn't like the spinners too much, so there might be an argument for certainly Smith or Taylor at the other end. Ollie Price got some handy runs today. I think the biggest development for him, certainly next season, will be trying to convert some of these starts that he seems to get into something more meaningful. Here he is here though, trying to keep a check on the run rate. Not that it's too difficult. Leicestershire only need 40. 11 overs to go. Harris is dropping out at long on in case Swindles tries to go over the top. And he works that into the onside. They'll take one. And Gloucestershire will be quite happy that Swindles retains the strike here because that will keep Mulder out of the way. End of Ollie Price's over. What does Jack Taylor do?
Yeah, chance to have a go at Swindles. 2 wickets now would make it very exciting.
Tom Smith, I think.
Yeah. 2 number 6s having a confab.
Looks a bit odd that Jack Taylor's got one of Tom Smith's sleeveless sweaters on. Tom Smith's got 3 overs to go. This is probably the game here. Do Leicestershire choose to almost bat around the experienced slow left armour, or do they decide, well, they've been pretty aggressive against him so far, 7 overs, 1 for 45. Can they continue to be aggressive and try and get the total right down and boost their own net run rate? We'll see. Swindles, though, still feeling his way a bit. 2 men behind square on the offside for Smith.
Yeah, here he comes from the pavilion end. That's fired in a leg stump, and again allowed just to run an easy single. This is running away from Gloucestershire here. Smith around the umpire. Mulder plays it to Jack Taylor. Starling's gathering over. Just tickled around the corner, 1 run.
Up at Chester Street, Sussex need 23 off 26 balls.
Should walk that.
4 wickets in hand.
Yeah, should walk that. As should Leicestershire here. 37 off 10 overs. 5 wickets in hand. Should be easy. And deserved winners they'd be as well. They've just been better than Gloucestershire in all departments. Smith in. Big heave from Swindles, but nothing going Gloucestershire's way either. Could have caught the edge. Smith. That's a top edge. That is. Can't see down there.
Safe again.
Safe. Tom Price.
3 bounces.
Yeah. It was a top edge. And the hosts really needing those to go to hand now. There's been about 4 or 5 of those in the innings. 1 Jared Warner dropped. There's a couple that have dropped out into the no man's land. 1 Dom Goodman dropped, and that one just then as well. And
yeah, Kimber was dropped on 46 off Van Meekeren.
Van Meekeren caught and bowled chance.
Yeah, that was a hard one. That was a reflex one, wasn't it? But you know, Kimber genuinely dropped on 46. So you could argue that Jack Taylor was dropped twice as well. So it's kind of may argue even itself out. But Mulder's got 40 here. Ollie Price. And that's a good shot. Straight down the ground, authentic shot, that's gone for 6. No need to worry about chasing that.
No, I think
that's a good hit.
I think the end is nigh here.
And unless Mulder makes a mess of something, Leicestershire should be going to win this game, but he soon picked the length of that. That might be, probably shouldn't be 4 more. Marcus Harris is down here in front of our commentary position. He'll just pick up 1. Could be a day for 50s all round, couldn't it? We could have had 5 in the match. 2 in the Gloucestershire innings and a 45. And here we've got a 68 and an 82. And already a 47. Oh, nice Gracie.
Oh,
what's happened there?
Spun through the gate. I wonder if it's taken an inside edge.
Oh, Ollie Price, I think, asking the umpire, was there a nick there?
Let's have a look at this again.
How is it not bowled him for a start?
Swindle's leading a charmed life here.
He'll pick up 1. Out to Jack Taylor. You can see the Leicestershire target. We're in the final power play here, but they don't need to power play it really to get to the target. 2-6-3 is what they're chasing. 9 overs to go after this one, so very comfortable. We're kind of into Gloucestershire needing hat-trick territory. Drive yes from Swindles. Will get 1 more. Ollie Price ruefully takes his cap.
Yeah, this is...
Leicestershire will get a little bit of gain if they were to win this game, say, in 45 overs. Not hugely, because this is the 5th game in the group. It's not as if obviously the net run rate impact drops away the more games you play, but they'll know that every fraction advantage that they could get might be important to them further down the track.
Yeah.
But this is only their 5th game as well. They still have 3 more to play. Gloucestershire only have 2. That's equally part of their problem.
Smith in. Swindles. Big shot. Goes about 4 yards down the wicket.
Malta's 48, by the way. 53 balls at the moment, 3 fours and a 6. So again, he's not been really explosive.
Played into the offside. Mulder wants a quick single.
But
Jack Taylor.
Dan, that's a very, very good point, that the only people who've taken wickets for Gloucestershire today are the spinners.
Yeah. Yeah. Smith comes in, and that's again easily, comfortably played into the offside, and it's all a little bit of procession.
Put another way, they've only taken 2 wickets other than the run out since the end of the 6th over.
One down the ground.
And you're going to struggle to win a long form 50 over game if that's the strike rate. Sussex look, they are going to do it. They need 15 off 16.
Smith And again, Swindles just plays one into the offside. It's one thing not taking wickets though, but you know, when the likes of, well, Price 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25, that's fair enough. Warner none for 29 off 5, Van Meekeren none for 37 off 6. Another,
there's a slip.
Misfield out there from Jared Warner.
And 50.
50 for Vian Mulder. And comes off. 55 balls. Well batted. 20 to win.
3 4s and a 6. He's hit. And Tom Price, I think, is coming back.
Yeah, so 18 overs off the seamers have gone for 91 runs. No wickets.
Yeah, that's just pick-off territory, isn't it, really?
Yeah, and okay, Zafar's had an off day, but he's still picked up 3 wickets, but he's gone for 6.5 and over. Jack Taylor's gone for 7 and over. Ollie Price has gone for 6 and over. Tom Smith has gone for 6 and over. So one of the seamers has to keep it tight. And Chris Wright did that job for Leicestershire. He's gone 1 for 36 off his 10. And he's done that job.
In fact, it's not Ollie Price, it's Van Meekeren back into the attack. With a slip now. Well, that's hit Swindles as he tries to work that into the onside. There are 8 overs to go, less that delivery. And Leicestershire only need 20. It would be quite, if the lights weren't on now, it would be quite dark out there. So, good news that we have had them. But it's been a full day contest. A couple of very brief, I think really only one brief stoppage for some drizzle this morning. Van Meekeren to Swindles, hits that one through extra cover. That's going to race away. Nice shot, pitched up from Van Meekeren, but wide enough to allow Swindles to swing through the line of the ball. How wide was this? It was moving in, but it was a half volley.
Nice areas, isn't it, at the end of the game? It's neither a short ball or in the block hole, just a length ball. And as we see so often, they end up going either to the boundary or sometimes even over the boundary.
Leicestershire almost there. Oh, down the leg side from Van Meekeren. That'll be 4 byes.
5 wides.
Oh, he's going to make it even worse. Bracey couldn't haul that in. If this does end up in defeat, as now seems inevitable, what would you do if you were Dale Benkenstein for the last 2 matches?
Give some of the youngsters a go.
Would you give Will Naish a game?
Yeah, I would. I'd probably let's have a look at this lad from the twos who got 250 the other week. Joe Phillips, is it?
Yeah. I mean, Surrey can't qualify, so there would seem whether you'd say that would not be fair to the other teams competing with Middlesex is a different issue. But I think at Surrey you could definitely say you could shuffle it a bit. Van Meekeren in and defended by Swindles.
Yeah, well, you could also say that you
Ajit Singh Dale might have a game, perhaps.
But you could also say that you need your main men back for the game against Somerset on the 5th of September or something like that. So, who cares what other people say? It's down to Dale Benkenstein. He needs to do what's best for Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, not what's good for Middlesex or for Sussex or for Warwickshire.
No, but is it being honourable, that's what I mean to say, to the other teams who might still qualify if Gloucestershire put out a very different side? Van Meekeren in, and Swindles can't pierce the field on the offside.
Yeah,
Just thinking
I get where you're coming from, but hey, honour.
Cricket's about honour, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's an honourable game.
It is an honourable game, but I think he's also got to do what's best for Gloucestershire and in the long term, and that would be the honourable thing to do in the eyes of the fans, because I think that we're not going to learn anything by seeing.
Van Meekeren, short, hit up in the air. That should be caught by Marcus Harris, and it is. So Swindles perishes. It's a bit late, probably. They still need 11, Leicestershire. Van Meekeren gets a token wicket at the end here, but I suspect that is too little too late. Swindles goes, and Van Meekeren at least will have something in the wickets column. Easy catch at mid-on. But truthfully, the damage has been done by other people.
Yeah, certainly has. And you know, there's not even a. You look at the team here, and there's not even a togetherness of celebration. There's people in twos and threes and groups.
I think they know the game is basically done.
Yeah.
11 to win from.
They want to get off that field.
7 overs and 1 ball. It didn't look like that at the outset. I mean, when Zafar got the 2 wickets at the top.
No.
You know, Gloucestershire were
20 for 2.
Well in the game at that point. Lily didn't look that assured.
No.
When he got run out, he and Kimber had 1 or 2 hairy moments, but Kimber and Hill really put together the stand that made the difference.
And then Hill and Mulder.
Yeah.
As well. That stand of 90 between those two just took the game away from Gloucestershire. Ed Barnes is the new batsman.
One ball left in this over. Van Meekeren 1 for 46. This is only his 7th over though. It's expensive again. Almost got through there.
Oh, that's pad first. That's got to be close. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this. Oh, this has got to be pad first. Oh,
right on his toe.
Bracey is not happy.
Going down the leg side in the umpire's view?
No. It's going to hit halfway up middle stump.
Well, Billy Taylor's a pretty experienced umpire. Van Meekeren having a chat at some distance with him. Probably too late to make a difference. But I suppose we still need 11, you never quite know. 11 off 7 overs. Pretty straightforward. They're in the last over at Durham. Sussex need 4 off 5 balls. 4 wickets in hand. Here, Leicestershire 4 wickets in hand.
A couple of drop catches will be. You know, I don't know, they didn't cost many afterwards, but you know, even another 20 or 30 here for Leicestershire would put the seed of doubt into people's minds and people waiting to bat. It's a funny game, cricket.
I think Mulder try and finish this quickly.
Smith to Mulder, who defends that one.
This is Tom Smith's last over.
He won't give it away, Mulder. Smith. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through. Oh, there's nearly a run out here. Oh! No, he's turned him back. And again, Billy Taylor turns down a decision. Let's see if we can see this. Keep your eye on Barnes here. He goes for the second. He's turned back. Oh! His bat looked...
He's dived in, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Wide out. Sussex have one. With 4 balls left.
Tom Smith from the pavilion end to Barnes, who plays that back to him.
I think Mulder will feel if they can get through this over from Smith, chances are only the quicker bowlers to follow.
Yeah. All the men up on the one now, not allowing Barnes off the strike. That goes back with a square.
Will they give him a single off the last ball? He shouldn't take it, of course.
Smith into Barnes, who defends solidly. Gets onto the front foot. That's what he needs to do. There's so much time left for Leicestershire. They don't need to panic here.
Price has got 3 overs left. Tom, that is. Warner's got 5. Van Meekeren's got 3. That's probably where it's heading. I don't think Jack Taylor or Ollie Price would bowl with only 10 required.
It's Tom Price. See if he's got the magic touch. Dot ball. That's the end of Tom Smith.
1 for 54 from his 10 overs today. Van Meekeren to continue. Interesting. So maybe, I mean, if it's felt that Warner isn't going to bowl at the close here, then Van Meekeren and Price would see it out. But Van Meekeren, well, he's got no margin for error here. Still 6 overs to go. And Barnes is at the wrong end. They're quite happy to give Mulder a single here if he wants one. They're taking the slip out and trying to really pack the offside. Wells has come into extra cover. Lee Price now at backward point. Van Meekeren then to Mulder, who does work a single. He will take it into the leg side, so they've exposed Barnes, and now the field will come in, understandably. Well, Barnes is, I mean, you know, one edge, and suddenly the game's nearly done. They put the slip back in for Barnes. It's a slightly false situation, this, isn't it? If it was the last over, it would be really tense.
Yeah.
But because there are still 5 overs to go after this, they only need 10. That tension isn't really there. Short, and Barnes has hooked over the keeper, and that's going to go for 4. Van Meekeren's dropped it short, thinking Barnes wouldn't take it on, and he has taken it on, and they're nearly there, Leicestershire, as a result.
The one place you just don't want to bowl it. You've got the field set for every other eventuality. Let's make it hard for Leicestershire. It's Jack Taylor's mantra here. And completely wasted there by a short ball, which ends up flying over the keeper's head. And unfortunately, as a captain, you can't legislate for that.
One more blow would do it. Not sure that will be Barnes' way. Van Meekeren again. Well, down the leg side, off the pad, they'll get 1. And I'm surprised if Mulder wanted a second run there, to be fair. It's a leg by anyway. And Leicestershire have their senior man on strike, and a boundary will get them home. Interesting to see what the group looks like after this result, particularly with the Sussex win. Surrey have won today, not 61 or 44 they need. They're 6 wickets down there at Edgbaston. Here though, Leicestershire only need 4 to win. Won't get it there. Mulder defends. Yeah, they've got 3 games to play. Leicestershire, I think from memory 2 are at home as well, so they're right in there with a chance. Van Meekeren back at the end of his run. Leicestershire needing 4 to win. Mulder has 51. It's again short from Van Meekeren. They'll take a single.
It's all a little bit easy, isn't it? But fair play to Leicestershire, you know, and for those who are talking about wanting to cull counties, I'd love to go and see Leicestershire go on in this competition.
Well, Sussex have gone to the top of the group on net run rate after their win today, albeit they have played 6 games. Van Meekeren into Barnes, plays it up to mid-on. Leicestershire are currently on 8 points, but of course if they win, they will go above Sussex. Leicestershire will head the table tonight because Middlesex don't play today. Leicestershire will go top with 10, Sussex 8, Middlesex 8.
Gloucestershire would need a miracle.
Gloucestershire only on 6. Warwickshire could get past them if they beat Notts. And there'll be a bit and a hit to the run rate as well. Durham and Somerset are adrift at the bottom. Jack Taylor coming on with 3 needed.
Gonna have a bowl at Mulder, who plays him out to long off quite pleasantly.
Skipper coming on suggests he knows the game is up. That's what you do in a club game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's when you've asked everyone else to bowl and they say no thank you.
So I wonder if Barnes can pick the leg break. They need 2.
Goes onto the back foot, plays it into the offside. Oh, there might be a run out. Oh, I thought Tom Price was going to have a shy there. Not that it'd make a massive amount of difference, apart from to Vian Mulder's batting average. Defended. Taylor. In, and that's played through the offside. Is that going to be it? No, scores level. So here we go. There we go, that's the end of the game. And well played, Leicestershire. They win this encounter with 4 overs to spare. and they win it by 4 wickets, and they thoroughly deserved their victory in Randall.
Yeah, they've proved a very competitive outfit today, and indeed, obviously on other days as well in this competition. They wouldn't be in the position they are, which is top of the table, pending the result at Edgbaston. And they've done it really with a team performance today. The bowlers collectively were not hideously expensive. Barnes perhaps appeared to be a bit loose at times, but in Louis Kimber they found an unlikely source of wickets perhaps. 4 for 61 he took 3 wickets at the outset, but importantly they were wickets at the top of the order. Charlesworth, Harris, Bracey, and then Zafar Gahar later on. Gloucestershire with 2 half centuries, Harris and Jack Taylor, support from Tom Price later, but it's been a common thread through the season. If you look at Gloucestershire's innings, players getting starts and then not getting the big scores. And if they don't get the big scores, they don't win. At Durham, they did. Dent and Bracey went on to get big scores. Dent obviously got 100. Here today, 262 kept them in the game. And indeed, when Zafar got 2 wickets in his opening 3 overs, having opened the bowling, you did think that it might be a really, really competitive finish. But Leicestershire worked out what they needed to do on this pitch. Kimber was aggressive for his 68, and Hill and Mulder, 82 and 56 not out respectively, really orchestrated the innings. They worked out what was necessary, and until Van Meekeren got a wicket late on, as Dan quite rightly said, all the wickets came from the spinners, and Gloucestershire seamers just couldn't find an answer to that Leicestershire middle order.
Yeah, and you wonder if that brings down the curtain on what has been a miserable season here in Bristol. Imminent relegation from Division 1 of the County Championship, not qualifying for the T20s, and now it looks like not qualifying for the Royal London Cup. And I'm afraid that questions do have to be asked about certain individuals, certain players, and I think that the fans will rightly be angry.
Yeah, they've got 2 matches left in this competition, both of them away, one at the Oval and one at Radlett, and then it will be about getting some pride in the remaining championship matches. Whether we will know by the time Gloucestershire come back here for the penultimate championship game against Warwickshire, whether they will be going down or not, whether there will be any clearer strategy about next season, that will unravel over the next few weeks. It looks difficult to see how they can qualify for the latter stages of the Royal London Cup from where we are at the moment, but this is the table as it now stands after the game here. Leicestershire top 10 from 6, Sussex 8 from 6, Middlesex 8 from 5, Nottinghamshire 6 from 5, still playing their game today, Gloucestershire 6 from 6, Warwickshire 5 from 4, their game obviously is still in progress. Sorry, you've got 5 from 6, but it's hard to see how they're going to get through either. Durham and Somerset haven't got a point each at the bottom. Gloucestershire don't want to finish 7th, and if they were to come a cropper at the Oval and at Radlett, that's where they might end up.
Yeah, at the moment, take Nottinghamshire out, who are 4th, who were beaten here last week, and Gloucestershire have beaten the bottom 2 sides in division only in Durham and Somerset, and it's a rather grim seat unique stadium here. It's grey, the mood of the fans here is grey, and it's a chastening defeat, but credit to Leicestershire. I thought they deserved it. I thought they batted well. They've got individuals there who know how to win games, know how to close games out. You know, we saw Lewis Hill, the skipper, goes on, doesn't just get a 50, he goes on and gets an 80. We see Liam Mulder sees his side home with 55 not out. See Louis Kimber go and get 68, not just get a 50 and get out. And it's those extra 20, 30 runs there that make a huge difference, because when a batsman's set, he's got to get greedy, he's got to go big, and I'm afraid in the Gloucestershire innings there wasn't enough of that.
Looks as if Warwickshire might just have the upper hand. The Notts need 42 from the last 5 overs. That would be a really tight finish at Edgbaston. Remains to be seen what impact that will have. Thank you for your company today. Thanks for your emails. If you watched us in Leicester, best of luck for you for the rest of your campaign.
Yeah, good luck, Leicestershire, and thanks for all your emails today. And
thanks too for James Healy and to Matt on the cameras. Dan and I will see you again. I suspect it won't be for a playoff game in this competition, but you never know. If not, we'll see you again in a month's time for the last home game of the season against Warwickshire. Our good friends Johnny Barron, Mark Church and Ed Seaborn will be your commentary team at the Oval on Friday, and Ed and Kevin Hand will, I suspect, see out the last rites of this competition from a Gloucestershire perspective at Radlett on Sunday. But from Bristol, where we've had, to be fair, a decent day's cricket, over 500 runs, but the better all-round team have won, and that today has been Leicestershire. They've won by 4 wickets. From Bristol, from us all, goodbye.